Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
I want to hear your thoughts.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back. Yeah. Woke up.
I ain't feeling your side. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien, bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. And don't take my word for it. Look that mess up, please, for your own freaking benefit. So, yeah. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. Something weird is happening here. Hold on. Let me check. Okay. All right. So, the name of the show today is Attack on Academics. And I've spoken about that previously on the show, is how I feel like there is an attack on academics. And I think we have some evidence in recent news that that is true. Okay. I'm sure you guys have heard, the ones that follow this show, I'm sure you have heard about the president of Harvard and how she had to step down based on, basically what they're saying is based on the comments that she made in a hearing where they was asking her about the students being anti-Semitic on campus, and apparently she didn't answer the questions adequately enough. There was a lot of comments like she's dumb and she's stupid and all of this, and racist and Semite or whatever. Eventually it led to her no longer being the president of Harvard. So I'm going to get into that in a little bit, but it's like, I think that that is another example of the attack on academics, in this country. I don't know how someone who hasn't attended a school at all, more than basic school, can call someone who has did years and years of higher education to the point where they got a PhD and have been a professor and ended up being a president of a major university, like an elite university, like a worldwide elite university, and you can call them dumb or stupid or ignorant or whatever. Like, how do we get to that point where people can feel comfortable saying that? Like, You can feel like it's not necessary to go to school to have a career, or to live a good life, or even to know things. Like what I like to say is, you have to educate yourself one way or another. You don't have to go to university to educate yourself, but you need to read some books, or you have to do something. You can't scroll TikTok or watch YouTube videos, even though there are some education YouTube videos, but you can't just sit there and do that and think that you're freaking educated. That's just not how life works. You can think that you are, but you won't be. You know, you have to put in work to know things. So that's my point. So, um, and then we have these people who feel that they're smarter than these people who have spent years and years and years, like reading books, like learning stuff, taking classes, taking tests and stuff. Like, as an academic myself, I feel like it's a personal attack. I feel like they're attacking me personally when they discredit all the work that I've put in to get into the place that I am in. Like, it's the stuff. There is stuff that I study that I'm really, really interested in, but there's other stuff that I would have never looked at. I would have never looked at if it wasn't for a class that forced me to look at this stuff. Um, I mean, and then having to apply that knowledge, like really being able to understand it, like show your understanding level of it. You know, that you comprehended it. You know, people can read something, but that doesn't mean that they comprehended what they read. So you have to display, you know, a certain level of comprehension of the material to show that you have taken it in, that you understand it. And this thing takes time, and then you build that upon more, upon more, upon more, and get to a point where you are, stuff about stuff. You know, I don't know. It is what it is. I'm gonna definitely come back to that because that's the theme of the show. But let's just go into some headlines to get us going, and then we're gonna work our way through this idea of attack on academics. What's up, Pat?
What's the deal?
Really great to hear your voice, man.
Well, it's good to be heard. Appreciate that, man. It's good to hear from you. I can at least I can see you, so it's good to see you as well.
Yeah.
What's
Well, yeah,
going?
I've been doing the show by myself for the last I don't know how many times, on here lonely talking to myself like some madman.
Well, I mean, well, I guess it be like that sometimes. You know, what I mean, some people that shouldn't be talking be doing the same thing, but you at least got something you're trying to, honesty you're trying to pass on to the people.
Yeah, because I could be wrong. I'm wrong all the time, but I'm at least I'm honest in my wrongness, if you will. Like,
Well, I mean,
you know,
that's all we can ask. But I mean, but I think a lot of time is perspective, and there's different things that we all go through that makes us see it from different angles. Which I mean, from our own point of view, yeah, we see it as right. I mean, I'm sure I'm wrong about many things as well, but you know, my intent is always pure, and I'm passing on a message that from from the only way I can see it, with my honest eyes. So you
yeah.
know,
And I'm okay with being wrong. And my whole point here is to get people to look things up and learn for themselves. And I just try to, promote that and try to get people to, look at different perspectives. Hopefully, I can give them something that they hadn't seen. One thing I really pride myself on in doing this show is like, no matter how much stuff you know or whatever, I'm sure if you watch my show, I'm gonna cover something that you hadn't heard about or you didn't know or whatever.
yeah,
I think I'm pretty good at that.
yeah, and I mean, really, honestly, it's left up to the individual to have some their own individual, be able to use some discernment of their own, regardless of what any of us say. It just really gives you more, or more information to be able to make a good decision. Because like, I mean, my thing is, like, you can't make a good decision with no information or bad information. So I mean, if you don't have
Right.
any, at least you have something kind of to juggle around and say, okay, well, I don't know. I honestly, it's been getting seeming a little, I don't know, just different people that I've interacted with. It's just almost like they've given up. Like they, like it's life is almost not worthy of fighting for anymore. Oh well, like pretty much like they've taken over, but like it's always going to be more of us than it is them. And as long as we're willing to, come together on something, there's got to be something, some middle road that we all agree on, and that we're not willing. Because I mean, most people, like, the reason why that they see things the way they do is because of whatever their information source is, and maybe the way they was raised, and they were,
And
like,
I
not
saw a
everybody.
story that said
Go-
misinformation, is one of the biggest threats going into 2024 and 2025,
and they use it, but they
of
use
the
it both.
world.
But they use it both. They use it from both sides, because they make both side try to make both sides believe that they have the right information. They have the good information, and that whatever you're being told, like they. And and from my point of view, there's a certain group that definitely tries to make you feel stupid if you don't think the way they think. And that's when I'm like, my guards are all the way up anyway. But when somebody's like, okay, you're not smart enough to make this decision, so just what I tell you better be good enough.
Yeah,
That
that
don't rock with me.
yeah, me neither. And as long as there's breath in my body, I'm a fight. I get the people feeling hopeless and like there's nothing you can do or whatever, it's impossible or whatever. And it's like the only person crazy enough to change the world is the person that's crazy enough to think they could change the world. you
Huh.
know
But
you got to be a
and,
little
and
off.
and as foolish as that might be, the whole thing is like, where's because I mean, I'm more of a, I try to be more of a knower than just a believer, because believing is when you get information from somebody else, and you maybe hope that it's right, or that. But when when you know that there's a God, and that he did not set you up for the ding dong, then there's something left to do. Like, he gave us choice, he gave us will, he gave us these different emotions to be able to to use that to fight through these types of storms. Nobody ever told me it was going to be easy, so I mean, I don't know who might be thinking that it's supposed to be easy, and now because it's not, that you know they should just fold,
And if
ball
you're
up.
righteous and you standing in truth, then of course you're going to have an avalanche of pushback against that. People are, it's really easy to just fall in the lies and just to go along to get along and to go along with the crowd, whatever they're
Yeah.
doing. That's really easy. So it's going to be difficult to do the
Well,
right thing
and I'm gonna tell you, I
all
mean,
the time.
I'm not one of those people that I'm not one of those holier than thou type people. Like, I live life, but at the same time, like, I'm empowered. I feel, wholeheartedly, you know, with all the way to the core of my soul, that I was, destined for something more. And every time I get more, I want more, because I feel like that's why I'm still living, because God gives me those things to, he keeps giving me these things, new things to fight for. So I mean,
Yeah, and if you
if you've
feel like
been.
there's something greater than you, you know, then that's gonna propel you to behave a certain way. But if you feel like it's all about you and it's just your life or whatever, then of
Hmm.
course you're gonna get to that point where you're hopeless or whatever. So believing that you can have some kind of purpose or impact, or there's a greater calling, or there's a bigger picture that we can't really perceive with our perceptions, then and that's how I feel. I feel like what we do actually matters even after we're dead. So that's
Mm,
compels me to behave the way that I do. But if people just feel like, it's just your life and nothing really matters or nothing has any real meaning, then of course you're gonna land on some hopeless, way of thinking or whatever.
yeah.
It's kind of a
Well, I'm
selfish way of living.
well, I'm gonna tell you, man. If it wasn't, if this thing wasn't really the war of the minds, like, I mean, they wouldn't be spending billions of dollars for your attention because I mean, they're always trying to steer your mind. And I say they, I use these uh not, I guess not really pronouns, but I use these terms that supposed to describe some group, they and them and whatever. But when I'm speaking of they and them, it's the people who are against the people. So when you hear that, just know, okay, well, they is always going to be a small amount of people, and the more that you allow them to use the powers that they have, the money and like the media, the tell lie vision, the space for them to tell lies to your vision, then you know what I'm saying, you should understand that you gotta combat some of these things. You gotta, you know, some of these things you gotta take it with a grain of salt and use your own, understanding. Maybe think through some of these things because, a lot of people that I've encountered were taught what to think. Luckily, I came up in a generation where they were still teaching us how to think. So I think that that's going to be key. What we're doing with our children is like, hey, you know, there's a lot of things that you're going to see that looks real and feels real because this is what's going on, but this is not necessarily, and I can use this in many different conversations, from different angles. But the main thing is this: you can't you can't trust everything that you see and consider it real just because that's what everybody else is doing. And it's a shame that we really in a place where doing the wrong thing is gets rewarded.
That
You know,
sucks.
yeah. I mean, and for us to continue, anybody that continues to fall into that hole, is gonna come a time when you're gonna have to pay for it.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
think so too. I want to get into some headlines, and after that, I want to talk about the Harvard president getting ousted and kind of how that fits into the big picture because the name of the show today is Attack on Academics. So then I'm gonna go down that road, and then we're gonna get into some clips, some news and politics.
is
But let's
okay.
let's
Well,
look at.
hopefully I'm still around for that conversation because I got maybe close to an hour right now, and then I'm gonna have to jet out for a minute, but then I'll most likely be able to come back because I'm driving, so I'm gonna run in and grab me a shower, get back on the road and drive up some more of my time. But I saw that you were on. I was like, you know what, let me go on and get on a little bit right now. And so I'm just giving you a heads up. I will have to jump out for a little bit and I'll cover as much as I can cover right now. And then like I said, I'll come back on a little bit later and
It's
we
it's
can.
it's all good, man. I appreciate any time that you're able to give to the show. All right, let's just look at some headlines. The first one on the top, it says U.S. and British militaries launch massive retaliatory strike against Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen. It says the strike marked the first U.S. military response to what has been a persistent campaign of drone and missile attacks on commercial ships since the start of the Israel-Hamas war. So yeah, so the Houthis are attacking these ships because they say as long as the military campaign of Israel on Hamas in Palestine, they're gonna be attacking these ships. So they're like, if y'all do a ceasefire, then we'll stop attacking these ships. So that's their
Yeah.
way to go against this. And that thing is getting bigger and bigger. So that's And this could lead, I mean, we already got a regional thing going. Israel's already fighting multiple fronts, and the U.S. will be directly involved in no time. They've already gotten involved in this part of it with the attacks on the Houthis, but you've got Lebanon is going to be in direct conflict with the U.S. because of Israel, and it looks like maybe Iran also, and Hezbollah, and that's going to be pretty serious.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I mean, if I'm to be honest, I don't think any of these people have seen it any separate from like U.S. being set. Because I mean, from here they politically, they have to tell us, oh, well, we're just giving some support. They need this support and blah blah blah. Like I'm not one of those that believes that they like it's not a concerted effort. Because of the way I know the politics really is globally with those four United States that that has always been combined when we have the 50 that people are looking at, but it's those four major well I'm gonna say three, but I added four because of how things have been going. But we would talk about the Washington D.C., Israel, um, Vatican City, and Ukraine. Those are four states that are totally united, no matter what happens.
Mhm.
Ukraine is new to the battle, but the United when they're saying the United States, those are the real United States that fought that come together no matter what. The 50 states just gets the kickback for it. So and which I would say I would consider them an occupational force, but the rest of the world is not looking at you know there being any separation because regardless if the money's coming, the if the money's coming, the equipment, the artillery, the arms and all is coming via the United States. I mean, you're just as much a part of it from the beginning, not that they're eventually gonna join. No.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would agree with you on that part. It says
So I
related
mean,
coverage. UN Security Council demands Houthi rebels stop Red Sea attacks and vote that implicitly condemns Iran. Yeah,
well, I mean, they've been bombing U.S. I mean, because the United States everywhere they've been for a war and they've occupied any of those countries, they they've had those bases, and a lot of those bases have been getting attacked for months already.
they're
So
like, they're like, we telling y'all to stop. We demand y'all to stop doing that. Mm.
uh, no,
Like
I
what?
mean they know
What?
the deal. They know
Like
what's
that?
happening.
Like them saying that is really supposed to have some kind of impact. Whatever, man.
Mm, Man, look, say,
Like,
bro, we think we're the big vicious people on the planet, but there's a lot of countries that is sick and tired of, and I'm saying us that because that's who they're the world, the people of the world are implicating, North America. But like I said, that occupational force, those four united fronts. Oh, I forgot London City, so really it would be five United States that no matter what happens is said they are together,
that-
regardless of
that's
what we believe, what the people here are saying, hey, no, ceasefire, blah blah blah. No, they've made their mind up between each other, and they're going to use our resources to complete whatever agenda they have together.
let's look at this headline right here. It says, "Who was revered? Who was the revered rabbi whose New York synagogue was the scene of a brawl over an illegal tunnel?" I'm sure you've seen the.
I sent that in the thing a little while ago. I just heard about that earlier, and I don't know who this person is, but for them to have you know, and who knows how long this access has existed. But I mean, you know, we're talking about because I mean, I heard some other stuff that could be totally ridiculous, but you know, this just as some gossip, I guess you could say for now, or some hearsay, is that Oprah got caught somewhere with $100 million, and supposedly is, you know, say if she's trying to, you know, run off with $100 million, that means she's on the run, and they're linking that to the release of those names that the court, you know, demanded be released, and also at the same time we're talking about those tunnels in New York, and you know, we call it, you know, the Jewish. It's because it's one of the group. I think it's the Yiddish. So, what you call them? Because it's, I know it's the Ashkenazi, and then the what's the other Jewish group that that's heavy in New York?
I don't know.
Yeah, the ones
Orthodox.
that have that have the you know, they use a little curling iron to curl their hair so they can, you know.
Yeah, I don't know
Well,
about those
well,
names.
anyhow, I mean, the Jewish people, you know, they're probably like some of the richest people ever. So like they've been utilizing tunnels underneath New York to do what? And you know, it was a fight when they got found out. It's a lot, it's got to be a way more to the story than what they're presenting. Because I read it in AP, you know, Associated Press. So, but you know, I don't know none of the names that they listed, but for that to be a issue or this thing going on down there, it's a much bigger story than what we're hearing right now.
Yeah, I think it's the internet and conspiracy theories are going crazy on this, but
Yeah.
just the fact that you have these tunnels that they've built
Hmm.
that nobody knows
But it
about.
became no, but the 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 thing to it to me is that they had a fight with the police when it was found out. What, like if it's just like, okay, well, yeah, we use the tunnels, but there's a bunch of people that say that, yeah, they done been through some of the tunnels, through, you know, some of them use the subway, you know, to get around in different way, you know, other than the train, like they got shortcuts they can use, you know. But for there to be a fight with the police when they were found out means that th- there was something they were trying to protect.
Well, it was when they were trying to seal up the tunnels. They came to seal it up, and that's what those pictures that's floating around the internet are from, when they came to seal up the tunnel, and they were trying to stop them from doing that.
So
And
why did
a lot of people,
go
a
ahead.
lot of people feel real privileged or whatever, like, even though it's against the law or whatever, they feel like they, can do whatever they want. So, they felt like the police was stepping on their toes when they came in to seal up the tunnel.
Well, I mean, because all right, I'm like this because I mean, I feel like because that they implemented the Jewish people, because I mean, hey, maybe that's where the not necessarily, you know, I guess no pun intended, but the underworld of the Jewish people, because they would definitely implement it. Because if this was just something that was just, you know, generally used by the homeless or whatever, you know, because they said it was a nasty scene, like there was mattresses and this and that, the other, that was like filth going on down there. But it really sticks out to me that they pinpointed a certain ethnic group that that was, you know, implicated to the existence of these tunnels.
Yeah, yeah, because the tunnel pops up right in the synagogue. So, they
Oh,
can't like claim that they didn't have anything to do with it. I mean, it was for them. And when I first heard it, they were saying that they had those tunnels so that they could go and worship during COVID. And, they were using that as a way to get around and go worship during the lockdown.
Is this? I mean, you know how investigations happen. They, when a story comes out, enough people hear about it. They make a story that's going to be convincing enough for the public. Then, they'll tell us, this happened, that happened, blah blah blah. When they know a lot more, because they're still trying to figure out the details. If there's more to it than what they can see. They know there's more to it than what they see right away. Because I mean, of course, someone like myself that's you know I you know I at least explore those theories that go around. Because I mean, hey, what kind of what other kind of thing happens, or that we've heard happens in some of these places? I mean,
It's
I,
already just sounds shady off top, like,
exactly.
and they're saying that it's anti-Semitic to say that something shady was going on with these tunnels, but it's like
I
it
kiss my
automatically
ass.
sounds shady. I mean, if it was a Muslim group that had tunnels under New York going into a mosque,
Yeah,
it would sound
you mean
shady.
you
If it
mean the
was
real Semitic
Christians,
people? Oh, you talking about the
if it,
real Semitic people? Oh, my bad.
it yeah, and if it was Christian people who had a tunnel underneath their church that was illegal in New York, it would sound shady. If it was just regular folks who
No,
had a tunnel,
it doesn't.
it
Yeah,
would
no, it
it
really
would
doesn't matter.
it would
I
be
mean,
shady.
if it was a tunnel that came from underneath a pizza shop, hey, we're gonna think, hey, maybe this is a part of that whole ordeal. But
At the very least, you're like, what the hell is going on? What would you have that for? You had to spend a lot of money and a lot of time to do that. And then how do you do that without notifying authorities, like without people knowing about it? I think that the Jewish community probably the only ones that could pull this off, without getting caught up, having the resources and ways to do it without drawing attention to somebody, because that would take a lot of work and
yeah,
time and money. So I got some clips. Let me look at this. It says secret tunnel found at synagogue in Brooklyn sets off brawl with police. ABC New York. It says 9 men are facing charges after police say worshippers were arrested amid a dispute over a tunnel secretly dug into the side of a historic Brooklyn synagogue, setting off a
hmm
brawl between police and those who tried to defend the makeshift passageway.
yeah, man, I don't trust these people. And like, I mean, say, bro, it's not like this is even like really a new thing. Because I mean, even there's documentaries. I remember back in the day when what's the guy named, the kind of foreign looking dude, Geraldo Rivera, when he used to do these these pieces where he would go. He did something where he was doing a tunnel in Chicago, and they had all kind of drug and alcohol things that they was running underneath the city. And who knows what else, because that's just what they allowed us to see or understand for that time. Because like I said, none of these things are new. That it's because I mean, one of the biggest things that I'm an advocate for, uh you know truck drivers against trafficking, human trafficking. So when I see something like this, I automatically attach it to that, because we know how bad this stuff really is. And
And
the
And you
average
could get
person
away with
doesn't
whatever
really.
you want to in some illegal tunnel underground, like literally whatever.
Yes, like I mean, they use it's not just, oh, you wait a minute, you using to bring milk through here? No, no, anything goes when it
Yeah,
comes
because you
to.
could do that on above ground and be no problem. So yeah, let me read some comments. It says, "Wow, so all of these people resisted arrest and fought with NYPD, and they were only arrested. I wonder what would happen if a group of never mind." Another one that says, "If it was black people, it would have been handled completely different. Another one, it says human trafficking, child sex slavery, illegal organ harvest. The possibilities are endless with these type of tunnels. Investigate to the fullest. Yeah, hopefully the investigation continues on this more than just
Well,
this on
you
the
know,
outside.
my thing is, I think because of a lot of the supposed, I'm just gonna the alleged um, corruption within the FBI, I really believe that this should be something that's handed over to the marshals, to the U.S. Marshals,
Yeah,
because
because that's what I mean by them building it and not, alarms, no alarm bells going off for somebody building tunnels on the ground. I mean, like, seems like some authority could have been alerted about this. But
hmm
if they've got people inside that's willing to look the other way or
well,
whatever, then that would
I'm
explain why they were able to
I,
pull this off without nobody
I'm gonna
getting.
be a little bit messy right now. Hey, trigger warning, but I'm just gonna say like a lot of investigations end up coming up with more information. You get a lot more information. You find more things when we have a Republican House and Senate where we can get things pushed through. Like I just feel like when we got more people in the house, I don't really care about the presidency, like what I'm saying, like that. I mean, I to some extent I do, because we need the right person handling our international affairs, but at the same time it's our district representatives and our state senators that we really need to be close. I watch on, and what's really affecting us domestically, but not necessarily everybody sees it the same way as I do, because these are the ones who are directly responsible, with doing what we want to see done. But
Let me read
um,
some more comments. It says, the entitlement is real. What else is being hidden? That's what I was saying. Like, they feel entitled. Another one that says,
hmm
wow, was it dug for what reason? Another one that says, they are the problem. They think they're above the law and they want to own everything. Something must be done.
charge me with anti-Semitism, because excuse my French, but fuck them. They can kiss my ass. They always try to use that BS, and they can't even prove. Nobody can prove. That's some ancient stuff at this point. Everybody's so mixed up. Like if they are, everybody is Semitic.
Well, what I have to
So
say on that is that you can't condemn a whole group based on, what some people do. You know
well,
what I mean? And that's like the
I think
basis of prejudice and
I
racism.
hear what you're saying, but most of the people, because I mean, maybe me saying that, that's because I'm Semitic, you're Semitic, like using that as an excuse for not getting investigated is BS. You know what
I
I'm
can
saying?
agree with that part.
Yeah. So I mean, and most of the people who are of that ethnic group, the that we're calling Jewish people, a lot of them see it the same way too. It's like they don't want that kind of stuff related to who they are. So I think most people will understand what I'm saying, but I mean, for those who don't, they can kiss my ass.
Check this clip. It's just a little clip. It says, who is being forced to sleep on these child-sized soiled mattresses hidden in illegal tunnels connected to an NYC Jewish temple?
What's beds down there for? What the mattress is down there for? I mean, when you put when you put this stuff together, it just doesn't, you know, like what other questions am I gonna ask?
And they would be fair questions.
What I mean, wait a minute, why is there not a smoothie shop down there? Like, I mean, like it's just like you supposed to, be so clueless that you're not going to ask relevant questions about what's actually going on down in this place. There's certain evidence there that is not letting us know that the Willy Wonka factory is not going on down there.
Check this clip out. It says a look inside the tunnel discovered beneath Brooklyn Synagogue. I'm gonna just turn off the music. It's pretty freaking.
Yeah, I can't see everything.
Yeah, dirty ground.
I'm driving.
A lot of filth. It looks unorganized and crazy. You got a hole in the wall here. It's pretty intricate.
I mean, the look, I'm gonna tell you, because I mean, it doesn't mean that those Jewish people are actually down there doing any of their, their nasty, dirty business, but they might definitely, once they have in their synagogue, because they do rituals and all that kind of stuff in there, and then that's where they get rid of their, they can, whatever happens to them, that's what happens to them. I mean, who knows who if anybody who survives after coming through that tunnel.
Yeah, man. Freaking crazy. Let's look at some of the official news stories related to this right quick.
I kind of wish it was just drugs, but that's not what's on my heart. I mean, I don't feel like that's for whatever reason, that's not what is resonating to the story. The things that I'm hearing is it doesn't have. I mean, maybe there is some drugs or whatever, but I don't think so.
Well, it's anything goes, right? Anything goes if you're freaking in a tunnel underground.
New York City's Department of Buildings is now issuing vacate orders to a synagogue over an illegal underground tunnel in the building. Police say 9 men were arrested on criminal mischief and reckless endangerment charges for using a hole they dug in the wall to access the Brooklyn Synagogue during off hours. Brad Milkey, host of the Start Here podcast, is here with more on this. Brad, this all came about because police were responding to reports of a damaged wall and a disorderly group outside. So how did that turn into a secret passageway? And what else do you know about what this was being used for?
Yeah, this is a really wild story, Diane. And I think a lot of New Yorkers don't even know when they pass this brick synagogue in Crown Heights in Brooklyn that they're passing one of the most significant religious sites in the city. So this has stood for decades as the center of the Chabad Lubavitcher movement, which is known worldwide. In fact, attracts worshipers from all over the world who come and pray at this synagogue and come and worship. Some people get visas to study at the yeshiva here. And so what leaders of the synagogue found out recently, apparently, was that some followers, some members had built a secret tunnel going from other buildings into this space, which was shocking to them. They decided this wasn't okay with the leaders of the synagogue. They bring in a cement mixer to fill it all in. And that's when there's this huge confrontation. Men, as if they were protecting sort of a tree in the forest from being torn down, they actually sit in the tunnel itself to keep it from being filled in. Police are called. There's actually a huge brawl at the site. At one point, people were tearing off pieces of wood to kind of create a barricade. And eventually that results in actually a scuffle with police. Irritant gas is used. And then arrests are made. So really an unbelievable situation that actually exposed some pretty deep fissures in this pretty insular community.
So how are officials from this synagogue responding now?
Well, this actually created a pretty deep divide, or exposed a divide that's been there for years, because you have to sort of understand about this religious sect to understand why this tunnel was even being perhaps made, is that for years, this site at 770 Eastern Parkway was led by this world-famous rabbi known simply as the Rebbe, who created all this. He died in 1994, but until then, he had been arguing for this site to be expanded, saying we need more space. It's actually a pretty cramped space for the number of followers who are there. Well, there are some members of this sect who believe that the Rebbe's not dead. In fact, they see him as a living Messiah, and in honor of him, there are even disputes over whether they should put a plaque up at the synagogue saying he was dead, because some people said no, he's not. And so there were arguments over whether, we should expand this site. Some people thought it was moving too slowly, and so some have speculated that some of these sort of young, more extremist men, younger guys, some of them perhaps even from Israel, decided in his honor to build this tunnel. The synagogue says it's a terrible look for the entire religion, for the entire site, and that's why they're so worried, especially considering these guys might have done more harm than good. Like you said, they're issuing that vacate order.
Now, Brad, this tunnel connects 4 neighboring buildings. So have any other buildings been impacted here, and what happens next?
Well, that's what they're trying to figure out right now. In fact, that's why the other day, the Department of Buildings did say that the structural integrity of this synagogue has been affected. And so they're warning people to stay away from this site. And so that's why, again, there's such a deep divide in this community, because if people thought they were trying to help the late Rebbe's vision, certainly hasn't helped, the reputation or the physical stability of the site.
Yeah, so they're saying the leader didn't know about this. How could he possibly not know that there was a tunnel in the building that he runs?
Say that again.
It said the leader of the head rabbi didn't know that that existed. Yeah. So that's what he's saying. He's saying that he didn't know that existed and he was against it or whatever. He's the one who called the people to close it up or whatever. But it's hard for me to believe that they didn't know.
So who's giving the pushback?
There's a divide within the Jewish community about it. They're like fighting against each other about it. So the pushback is coming from within.
So they got somebody, one of the spiritual leaders at this time is probably new to this site, or not really down with the shenanigans that could be, or shall I say, have been going on around this site, and there's somebody making some pushback when he's trying to just, because there's a lot of times that stuff happens. You can have just in a church, you got people that's been there forever that they feel like a new pastor comes, they're really the church, so they got more power, and they're gonna make whatever happen. It could be the deacon board, whatever you would consider the deacon board for that sect. I don't really know all about that, or them and this, that, and the third, but I can see where there's people who in there that feel like they run the show, and probably some evil forces that has been in there that been doing whatever they've been doing for however long, and they're not gonna let just anybody come and disrupt it. Because hey, human trafficking, those organs, you get a bunch of money for those organs out here. Not to say if it's you can get melanin out of it.
Yeah, I don't think money would be the motivation for this type of thing. I think it would be something
according
else.
to reporting from 4.
Well, my thing is, I think the money ends up being the end route of it all, because the core belief, like the reasons why it starts, is from an illness, from sickness, like a mental illness. But when it's all said and done, whatever evil they've done, most likely they're not going to leave them behind. And if they know that they can make a profit from, whatever illness they got, then they probably will. They have somebody that is, covering that other end of it.
Let's play a little bit more here. Check this one out. This is The Hill.
I hope my girl is gonna be honest about it. The white dude
secret tunnels through the synagogue. A riot broke out in a historic Brooklyn synagogue on Monday when a group of Orthodox men tried to stop police and construction crews from filling in a secret tunnel they allegedly illegally dug to reach a closed-down women's bath, per the New York Post. Members of the Chabad Lubavitch movement have allegedly been digging a tunnel under the Crown Heights synagogue for almost a year, designed to reach an abandoned mikvah, or ritual bath, for women and expand the synagogue. That's according to reporting from Forward. Now, dozens appeared to protest the arrival of a cement truck, which a Chabad spokesperson, Rabbi Moti Seligson, said was there to repair the wall after a, quote, unauthorized passageway had been built connecting the sanctuary to nearby buildings, allegedly including a local children's museum. According to the New York Post, neighbors complained about suspicious noises leading to the tunnel's discovery. Synagogue leadership ordered the tunnel to be destroyed. When construction workers showed up, members of the movement made their way into the tunnel to prevent the construction, and a riot began. Here's some of those worshipers interacting with the police.
12 Hasidic men were arrested on Monday after breaking into the synagogue headquarters and allegedly damaging the synagogue underneath it, according to officials. 9 people are now facing charges.
I think it was the headline from the New York Post that maybe first attracted the story a lot of attention. The headline read, "Extremist Jewish teens secretly hired migrants to dig secret Brooklyn synagogue tunnel, Shawshank style." It's a lot going on there.
Look, so this story has obviously attracted a lot of interest, largely because the visuals are just so extraordinary. I mean, any New Yorker is going to balk at the idea of a fully grown human being emerging from a sewer grate, kind of Ninja Turtle style. And I think that imagery, as well as the confrontation with the police and the longer clip that we played, really sparked the imagination and just raised more questions than were answered. Why this tunnel? This tunnel was 60 feet long and 8 feet wide with a ceiling height of 5 feet. Apparently, they've been working on it for at least a year. And I think even now, days into the story, a lot of questions remain about the why of the tunnel, the necessity of the tunnel. Initially, people were saying that it was a COVID era attempt to get around shutdowns. But if it's only been being built for about a year, it's unclear whether there were really any meaningful policies in place that would have precluded people from going wherever they wanted in New York City. And why the protest, why the escalation? I mean, I understand, okay, you shot your shot, you tried to build an illegal tunnel, the city found out about it, came to shut it down, came to fill it in. What was hoped to be gained by a direct confrontation with the police to defend one's, eminent domain rights to the underground of New York City. And there was also some concern about whether or not the tunnel would imperil the structural integrity of the Chabad house, which apparently is of broader significance to the community.
Right. The synagogue itself wants the tunnel filled in. They own the space. I mean, we got to have law and order. If they want it filled in, they get it that way. You know, I don't have any problem with the tunnel being taken care of, disposed of. I get what I'm gathering is that online there was a lot of reaction that was sort of anti-Semitic in nature. A lot of people saying that Jews hiding under the floorboards, trying to get at the children in the museum, trying to get at the women's bath. I saw Andrew Tate, for instance, made a nasty comment about it. That sort of thing, with saying that, here are you said there were, I think calling out Ben Shapiro saying, you said that Hamas is in tunnels. It's actually the Jews in the tunnels, that kind of thing. So that's all very unfortunate. But for the underlying, for the issue itself, I mean, they get to not have, the synagogue doesn't want a tunnel there. You can't build an unauthorized tunnel on their property.
Yeah, I mean, look, there have been long-standing tensions between the Orthodox community in Brooklyn and other residents of Brooklyn for years.
Well, and the government authorities over the schools, right? That was happening in New York City, them saying the Hasidic educational environments were not up to the city standards. And there was, I remember reading and hearing from religious people, thinking this was a religious freedom violation, that sort of thing.
You're right. So there was a big issue around bike lanes that the Hasidic community didn't want the bike lanes going through their neighborhoods. There was an issue years ago, I believe in the 80s, maybe the 90s, where because there are specialized ambulances that service the community because of various rules about how people can interact on a gendered basis and stuff, that there was a non-Hasidic person that was injured. I believe they were Black, and the paramedics that were dispatched that were the Hasidic paramedics would not attend to that person, and they ended up dying, and that provoked a riot. There have been allegations of all kinds of intergroup misconduct, sexual misconduct, and the kinds of things that often happen whenever there is not a lot of outsider oversight and kind of seclusion of many, many groups. But as a consequence, I think there are a lot of stereotypes and negativity around how Hasidics are perceived in Brooklyn. And I do think the imagery of this event led a lot of people who might have anti-Semitic views about them lean into their ideological priors. However, that aside, it's hard not to look at the remarkable imagery of a full-grown, fully dressed human emerging from the sewer and want to know a lot more about how this happened. I'm really looking forward to seeing more pictures and photographs of exactly what kind of architectural feats were accomplished underneath this building before they were thwarted, and to hear more about what the kind of political divisions are that are apparently separating the tunnel diggers from the institutionalists who are trying to get it filled in.
I mean, I was ready to dig a tunnel out of my apartment during COVID. So again, I understand. And I think, you know who I think is really behind this?
Who?
The Dharma Initiative, which is another Lost reference. That you're going to have to watch this show. Next week, you can finish the whole thing. It's only like 120 episodes.
That doesn't feel like a next week project.
If you start it,
aren't
you
they
won't
hour-long episodes?
Yeah, if you start it, you won't stop.
No,
You'll do this all weekend.
I started watching.
This guy, he's always throwing curveballs, you know, in the topic.
Well, he's trying to do what he can to protect, because you know the first thing he's saying is the whole, you know, protect, you know, like this anti-Semitic thing, which you know disgusts me because it's like I know the truth. I'm gonna just say that, but
and then his comment about the COVID. She just said that they said it was only a year for them working on it. COVID it's almost 4 years ago now.
I already knew she was gonna set some points out there, but he was gonna be the one. And you know, I know it's probably, I said the white dude, but it's not on the racist thing. I just don't know his name. So anybody that, you know, that's the reason why I said the white dude, is because I never can remember his name. I forget the lady's name, but I know
watched this show and I don't know his name.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Brianna Joy Gray. I'm a fan of her. I watch her all the time.
Yes,
I can't think of his name.
She's not only fine, but she honest. You know what I'm saying?
Mike Grimm. I think his name is Grims. No, Robbie Soav is his name.
Well, but the whole thing is he's trying to divert as much as he can, because I mean it's just kind of like what a lot of extreme leftists do is try to, you know, they'll try to insert different things to protect somebody that they care about, instead of just like, okay, yeah, you know what, that's troublesome, you know, because for me, it don't matter what group you're from. If you know what I'm saying, if you doing right, you know, you're gonna get your props. If you're doing wrong, look, you can get all the punishment that's necessary for whatever wrong you're doing.
No matter what your group or skin tone or religious background.
Yeah, that doesn't matter to me. But you know, like I said, I don't give any credence to that whole, you know, like I don't think just because you're quote unquote, you know, and I mean heavy quote unquote Semitic, you know, and trying to, you know, say everybody's anti-Semitic for questioning you, like that. I'm far from that BS. Like I don't think anybody's any better than the other. And if you know what I'm saying, if you're doing wrong, like look, and it really makes me like remind people this is some of the reasons why Hitler had a problem. It's because these people are doing dirty stuff, and you know they societal things are allowing them to continue to get away with this kind of fuckery.
And I wonder, if there's just one tunnel under this synagogue, who's to say that there's not any more? Automatically, if I was in charge in investigating this situation, I'd automatically go to the rest of the synagogues in New York and see if there's any shady things going on there related to tunnels.
Exactly, because see, my point, my thing is like right now, since there was such a pushback, like I think it needs to be way more investigation before closing this thing up. Hey, what's the limits? Let's see how far we can go into this place, because like they're not fighting for this just because it gives a good airflow.
And I'm willing to bet that this whole thing is going to go away in no time too. Like everyone's going to forget about it.
Oh yeah, next week, most people forget about it by next week.
Let's read some comments. The first one, says the
it's
tunnel.
Friday. Tomorrow's Friday. By Tuesday, like it ain't even gonna be in the nobody's gonna be talking about it no more. Yeah. Because of who it is.
Yeah. The first comment, says the tunnels don't need to be filled up; they need to be investigated. I can't help but to be like, it's a lot of conspiracy theory stuff that opened up on the internet and some really ugly things that were being said. But you can't help but to think like, okay, like we know that it was a tunnel dug. We know that it connected to what they say 3 or 4 other structures. We also know that it can pop up on the street because we've seen a guy come out of it in the street, So, with just those facts alone, you automatically go down a road of, what the hell are they doing? What can they do? What is the point? Some of the conspiracy theory stuff is pretty founded as far as like people, using their mind to explore possibilities of what the hell is going on. I mean, like you already opening the door for that. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I think we automatically at this point now change it from going down the rabbit hole to going down the Jewish hole, because it's no telling where it ends. Like you're gonna probably run into way more evidence and information the further you go. But like it became like, because of the noise that it made on the street is why they have to, like, why we're hearing about it. Because if it was something discreetly done and whatever, they was able to handle it the way they maybe been handling it before, okay, maybe it is just a year old. And this pastor, how long and I think the pastor, how long this pastor has been there is going to tell a lot about how honest how real what they're saying is. Because I mean, if he's only been there for a few months, okay, maybe. But if he's been there for a few years, 2-3 years, whatever, okay, so who made the decision that we're gonna do this add-on to the
and if they didn't make a decision and they were doing it, without permission, how were they able to do that without you knowing about it?
Yeah, and who's paying for it? Who's what I'm saying, like
so many questions. Let me read some more comments. It says, I really don't think it's anti-Semitic to recognize how weird it is that they rioted about it. They need to check the tunnels.
Another comment. And that's just common sense. Like,
another comment says, their attitude towards the police is concerning, to say the least. Another comment says, so none of them were choked or shot for not being compliant. Wow, I guess these cops had special training.
Yeah, nobody did.
Another comment, it says, how is this even real reporting? The host just laughed and brushed this under the rug. They were bloody child-sized mattresses, a high chair, a stroller, and neither of the hosts even mentioned this. It shouldn't matter what religion a group is. It's not anti-Semitic to investigate something that's so legitimately creepy. And honestly, it's so in your face too. I think they were brushing it under.
Well, no, just the plain facts is it's not anti-Semitic because they're not Semitic people. How about that?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but I think they were brushing it under the rug or softening it up a bit. And it's really scary to go at this particular group because the repercussions can be, dramatic. And one of the things I really want to talk about, probably going to go ahead and go into it, was, the Harvard president getting ousted, and she didn't really do anything. And it's like, so that would explain why these hosts would be softballing this particular topic. Yeah.
Exercising common sense will get you effed up because the reason why it is so dangerous is because, all right, if they can pull this type of stuff, because I mean, just because of the religion that they are, or their religious sect, that you can't have any kind of opinion about them, is where it's dangerous. And then we've seen since this whole Israel Hamas thing that's when it comes to our government, it doesn't matter the political party, because they all come together on Israel. And that's the part that I'm talking about. Like most of the people in at the Capitol, they believe that way. It's very few of them that is willing to that will go speak differently, but they are afraid because they end up being outnumbered by these group of people. And that's worrisome for me. For like these are the people, like, we don't have people who think just common sense or like have real knowledge, or they probably have the real knowledge of who these people are, but they're willing to fight tooth and nail against anybody that has anything to say against them. That's where the real fear is.
Let's read some more comments. It says, so asking questions is anti-Semitic. That's what makes people suspicious. Another one, it says, the bigger problem is that they think they are above the law. Everyone there who puts their hands on the police should be thrown in jail. Another one, this story wasn't kind to many stereotypes and tropes out there for these folks. Showing the guy crawling out of the sewer was so bizarre. One more, it says, it's surprising that this Robbie guy didn't blame the tunnels on HMS. Imagine the outrage if these tunnels were discovered beneath a Catholic church. Yeah, man. If it was connected to a Catholic church,
No, I mean, I think they're potentially
or
like
Muslim,
they're the next one.
mosque.
They're the next ones to get in line. That will be somewhat protected. But yeah, the definitely if it was a Baptist, if we're looking at Christians, Baptists, and any of those others, lower sects to them, or Islam. If it's all stuff, it's over. And it wouldn't matter if it's white Muslims or black, like they'll be doing something about them.
Yeah, and they didn't say what the cases were for those people who were arrested. I wonder why they didn't mention what the charges were. And we watched a couple of stories, and they just said that the people were arrested. So I wonder what those charges were. Something real light, I'm willing to bet.
Well, it's public disturbance, or some public annoyance, or something that they'll be able to walk out of they don't even have to get really fully booked. They might even really got a ticket and gone on home. But
all right, let's go into this.
Most prestigious universities in the world. This may come as a shocker to some folks out there, but Black women do not just get handed anything without qualifications, especially president of one of the most prestigious universities in the world. If anything, we have to go above and beyond to prove our worth. As women, especially women of color, especially Black women, we have to be unicorns to break glass ceilings, just to earn half as much as our white male counterparts. What happened to Claudine Gay is chilling. It is part of a larger war on diversity, on history, on Black people in this country, people of color. And if one of the most prestigious universities in the world caved to pressure from the conservative activist mob, who will stand up to them then? If our institutions will not stand firm in the face of lies and targeting and vitriol, then who will? Claudine Gay was in the top job at one of the most prestigious universities in the world. This may come as a shock.
So yeah, it says Harvard University's first Black president was squeezed out of power by an attack on her character and qualifications. Simone Sanders poses the question, if America's most prestigious university will cave to a bad faith right-wing mob, is there anybody left who will stand up to one?
As much as I disagree with her, I got to roll with her on this one, because I mean, you know, she's kind of she's gotten to be like so annoying politically that I usually choose not to listen to what she has to say. But in this case, I think that, you know, because of, you know, the what this lady stands for, and I think is pretty much just you know, like real things and how to handle, because there's a certain type of rules for when it comes to these very same Jewish people that we're talking about. And if you know, if you have a varying opinion on how to handle, you know, a situation that's dealing with, because I mean, how can you, like, if it's two people that that's fighting over there in you know, Israel and Palestine, so there's no debate on, you know, you can say as much as you want about the Palestinians, but you can't say anything about the Israel I guess I'm gonna say Israelites, but I have a hard time even saying that. But it's just like there's no fairness to it. And if you don't have this religious ideology that these people, you know, can do no harm, and to even suggest that they might, or that they, you know, like, you know, they're other than human, you know, almost like they're gods on the planet. And, you know, if you really listen to what their beliefs are, they do believe that they are above the law and above any other people, and that everybody else is their goyim, like you're you know, you're expendable for their growth, for their, you know, succession. So it's for anybody to continue, like, you have to wonder anybody who fully supports them, and for them to, you know, follow behind with that same, you know, have even a similar belief. You gotta realize that they're part of the criminal organization too.
Let me read some comments. It says, wait, didn't she get busted for plagiarism at a job in academia? What am I missing here? They came back and said that it wasn't, they didn't found it. They did say that, but they came back and cleared her for that.
Yeah, but no, but my whole thing is, okay, because I'm just gonna play the what if game. This is something that happened 20 years ago. Y'all going somewhere 20 years ago to dig up something against her, because if she agreed to speak the same, you know, like, and that's what's wrong with a lot of our politics right now. If you agree to follow the bullshit along with everybody else, you're okay. And, you know, you can be uplifted, you can get the job, you can, you know, like, you're one of us. But if you don't, on that one thing, at least, and there's probably other things that you have to, you know, totally agree to as well. But if you, that one thing can get you ousted. And because she stood firm that, you know, her humanitarianism meant more to her than that job. And that's why, you know, I would have to stand with her, because she's not just allowing, you know, some gangster religious group to just come through and bully her like that.
Yeah, I don't know what else she was supposed to say. I covered the clips and the comments in another show when they were asking her questions, and I don't know what else she could say. All she said was the truth, and that wasn't good enough for them. And that's really what got her out of there, was the comments that she made. She didn't give a good enough answer for them. And a lot of the comments, people were saying that she's stupid, she's ignorant, she's dumb, and all of this. And I'm like, I don't see. That's where I'm at with the attack on academics. I don't know how some person with a high school diploma can call this lady who has a PhD and the president of a elite university as ignorant. Like, how do you have the nuts and the gall to say something like that?
Well, I'm gonna say it like this because you know, you have to convict a couple of other people who, because she didn't hire herself. So for her to get that position, somebody else must have been super incompetent themselves to allow her in the door. But then, of course, once she's there, and then something comes about, now, she's a problem. So, you know, I think, the politics speaking strong, and it's, when we're talking about, when I'm saying politics, I'm really looking at how uh there's no separation between church and state. They just say it is because it's still a religious group whose power exceeds anybody else's.
And we have to save money too, because this guy, the real reason was the guy that came after her. He's a Jewish guy and really, really rich, and he's a donor to the university, and he went at her really hardcore, and she didn't react properly, and that's what got her out of there. So these people, they have too much power, with their money, and they can decide on who's the president of a university based on what their personal beliefs. And that's a terrible situation for us to be in.
Yeah, because I mean, education, I mean, it's supposed to be just that. And, getting guidance from some of the smarter people in the world, or in at least here in our country, should be rewarded. And then to make it a political battle, like, I mean,
It should be
like
that should be
it's things,
outside of academics.
it's,
Y'all can
yeah,
argue your politics over there. Over here, we're talking about like facts and information and learning and teaching
yeah,
and stuff.
I understand it being about money, because I mean, what people pay for their education at these Ivy League schools or whatever, is it means something. Like, I mean, to them, to those people. So if the money has to come in, but the politics shouldn't be, you know, a part of it, because the main thing is that there's people from all different walks of life, and if you're gonna make, uplift one group over another, then some of these people are paying to get used as pawns, just like right now. I mean, they're shoot. I don't. How many people are they trying to make choose over this lady, whether it be faculty or students or anything, because of this whole bullcrap that's been going on with the stand with Israel thing. I mean, that's really what
And how
it's.
many people getting steamrolled as a result? And we have to mention race related to this. It's definitely a racial
No, well,
aspect.
that part I disagree with. That part I disagree with. It's the politics strongly. I don't think it's because of her race. I think it's because she didn't fold to the, you know, being, what I'm saying, like standing with Israel was the problem. If she was black and stood with Israel, she would be fine.
Yeah, I agree that she would still be fine if she stood with Israel, even being with her skin tone.
So
But
it doesn't
the
have.
attacks, no, but the attacks on her have racial.
No. See, but look, she's only a nigger now because she didn't roll with her bosses, with her ruling class. She would have been maybe she would have been a good nigger if she would have, but at the same time, she wouldn't be going through this part if it wasn't for that main reason. And I don't know if you notice, I notice whole lot more, you know, that side of the aisle is way more vicious than the one that I've tried to get a little more comfortable with, because I mean they foul too, but
I just think that it wouldn't be so easy for them to condemn her and belittle her, and say she's stupid and all of this,
no, I mean
if they
that's
didn't have
individual.
some racial bias in them.
Well, I think that's more of the individual who's have that you're hearing that from the people who's making these decisions. It doesn't have anything to do with the race. It's about how if you're gonna roll with them or not. Are you gonna set everybody else to the side and roll with us when it comes down to their core religion, which is obviously Israel, or the leftist agenda to the because that's mostly what it's boiling down to. They don't like they utilize the black people all the time. They don't care about that. They care about which way are you gonna how are you gonna who you gonna pick, us or them? Are you gonna go with the people? Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
mean that's
I would go with the religious. I mean the political side a lot stronger than I would the religious side related to this topic, because a lot of those people like the Zionists or whatever, they're secular or whatever. They're not even very religious people.
well, but see, I know that a majority, a lot of them are atheists, but
Yeah,
but they're using Judaism as an identity. So that's the only reason why we're linking them to a religious group, is because that's where their entire identity comes from. Like you can even like you can be charge them with a anti-Semitism if you call them white and they look white. If we're talking about from an ethnic, standpoint, it don't have to be legal or political, you know. But we call ourselves black because of a ethnic thing. It doesn't, not necessarily black because of on the legal terms, but like I said, overall they can make it, because they can make it about black, they can make it about a woman, they can make it about anything they want to further the story and to try to grab whatever sympathy they can, because that's what they're doing when they use those talking points, is to try to get black men and women, and of course women, because of it's those different sectors that they try to where they can grab on, because they can get some white women to grab on, because they're pushing for the cause for women altogether. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
yeah.
what that's used for. It's not because of actual fact. The actual fact is that she got ousted because she ain't willing to stand with that Israel crap the same way they want her to.
Yeah. And see, that's really weird, being that it's coming from the conservatives or the Republicans or whatever. And those are the same ones who are saying, sending money to Israel, da 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 da, America first, da 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 da, on one hand. But then on the other hand, they're like,
Well, and that's what one of the things that kind of disappointed me, because I mean it wasn't necessarily a wake up call, because I mean I know, like, when you're dealing with politics, you got some shadiness along with it, but especially when they was talking about the censorship, like that part right there was like crazy. Like, y'all fight for censorship hand like tooth and nail any other time, but then you can make people shut up if they're not saying the right thing about Israel. What?
yeah, yeah. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, typical victim mentality. She refused to condemn violent rhetoric against Jewish students. She deserved to be fired. Another one, it says, she was found to be a plagiarist and would not condemn anti-Semitism. What in the loony liberal left world are you talking about?
Well, I'm willing to go with anti-Semitism, but I'm not identifying any just one specific group as anti-Semitic, I mean, or to be Semitic, because, like, you know what? I learned how to read a long time ago, and I'm not shy when it comes to a dictionary, and I've actually a few different times on different occasions looked it up for myself and other people what Semitic is and what it means, and most of the people that call themselves Semitic just doesn't match.
Yeah.
It just doesn't match.
Couple more comments. It says, "Don't plagiarize." Pretty simple. Another one that says, "Agreed that she was knocked out of power, but what about the plagiarism issue?" It's funny that all the comments I've read so far are like going against this, and this is on MSNBC. This is an MSNBC post.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt
Go ahead.
you, but no, it's that's an easy way to dismiss the real conversation. Like why talk about you know what I'm saying? If we can make the majority of the sheeple believe that it was because she plagiarized a book or a letter or something that, I mean, shit, you got presidents and all this kind of stuff that's plagiarized from other presidents and other politicians from years ago, but nobody has a problem with that, and they run the country. Like, I mean, Trump, Obama, Biden. I mean, shoot, they got political people that's running for president now that's using the same talking points that was used before, but nobody's a plagiarist when it comes to that. But because most of them, all of them, stand with Israel. They're not gonna bring up no bullshit about them. But now, because you're not standing with Israel, right, wrong, or indifferent, you gotta go.
I agree with you on the it's because they're not standing with Israel. But I have to say that in that world of academia, plagiarism is a big deal,
But
if it's actually real. The problem is it wasn't, and it was bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couple more comments. It says Claudine did nothing wrong. It was a witch hunt. And this is a good definition of witch hunt too, because it's a woman, and it was all bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Anti-Semitism and plagiarism, is not a witch hunt. Another one, it says, "Isn't she a plagiarist?" They're all singing the same song in unison. It's like a choir.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, man, the reason why a lot of people think it's inevitable that is a civil war is because there's a great deal of our country who has drank the Kool-Aid that never studied enough to have evidence of their own, and they're willing to die on the sword behind something that they only believe. And there's people who know, and it's like, okay, I got to stand up against myself because there's a bunch of ignorance running around this country in particular. I'm pretty sure a lot of places around the world, but either way, there's a lot of people who really don't think for themselves. They don't, they don't read and get the real information for them to be able to make good decisions with. And is it all their fault? No, but they design it to work that way. They know that most people, they're going to believe what's told on the news because, why would they lie? So that they can get you to fight against your neighbor with their lies. That's why.
Let's do a little bit more on this topic, and then we're gonna move on. Let me play this.
Yeah, I'm getting close. I'm gonna mute a little bit because I'm going through a noisy parking lot right now. But I'm listening for a little bit longer. But I'm getting ready to get set up with my shower, and I'll be able to tell you about how long I got left.
All right, cool.
The wife of a U.S. financier who falsely accused former Harvard President Claudine Gay of being a plagiarist and demanded her exit is now herself facing allegations of plagiarism. Harvard cleared its first.
So the wife of the guy who falsely accused her of plagiarism, because again, it's been shown that it didn't work out, that she was actually plagiarism. But his wife is getting caught up with actually using plagiarism. Like, she used Wikipedia and shit. Like,
first Black president, Claudine Gay, of the accusations of plagiarism hurled at her mainly by Republicans. However, she had to resign as Harvard president for her inadequate responses at congressional hearing about anti-Semitism on the campus. These were in the aftermath of Israel going to war against the Hamas militants. Now, Neri Oxman is a former professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. A report by Business Insider highlighted several instances of plagiarism in one of her dissertations published in 2010. The report says that Oxman lifted passages from the works of other scholars, and proper attribution to these scholars is missing. The report also accused her of lifting a few paragraphs from Wikipedia entries. Oxman's husband, Ackman, has criticized the report. He has vowed to lead plagiarism reviews against all MIT faculty, the board, and its president, Ackman's wife. Neri Oxman has formally apologized for what she had done. Now, Claudine Gay was the first Black president in Harvard's 388-year-old history. Earlier, Gay had faced criticism over her answers, or the lack of them, at a congressional hearing. Gay was summoned to present Harvard University's position on anti-Semitism on the campus. Plagiarism allegations against Gay have been proven wrong by a Harvard investigation committee. However, the committee did acknowledge a citation error in her 1997 doctoral dissertation.
So the whole thing of them hollering about the plagiarism, they don't follow up and they don't care, because then it first came out that she was plagiarism. And so then people are just repeating that shit, but it's not true. Unfounded. No real evidence of it. They did an investigation and came to find out that no, she didn't.
Several instances of plagiarism in one of her.
Hold on. There's another one. Where is it? Which one did I play?
Moving on now, the wife of a U.S. financier who accused former Harvard president Claudine Gay of being a plagiarist and advocated for her exit is now herself facing allegations of plagiarism.
Well, the accusations of plagiarism by Bill Ackman ultimately led to Claudine Gay's resignation as Harvard president. Ackman's wife, Neri Oxman, has formally apologized for the act. She has vowed to revisit the primary sources. A report by Business Insider.
Yeah, so that's basically the same. Yeah, so anyway, so she freaking the dude, the husband, the one who caused all of this, he changed his tune after they came out with the plagiarism on his wife and was acting like plagiarism's not a big deal or whatever. You know, it just shows that the whole reason why he was doing it was attacking old girl, and they were looking for something to. It's like when you're at work and they don't like you and they want to get you out of there, and then they start digging and start looking for something to fire you about.
Mm-hmm. But then, I mean, but the thing is that, I mean, with
I agree with that.
the BS comes out, you know, like, and I think that stuff like this happens so that people can actually see it. But then, you know, but if you're locked into that hypnotism, you know, you're gonna find a way to excuse them. You know, the same vitriol that they had for that other lady, y'all supposed to have the same for this one.
Mm-hmm.
But then, you know, a bunch of them, and like I said, a lot of times it's white, black, like it doesn't matter if you have the belief system that they have, and you know, you're okay. But if you don't, no, we got to get rid of you, and it could be the exact same crime. And I mean, really, she didn't even the other woman didn't actually do it, but they're not gonna give her a break.
Yeah.
Nope.
I just feel like the attack on academics is is really, really sad, and it's taking on full steam. And like the lady was saying, who's safe? You know, if they can go after the president of an elite university and oust her, then they can attack anybody and get anybody up out of their job.
All right, well, Chaka, you know I love you, bro, but I got some pushback, bro. Why do you feel that it's attack against academia?
Because this lady is a president of the freaking Harvard University,
and you feel like that's the that really makes that the main point. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro,
it's not a main point; it's a side point. Go ahead, dude. What's up? Glad to have you.
Yeah, man, I'm glad to be on, bro. Shit, man, y'all caught me.
Man?
I just made it back in town. But hey, I think what's an attack on academia as it pertains how they're now requiring Harvard to put in their, I guess, their legislation, the college. I don't know what that shit is with universities
their policies and
their policies and all of this about this that they won't be teaching or allowing any type of anti-Semitic type of rhetoric or things on campus or within the school. I think, you know, and if they do allow for it, they can lose millions in funding. Like, that's, to me, that's attack on academics and things of that nature.
Well, listen,
what really happened
I agree with you.
Why she got to get fired is because they were losing money, and a lot of that one guy, he donates a lot of money himself. It was like $100 million or whatever, and then a lot of other Jewish people were saying we're not going to give to Harvard anymore. So that's the reason why she had to go.
That's a big part of why, you know, that became a problem for them, and another reason why it was added to why she was you know, because I mean, she's obviously smart enough to handle the job, or, you know, because if she got in there and then now, you know, it's because she, you know, her views is why she got to go. It wasn't because, you know, she was black, or because she was a woman, or because she was you know, like they just got a problem with academia. No, it was because of that political stance. And, you know, I guess, like I said, a lot of people who do donate money, like, they will withdraw as long as she's there. All right, I get that. But these are going to be some of the same people, which, you know, me personally, I don't necessarily care about the whole you know, what was that they passed where it's like they can't you know, based on your race, your religion, your sex, like what was that bill that they passed, or what did they turn over a couple of months ago?
Affirmative action.
Affirmative action. Yeah, I never can remember that, but yeah, that's kind of the same thing that they're trying to do, like the same thing that they had with affirmative action, but for them to throw into the laws that, okay, there's a huh? Oh, okay. Well, I'm not on that part, but that's fine. I appreciate it. Yeah, my bad, y'all. But yeah, it's kind of the same thing, but like, so they want to use it how they want to use it. You know, it's supposed to be about merit. It's supposed to be about, you know, your personal strengths that gives you these jobs, but they can turn you away from a job because you don't have a certain belief. That's like a religion, you know what I'm saying? And if you're making it a new religion to how you support Israel, or these made up people that we consider Semitic people, and say, oh, if you're anti-Semitic, you can't make money here. Like, you know, where is it going to end?
I don't want to spend too much more time on this topic, but I got a couple clips that I just really want to play. Let me play some of this.
You guys are going to be so excited to know that I have back on the plagiarized Wikipedia with billionaire and one of the leading voices calling for her to step down. He is a Harvard mega donor who has donated, I believe, tens of thousands to the university and has, up until this moment, been in a position to exert some degree of influence over the college. This is perhaps the first time that his own politics has come in such stark diametric opposition to the headwinds of the political moment, with so many students and some faculty calling for a ceasefire, obviously, in Gaza. And I probably don't have to unpack for all of those who have been following this. Most of the listeners of this podcast probably know what's been going on. But Ackerman, along with Christopher Rufo, were, of course, successful in getting Gay ousted shortly into the new year. Now, this is not over, because Ackerman is now facing charges that his own wife, Neri Oxman, who was previously a tenured faculty member at MIT, is under fire for the exact same types of plagiarism that Claudine Gay was accused of. In fact, arguably even worse plagiarism than what Claudine Gay was accused of, because she also plagiarized Wikipedia, which, according to MIT's handbook, is not, even if she had cited Wikipedia accurately, it is not a legitimate academic source for citation in the first place. She also plagiarized more legitimate sources as well. And Ackerman has been in a full-blown meltdown for the past 3 or 4 days or so, offering every excuse in the book as to why his own wife's plagiarism, it does not reflect poorly on her intelligence or her legitimacy to be a professor or a well-regarded public figure, even though the exact same charges that are now being levied against her were once levied against Claudine Gay. So I want to open up the floor and let you get in here and talk about what you make of this, Norm. But I also wanted to give you an opportunity to backtrack just a little bit from this and give us a sense of the history of what our standards are about academic freedom and how we came to establish some of the norms that are in the background.
Yeah, so academic freedom is supposed to be, the universities are separate from the politics and separate from the church, and like protected within their own thing. So then they can choose who is professors and who can be their president or whatever, without having influence from politics or religion to tell them who can, teach and so forth and so on, so and that's an issue with this, because now you've got an outside influence that basically ousted the president of an elite university. And so then that's an attack on academic freedom. Which is a problem. Let me see. I got a couple more clips I want to play related to this, and we're going to move on.
They probably have adopted these kinds of standards, but I personally find them unacceptable, and I find them unacceptable.
Oh, no, I'm not. I hope you didn't take what that was not an endorsement of her doing it. I'm saying quite the opposite.
Yeah, we're on the same page. Yeah, there's no problem there. I would say, however, in reply to Ackerman and his sudden revelation that every professor is guilty of, at some degree, guilty of plagiarism, there's another issue which you've repeated on several occasions.
For a little
and
while,
I listened today to Dr. Cornel West debating Sean Hannity on the Claudine Gay case. And he made the comment, which was absolutely accurate. He said that Lawrence Tribe was guilty of plagiarism in a way far exceeding Claudine Gay. How come that never affected his reputation?
Mm-hmm.
Why did that come to pass?
I know Sister Gay. She doesn't have an anti-Semitic bone in her body. She didn't speak strong enough. I had a critique of that in the Boston Globe. It was a weak response at the Congressional Committee. But that does not mean that she's anti-Semitic. It doesn't mean she ought to resign. You know and I know there's been attempts to impose tremendous pressures on universities with big money donors dictating various conditions under which they will give. And there's been attempts to reshape universities. Now, you and I know there's orthodoxies in the universities that I'm against all orthodoxies. There's no doubt about that. But the very notion that you think it was about plagiarism, that's window dressing. Lawrence Tribe plagiarized from Peter J. Abrams much more than she did, and he remained a prize professor at Harvard Law. Doris Kearns plagiarized. There's a whole host of folk who plagiarize and don't get this kind of vicious treatment. When she says in her notes, she's called the N-word a zillion times, racial animus, death threats, people coming at her with white supremacists attacking bombardment. That's what she said. You're going to say it had nothing to do with race? It had nothing to do with race, brother?
So again, like I said, I think there's a racial component. But you know, the thing about that I really have a problem with is the attack on academic, where they're like, these are liberal institutions where they're teaching Marxism and they're teaching, like, I don't know, they're teaching LGBTQ views and, like, you know, all of this stuff, like critical race theory. You know, they're saying the universities are trash. Like, you go there to get indoctrinated, and you know that bad to go to school because you're gonna come out a liberal LGBTQ Marxist.
But a lot of that is true, though. A lot of it is true. Now, I mean, you know, does that fit everybody? No, because I mean, there's some people who are at home and you know, parents are involved with, you know, helping shape, you know, how to think instead of, you know, just what to think. But the majority of people there are hypnotized. They, you know, like, they get upset with you and willing to hurt you if you think any way different than what, you know, they've been trained to think. So, I mean, you know, if you want to say that, you know, we know that the education system in this country has been shaped in a way that has steered people totally down the wrong roads, and we can't pretend that, you know, this is not another sign of the same thing. You know, this is, but just to say that it's against academia, I can't just roll with that on just on the basis. But when we're talking about somebody being able to, you know, because I think it's somewhat a separate conversation when we're discussing this, because the whole idea that this, you know, it's all, you know, they're mad at her because, or you know, have an issue because she's an academic. No, it's more political than that. But when it like, as far as how should I say, because I somewhat had a brain fart, but overall, I think that some of those things that what you just mentioned is true, but everybody is not going to fall into that. But race is playing a part, because that's, you know, a lot of the liberals are racist, and the people who are following and following this indoctrinations, that's some of their core feelings. So, you know, is it widely taught? No, a lot of that stuff is still taught at home, but that's a part of their who they are. And you know, being able to feel that way about different people if they don't believe or think the same way that you do. I mean, that's a part of the indoctrination. So, I mean, it's kind of, it's a tough conversation to have, because if you know, you don't want to indict everybody that goes to college, but there's a bunch of people who fall right into those categories that we're talking about.
Yeah, but the schools aren't teaching people to be racist. They're not teaching people to be Marxist either, you know. They're not teaching people to be LGBTQ either. Like, that stuff is not happening.
Well, no, I would say not, especially on the college level. Not that they might be trying to influence people to do that at a younger age, because by the time you get to college, I mean, you're mostly who you're gonna be. You know, you're just kind of trying to enhance who you're gonna be based, you know, from what you're gonna learn in college, your academic. You know, the time you're gonna spend in academics, but a lot of that stuff is already embedded in them from the parents that sent them to that school. that have the same beliefs that that their kids are kind of following in, and or shall I say reinforcing uh, their kids into what they've already been learning from home. And guess what? The parent, a lot of times with Harvard, the parents went there too. So like it's almost like inheriting the same kind of beliefs and ideologies in these schools. It's steering us away from a lot of the nature that we learned when we were growing up. It's a lot different than what I'm saying. And I know you're in school and you somewhat take offense to it, but I mean you can't put yourself into that. You know what I'm saying? Just because you're an academic, don't relate with all of them just because you're academia too.
Yeah, and something you just said made me think, because you were talking about his parents, and he's a legacy student, and his parent was a legacy student, and he has kids that went to Harvard, and they're legacy students too. And that's the other thing about this, because when they talk about affirmative action, and they're like, these kids don't deserve to be there, they just got picked, and they don't have the
well, I guess it depends on what you believe is what deserve is, because some people deserve to have natural growth and friends and things that you earned, the ability to earn. A lot of these kids, like they end up having that attitude of they deserve something, or like they're owed something because of what they get taught, and they usually get exactly what they deserve, and that's failed relationships and having to pay for friendship, or these different things that people who go through the real struggles actually earn and learn how to keep. So it's, to me, it's a double-edged sword. It looks one way on the other side, because I mean I'm not impressed by anybody that goes to Harvard. I mean, I'm just not. Now if you just so happen to went to Harvard and I'm impressed by you, it's probably because of your humanity, who you are as a person. It's not because you went to Harvard. And that's what's really wrong with a lot of people that go to Harvard. It's because they're not learning to be good humans. They're learning how to manipulate people and the world around them, which may not always be a bad thing. What I'm saying, manipulation isn't always a 100% bad thing, but in most cases it is. So, but uh-oh, did we lose our host?
Yeah, it looked like it.
Okay, well, sorry, listening public. We all thank y'all for being here, and not really sure what kind of technical difficulties that our host is having. If y'all can still hear us, I appreciate y'all staying with us. I'm sure he's gonna get that going back as soon as possible. But I do feel strongly about a lot of these things that we've been talking about, because it's not really looked at, in a with the right focus. I believe, I would say, in the right focus, because nothing's wrong with academia. I just think that when you give people, just because they have money or access over the average person, you know there's no real line to draw on who deserves what, because there's too many people being given things that they don't deserve, and or at least what we equate to not deserve. But we have fallen economy because we don't have the best people taking on the jobs that necessary. We just give them away because you related to this person, or you look like this, or you have sex with these type of people, or what I'm saying, you fall into some category that's favorable to the person that's hiring. You know what I'm saying? So this is screwed up. And if we feel that we can continue this way, that the next generation, we're done. I mean, we might be done now. Like, I mean, because there's a lot of sick thinking people that really feels like, them being able to manipulate the world is fair. That's fair game. Oh, I had the money to pay for it, so okay, that's cool. I mean, just because a woman bought her fake hair doesn't make it real. Yeah, you really pay for it, but I mean, it doesn't change the origin of it. But
I'm back. I had some technical difficulties. My lights flickered and shit. The internet went down. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
The wind, that storm system is rolling in, man. The wind is extremely high out here. I'm on the toll road driving, and the lights are kind of flickering over here. I'm over here at Sam Houston Toll Road and 45, getting ready to get on 45.
Yeah, we got some weather coming in. Really sucks.
Yeah.
I want to play a couple more clips on this. Let me play this.
But they had maids come in the morning, and they would leave at 5 o'clock. And there was we didn't have public transportation. We had a private bus service called the Pioneer Bus, and the maids would leave at 5 p.m. And you know what they nicknamed that bus?
What did they nickname the bus?
The Nigger Express. That's how we grew up. I had a friend, Ellen Schoenfeld, her brother, Richard Schoenfeld. I remember vividly, we're talking about 60 years ago, 55 years ago. I still remember having this conversation with Richard in front of the parents. He said, all niggers should be put in gas chambers. And believe it or not, we're supposed to be having a rational conversation about that. And I was trying to persuade him that that's not a nice thing to say or not an accurate
This
thing.
is a conversation about gas chambers that's being had in the decades immediately following the Holocaust.
Exactly. So when you ask me, and I know I'm going to get a lot of nasty pushback of what I'm saying, but sorry, folks, I have a good memory. I have a very good memory. So when you ask me, is there an element of racism? I have to say, when you combine the first element, Jews are better, with the second element, namely this kind of loathing contempt for Black people, I would have to say yes, of course. Of course.
I mean, I'm seeing so many tweets and the like, where people act.
So this guy, he's a really cool guy. He's an academic, really smart guy, Norm Finkelstein. And he's been one of the main voices against Israel's deal with Palestine. And he's been on it way before October 7th. And he wrote books about this stuff. And but right here, he's talking about the whole conversation that they're having is about the president of Harvard getting ousted. And he did like a whole history of his history related to academics and Jewish folks and their, the way that they feel of being superior and also the way that they feel about Black people. And given that guy, the one who attacked Gay and basically got him out of there, he's a Jewish person. And so he's saying that, ultimately, there is a racial component to the fact that they got her.
How about yourself?
So that's the point of that clip.
Do I drive a truck?
And his comments about the Nigger Express is, just showing the sentiments that these people had, these Jewish folks had, that he was around at the time, and these were academic folks. So yeah. So that's the reason why I played that clip.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but, and that's, I don't want to say something that's gonna get you in trouble, but I guess that's why I don't feel sorry for the Jews when they start talking about this whole anti-Semitic and, you know, people persecuting them and this and that. And it's like, you know, they try to act all innocent, like they don't look down upon, you know, other nationalities, other races, other, you know, religions. And it's not just blacks that they look down upon, you know, they look down upon the the American white people, Europeans, you know, everybody. It's like these people feel as though that they're superior to everything and everybody, and they're above everything and everybody. And it's like, no,
no,
you know.
Well, let me add this, because I mean I know what you're saying is somewhat true, but I mean in all actuality, they do know the truth, and they play on the fact that we don't, and we won't, you know, study enough to see that they're the actual anti-Semites. A lot of them doing this whole you know, like, that's the whole thing. Like, they've over time been using the same argument, knowing that we've forgotten, you know, who we are. Not to say, like, just the whole fact of, all right, the definition, they don't even match the definition of what a Semite is, but they can be, their hatred toward us is not because they don't, you know, think that we're special people. It's because they know we're special people. You know, it's actually the opposite of everything that they try to make us believe. But you know, they show a lot of the Jewish, the Catholics, a lot of them go to these other countries and they're praising the Black Madonna. You know, like, they know that it was another group of people that was in the position that they claim to be a part of. So I don't think that it's that they don't know. It's just that they've been able to get away with what they've been doing for so long, to where nobody's going to contest it, and they've gained enough power to be able to withstand through a bunch of the bullshit that they do. So
let's move on.
It's not really their fault. It's more so ours, because we allow them to do it.
Let's move on. Check this out. It says military actions is likely to come soon against Yemen Houthi rebels, says Sky Sam Coates. And what I was saying, man, if you're a reservist or you're an active duty military person, get your boots ready, because it's a expanding regional conflict that's happening over there in the Middle East, and then it won't be long before the U.S. is completely directly involved.
Including the president of Egypt, about the need for Britain to defend its interests in the Gulf. All of that points to military action. And if they're making that clear, that military action is likely to come soon, because you wouldn't want to give the Houthi rebels too much advance notice of what's about to happen. Expectation possibly tonight, next few hours, that there will be some kind of military intervention. But why has he done that? Why has Rishi Sunak consulted quite widely this evening, even if he hasn't talked publicly? That's, Gillian, because this is a big moment for him. It's his first authorization of new military action, and there are risks. There are risks about where that he targets. There are risks about whether or not he might end up dragging in Iran, which backs the Houthis, into a wider conflict. And there is the risk that this military action...
Sam, to you first of all, how close are we to military action tonight?
Well, Gillian, there has been no formal announcement or briefings from anyone in the building behind me about what's about to happen. But to be honest, Downing Street, the government machine, couldn't have been clearer that something is up. That emergency cabinet at 7:45, the briefings to senior Labour Party figures, summoning in the Speaker. Those are the sorts of things that you do on the brink of military action. And we know from the Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, he was telling us to watch this space just yesterday, and Rishi Sunak talking to local leaders about, including the president of Egypt, about the need.
So it says no formal announcements or briefings have been made by the government yet. The Skycam Coast says military action is likely to come soon against Yemen's Houthi rebels. Rishi Sunak is holding a full cabinet call this evening, which is thought to be about UK and US military strikes against Yemen Houthi rebels following attack in the Red Sea. A couple comments. It says, can't believe that government can go and kill in Yemen, a poor country that is defending the killing of Palestinian children, but it would not stop in genocide happening in Gaza. What a shame. What a dark history for Great Britain. And, you know, the Houthis don't have like a real army, and they don't really have like a real command structure. So it's like, what would be the targets? You know, I can't see them being successful in this because they don't have a, you know, it's like trying to fight a guerrilla war with missiles. Like, that's not going to work. Like, these guys are spread out, you know, they're small and they can move quickly. So, you know, I mean, I guess it would be like what they're doing to Palestine right now and just bomb everything, because they're not going to be able to really go at these folks. You know, it's going to be a quagmire and they'll be stuck in this for years.
Where now you're talking about on the continent of Africa, right?
Yes.
And there's just wars going after people who ain't did nothing wrong to nobody.
Well, the Houthis have been attacking the ships in the Red Sea, you know.
But why?
Because of the war in Palestine. That's their thing. They're like, if they do a ceasefire, then we'll stop attacking these ships.
Well, okay, but that's what I'm saying. I think their movement is more justified on, you know, what they're doing based on the counter, the other side. So my thing is that, because I mean, my theory on this whole idea is that, you know, this is an ultimate plan. Like, a lot of these things are, you know, started up in no kind of you know, they don't want to make any kind of deals because they have an agenda that they're trying to complete, you know, one way or another. If I can do it easy and make you, you know, take something that's gonna, you know, you can do it to yourself, or, you know, if you're gonna be stubborn and not do it to yourself, then I'm gonna do it to you one way or another. It's dropping the numbers over time. So I mean, you know, like I said, I've been wrong before, but, you know, this is one of those things I believe strongly that this is just another part of trying to, you know, the reduction plan that we all have heard about over time.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's some truth in that. Let me read some comments. It says, why aren't they using it against Israel? They're doing a lot worse. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Another one, it says, they Yemenis didn't even kill one person, and here the Western world are going to kill because they have the power. Yeah, I don't think anyone has died as a result of the Houthis' attacks on the ships. But, you know, all they really care about is money. So it's been hurting their money, and they've been having to reroute ships all the way over down through the Horn of Africa to keep from having to go through the Red Sea, and it's costing them all kinds of money. So, you know, Israel has been losing money left and right with the war. So then this thing is adding to that. So, you know, I think, you know, however you feel about the Houthis in Yemen, their way of doing this is working. Like, it's having an impact.
Well, the American people are losing more money than the Israel people. I mean, and I guess based on the way I look at this, because I mean, regardless of, you know, what we use, what kind of exchange we use, medium of exchange we use for, you know, for trade, I mean, one way or the other, I mean, whether it's gold or not, I mean, I just don't look at it as wholeheartedly as you know, them losing, because, you know, of course they can always print some more, but it ends up being the people, because the people who are, you know, the tax dollars that we put up to supply their army, their their military, that's going to reflect back on the people because of the debt. But as far as like
More and
the
more,
ability,
more and more
the
debt.
yeah, the ability to for them to exist and do whatever. Like I mean, all they do is print more, and they just that adds to the taxes that they suck out of your ass and their
And
you know
ultimately, the American people lose, and then our image in the world depreciates more.
yeah, while we sit
More
around
people hate us. And if they
but
want to
yeah,
fight against
while we
terrorism, they talk about the border and terrorists coming over or whatever, but they're creating more terrorists with this way of doing things, They
well yeah,
create more people that hate us.
but that's the whole thing. Like I think that's a part of the plan. Like I mean, allow because they had the borders wide open and not caring who it was that came, knowing that there's people coming from all over the world that just think that we don't deserve the freedom that we have, and bombard a bunch of people who's got the mindset to like that may already a war mindset. They might a bunch of them have probably already been through the military from their own country, and all they're doing is setting up over here because they're going to be the ones that's going to, be the revolution, or the ones that's going to start up something, and it's not even Americans against Americans anymore. Um, it's foreigners that's been allowed to come in, without out knowing their full background, and now we're suffering because they they don't care enough about us to give that type of a protection, to at least know who they're letting in. So
Let me read some more comments. It says, not my taxes going to fund this. Another comment says, I didn't think I will see the day when South Africa will beat the US, UK, and whole Europe. Another comment that says, LOL, well, the US and UK need to be sent to The Hague too. I wonder if you'll cover that. Another comment that says, they are scared of waging war against Russia as a nuclear state, but finding easy bombing weak nations. One more comment, it says, Britain need to know that their opinion doesn't count anymore. So it's like the UK are the only ones that supporting the US in this. They were saying they had a bunch of countries, but a lot of them pulled out, and they're not supporting the US on this deal where they're fighting against the Houthis based on the traffic in the Red Sea. So the UK is there, but they don't have anybody else in the whole region over there. They don't have anybody over there in that region that's supporting the US when it comes to this.
Well, no, of course not, because I mean, who else is over there? I mean, even some people that's a part of the what's that NAFTA? No, like Poland and all. Like none of them don't really care about none of this because it doesn't benefit them in any way. But they, they supposed to have an alliance with them to, no matter what's going on, for them to roll with them or not. But a lot of people like they're so like they know, like Russia being over there, like they don't want no problems with Russia. And they like, wait a minute, why y'all trying to, do all this, some of these countries over there that's a part of their alliance, they're trying to do it because they thought it was the right thing to do. And then now, like, they're having to kind of rethink the whole idea because it's like their people is not benefiting from any of it, any of the stuff that they're doing. Because, like I said, it's like, it's Europe, London, like I said, London, whoever's the 4 or 5 states that I mentioned earlier: Washington D.C., London City, Vatican, and was it? Israel, Ukraine. Like those countries are the only ones that's really benefiting from any of this because their mindset is to ruin to bring down the world. Like they want to control the entire world. Like when you have those type of that mindset, like it's diabolical. But you know, it's.
Let me play this.
On that and whether or not the U.S. is.
What you say?
I got to step out for a bit, but I'm gonna try to listen as much as possible, and I'll come back in a little bit later.
All right.
But what I can tell you is that today, the Islamic Republic of Iran Navy unlawfully seized the Marshall Islands flagged oil tanker St. Nicholas while the vessel was transiting the international waterways of the Gulf of Oman. As we understand it, this oil tanker was en route to Turkey when the Islamic Republic of Iran Navy forces boarded and seized control of the vessel. They subsequently forced the tanker to change course toward Iranian territorial waters, and the status of the crew is unknown at this time. Clearly, this activity is contrary to international law. It's another example of Iranian malign activity threatening security and stability in the region, and we call on Iran to release the tanker and the crew immediately. These reports that Iran has seized a tanker with Iraqi crude oil that was apparently the same tanker that the U.S. confiscated last year. Do you have any details to share on that and whether or not the U.S. is going to get involved and trying to persuade Iran to give it back or get it back? Sure. I know our colleagues at NavCent will likely be putting out some more details on this shortly, but what I can tell you is that today, the Islamic Republic of Iran Navy unlawfully seized the Marshall Islands flagged oil tanker St. Nicholas while the vessel was transiting the international waterways of the Gulf of Oman. As we understand it, this oil tanker was en route to Turkey when the Islamic Republic of Iran Navy forces boarded and seized control of the vessel. They subsequently forced the tanker to change course toward Iranian territorial waters, and the status of the crew is unknown at this.
So it says clearly this is contrary to international law. Pentagon Press Secretary Major General Pat Ryder addressed reports of an oil tanker seized by Iran in the Gulf of Oman, saying Iran's Navy unlawfully seized the Marshall Islands flagged oil tanker. The company that manages the ship said its main concern was the 19 crew comprised of 15 Filipinos and 1 Greek national. It's kind of interesting. 15 Filipinos and 1 Greek. How is that the makeup of the crew? Yeah, this is just shows that things are escalating over there dramatically. And if you seize an oil tanker, you already know what they care about is money, and there will definitely be repercussions as a result of this.
Yeah.
Let's read some comments. It says, ooh, it goes against international law, but what Israel is doing to Palestine is not. Maybe they're just borrowing the tanker and will return it when they are done using it. maybe that's what they'll do. Maybe. Another one that says, USA cannot even mention international law like forever. Yeah, it's funny how they get to pick and choose what they decide to be, this is goes against international law. Like, okay, like you really care about that.
They just care about the oil. They don't care about the lives on board or nothing. They just care about the oil, the money.
Yeah. They don't care about breaking international law, like international law, whatever. Like, what is that? Come on. Another comment that says, so international law matters now, but not when Israel is blowing up schools, hospitals, and refugee shelters. Got it. Another comment that says, long live Israel. Another one that says, Iran is a troublemaker all the time. More comments. It says, then do something. Another one that says, U.S. confiscation of Iranian tanker is not against international law, but when Iranians retaliate, it is against the international law. Another one, wow, they call out international laws when countries besides Israel are the perpetrators. Meanwhile, a live genocide happening for months, and they claim it's all within the laws. One more comment. It says, "Who cares what Iran has? Israel just killed 30,000 babies, women, civilians, and journalists with our tax dollars. Say something about that." Yeah, the nerve of them talking about international law is laughable. We know that they don't care about that. The U.S. does whatever they want to do.
Yep.
Let's do this one. It says over 24,000 signatures asking to end tickets for feeding the homeless submitted to Houston City Council. Over 24,000 people have voiced support for ending the Houston law against sharing free meals, according to a petition the Texas Civil Rights Project submitted on Monday to the City Council. The law has become a flashpoint in the city's homeless strategy, which began issuing tickets in March to try to stop volunteers from distributing free food outside the Central Library downtown 4 times a week. The group of volunteers has donated meals there for 20 years, a tradition that former Mayor Sylvester Turner has said brings the homeless to the area and discourages families from using the library. Instead, the city is asking the volunteers, part of an informal group called Food Not Bombs, to start sharing meals in police parking lot near the municipal courthouse, where it provides portable restrooms and hand washing stations and a dumpster. Texas Civil Rights Project attorney Randy Hiroshi said that he hoped that there would be an opening to repeal the ordinance. What do you think about this, Deuce? I covered a clip of the guy getting a ticket from this Meals Not Bombs. Yeah, and this is local. This is in Houston. Go ahead.
I mean, for me, I think I don't understand. Like, I don't understand why they ticket organizations and, and community people that actually go out and try to feed the homeless and, give them blankets and tents and things of that nature. I don't understand why they do it. Actually, when I was a lot younger, my freshman year in high school, I was working with a church ministry that did the same thing. We would go underneath the piers elevated and feed the homeless, on Saturdays and Sundays. And go out there, and feed the homeless. And of course they would do, like a have church underneath the piers elevated and things of that nature. But man, it was always cool. And then one day, we're under there, and next thing you know, they're like, "Hey, y'all can't be under here anymore." And they were wanting to ticket the ministry and fine us and saying that we needed all kind of health code certificates and things of that nature, man. And I just I hate it, man, because I feel like they're trying to take away any type of humanity and togetherness, and it's what they're doing, and it's like, they know that if we band together and stand together, bro, like the shit that we can conquer, you know what I'm saying? But a divided nation, well, we're gonna fall, and I think that it's just another way of them, trying to conquer us, you know what I'm saying? And ultimately have us submit to them, that's just my personal belief. It's like all of this shit with these wars and things of that nature, it's like when you look at that and look at how what we were just covering just now, how the US government is choosing to say that this breaks international laws and how things are different for, are favorable for one group, but it's unlawful for the other group, and it's like, the world that we live in, bro, it's sad, dude. Like the injustices and, this whole idea of democracy, there's no fucking democracy. You know, it's only democracy for those that it's meant for, and for the rest, you know, it's fuck you. You know, like it to me is very sad, bro. You know,
I
and
agree that they de-incentivize any kind of stuff that helps each other, or any community, or us helping each other on our own, or you know, building camaraderie or whatever. And they incentivize this like separate individualism type of stuff, you know. And it's because, you know, we're divide and conquer. We're easily controlled when we're worried about our neighbor and thinking our neighbor is the enemy and all of this, you know. And you know, it's just really sad. It's really sad that, you know, they don't incentivize helping each other. They incentivize screwing over each other.
yeah, you know, and that's the world that we live in, man. I don't know. I sent a couple of videos into the group chat, and there are a couple of podcasts, and I really like listening to this guy and listening to the interviews that he does. He's originally from Africa, but he was raised in the UK, London. But he was interviewing a guy, and the guy, you know, and he was asking the guy, basically, this guy's a real smart guy, brilliant guy, you know, about wars and things of that nature, and how wars are started. And you know, he raised a really good point in his explanation and explaining war. And like he said, a lot of the wars that exist today are basically fictional stories that were told, that were written in books, and you know, and people, and it constantly have us fighting and going against each other over something that's not true, and we're trying to conquer, you know, over something that's not true, that never existed. It was all stories. And it's, you know, it's crazy, you know. And he was just going on about, you know, the dehumanization that they're doing, you know, that they're pretty much incentivizing, you know, for humanity, you know, and we're gonna be lost, you know. And he speaks of how, because of this, you know, we're pretty much getting close to the end of our species, you know, because of these things, man. And it's just,
it's all based on lies.
Yeah, and it's all based on lies, you know. And it's like, you know, I try to instill humanity into my kids, good core values, good values, and you know, and caring for other people, and you know, and not beating down on people or being judgmental and things of that nature. And but those type of things aren't, you don't get any type of reward for that. That's not praise. That's not the cool thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, I don't know. It's just crazy, bro.
Let me read some comments. It says, do not repeal the ordinance. The homeless issue in the city is completely out of control. Of course, they need to be fed, clothed, and sheltered. This is beyond any dispute. It is inappropriate for people to insist that blocking the front of the library with homeless citizens is a civil right. It is a fact that mothers of small children cannot take their children into the library because they are being encountered by people who are refusing to go to shelters in order to get food or shelter. This is the actual issue going on. These people do not want to get food, shelter, clothing at a homeless shelter, and these groups are telling the city that it should empower the mentally ill to prevent us of the public library, prevent use of the public library. Sorry, but no. If these people truly care about the rights of the homeless, they should roll up their shirt sleeves and donate their time and money to the homeless shelters around town, or they can fundraise and build additional homeless shelters around town. I'm on board with all of that, but I am not on board with continuing to tell citizens that they have to put up with it, because if they don't, that means they don't believe in feeding or clothing the hungry. It's untrue, and I'm really sick of it. It was a long comment. You know, I think that a lot of people want to always make excuses to not really help people, you know, the inconvenience of the library, I get it or whatever, but I doubt if that's the real motivation for these people to not want these people to get food or whatever. I doubt that these people are patronizing the library.
Yeah.
The libraries be empty. Let me read some more comments. It says, the taxpayers have spoken. The library, the sidewalk, the land is paid for by our tax dollars. It's disgusting that the city would do all it can to make it more challenging for individuals and entities to help those who need it the most. Yes, that's what they do, I think, you know. And the guy up here, the comment, he was saying, you know, go and donate at the shelters or whatever, you know. I mean, like, that is good too or whatever, but, you know, helping them outside of the shelters is good too, you know. Let me read some more. It says, to all the people against feeding the homeless, be mindful. It can be you and your family needing a meal, and we can't feed you. Exactly. I think it's crazy how many of us, we live check to check on the edge, and any little thing could land us out there with them. You know what I mean? If we don't have any family here in the States, or maybe our family is struggling too, you know, we lose our job, we have a health issue that keeps us from going to work or whatever. And a lot of these people have mental health issues, they have addiction issues, and really they just need help, you know. I don't think these people choose to be homeless, you know. I think we just need to have more of a heart for them.
I mean, I feel like there is some that do make the ultimate decision to be homeless, but yes, there is a lot of homeless out there due to, you know, mental illness, you know, disease, drug addiction, which is disease pretty much. You know,
or just falling on hard times. You got a lot of people who live in their cars and stuff, or they're couch surfers or whatever, you know. Maybe they live out of their storage unit, like random stuff like that. And these people, a lot of them have jobs. They just can't, they don't have enough to get them a place. People who live in hotels and you know, rooms, they really just don't have anywhere to go or whatever. They can't get on their feet. It's so hard to get up once you fall that far down, you know. It's really tough.
Let me ask y'all something, because you know, I'm listening, and you know, I guess it kind of infuriates me to some extent, but I mean, have y'all been kind of paying attention to what's the talk that's been going around and the type of money that's being spread to the you know, to the immigration population, and that, you know, some of the reasons why the people there are so angry, and why they are shifting their political, you know, who they stand with because of what they're doing. Like, because they're saying like $9,000 or like $1,500 for every kid a month. And, you know, like $9,000, some of them adding up to like $9,000 a month that these people are getting. And the people who actually fed, you know, their money, their tax dollars into the system gets nothing close to that. Like,
yeah, well, I was covering it on the show. You know, New York mayor, he switched his tune a lot related to that. And so they're shipping people to New Jersey now because New York isn't allowing them to come in anymore. He's suing the bus system and all of that. And yeah, and the part about that really doesn't make any sense to me is he's all like, we have to food, shelter, and house and educate all of these people or whatever. And I'm like, what about the people from New York? I mean, like, it's people that's from New York who needs food, shelter, education, or whatever. But he's spending all this money on the immigrants. And I don't understand the priorities with that. But the other side of that is what I would say, using these people as political pawns is shitty. And when you're saying that you care about the United States and immigration and these people are coming over here illegal, but then you ship them to another state to put the problem on somebody else's hand, you're not fighting against the problem at all. You're not helping the solution. You're not. That's not a solution to send them to another state.
Well, no, well, somewhat. I mean, I guess that depends on, you know, how your perspective of it. But when it boils down to it, and you have a state that says they welcome that and they're a sanctuary city, like, okay, well, you know, we can afford bus tickets for them, but we can't afford to do all this other things that you say that you're willing to do. So here you go. So I mean, you know, that's really kind of a thing that they set themselves up on for them to say, okay, because it's not just one.
But if you're caring about the immigration, and you're saying if you're saying it's an open border, if you're saying that a lot of these people are terrorists or whatever, and then you're just sending them to another state, like that shows me that you don't really care about the, you know, the people coming in or whatever, the border being open.
No, you do.
You just want to put you want to kick the can down the road and use these people as political pawns.
Well, I respect your sight on that, but at the same time, I think that you're wrong on that, because, you know, a lot of them are trying to protect the people of their own state, and you know, it's not really kicking it down the road because the federal government has taken it out of your hands to be able to deport them or send them back, which would be the ideal place for most states to have the ability to do. But because they changed all of the rules that they can't, you know, they gotta, you know, they can stop them, but they gotta release them into the country. They can't deport them. So when you do that and you're overloaded as one of the border states that's getting the bulk of these people, like, you gotta shift them around to different places, or the entire burden is on you.
Well, but you're not putting any effort, time, or money into actual solutions. You're not looking at the base of the problem and trying to fix that. If you want to make an improvement, then you make the process of asylum more.
You break the law. So so are you agreeing that the state should go against the president of the United States law that they made to allow, you know, to
the federal government,
what they're allowed to do state to state? The federal government broke
the Constitution. Is written in the Constitution that it's the federal government who deals with immigration issues, and gives people asylum and so forth.
And when the state can't make those decisions for themselves, and they find a solution that can, you know, that doesn't overwhelm their own state, then you see what's going on now. Because guess what? You know what Texas used to do? You know what Arizona used to do? You know what California used to do? They would just deport back, you know, the certain amount of people that, you know, that's over, you know, when it's too much to handle. But since the laws changed to where they can't deport those people, they have to allow, you know, all of these people in, then the only other solution is so that Texas doesn't have 15 million new people, they spread them out to the other states. Like, it's the only logical. It's the only logical thing to do.
There is other solutions. You can streamline the process related to
you're forgetting the laws. And you forget that
you can also accept the money that the federal government is trying to send to Texas. Because Abbott said, I'm not taking none of that money. It's like a huge amount of money, too, that the federal government is sending to Texas for them to deal with this situation. And they're like, no, we're not taking that money. We want Biden to come down here and see what we're dealing with.
No, let me ask you this, because, I mean, we obviously agree strongly against each other on this. But because, I mean, my thing is that there's cities and states that say they welcome these people with open arms, and they're willing to take on these tax dollars that the federal government is allowing. Why would you want to have the immigrants in a place that they're unwanted, and they may receive certain, you know, like they might get under-eyed, you know, looked at under-eyed because they're in their city, because they're not wanted in the.
It doesn't make sense to you send them to another state. They're still in the United States. And we're
Yes,
talking
they
about
are. But
immigrants taking jobs or whatever it is, using tax dollars or whatever it is. You're sending them to another state. They still in the United
honestly, we
States.
probably, I mean, because I mean, I don't follow that that ideology that they're stealing jobs, because I mean, you know, most Americans, are, you know, especially somebody who's coming,
I don't either.
I
I'm
don't.
just saying that's
Oh,
what they say.
but listen, because see, my whole thing is that, all right, if the people are gonna be in the country, why not send them to a place that is welcoming them, and instead of keeping them in a place that's getting overrun, that can barely handle what is there now? So when they're saying, okay, you know what, we've had our fill, we've accepted all these people, we can't take anymore, why not? You know, and I do
Well,
believe
New
it was
York is
agreed
saying
upon.
they're overrun now. They're saying that they've exceeded
They're overrun now, but that's because the federal government don't really have the money that they said that they was going to send them. So the state is the state is splitting the bill anyway, and then maybe get the money back later on somewhere down the road. But like all of the stuff that the federal government has been promising, they ain't been getting it, because guess what? Guess what the budget is? Guess what they're contemplating every few months is shutdown of the government, because the money's not there. What are you talking about? But you're
okay,
still
the
going
money's
to
not there, but they got
you're
enough
going
money to
but you're going
send
to
to
continue to but
Israel
you're going to
and
continue to
Ukraine, left and
but you
right.
continue. Listen, I say, bro, yes, everybody sees the foolishness, but that's the point. You still won't change the law because you don't want to do what Trump did. You want to act like like you're being, like it's a sin to do what was working because that's what Trump was doing. Like that's the egotistical thing. Instead of doing the right thing for the people or for the country, you're gonna stand by some bullshit. You can send billions of dollars elsewhere instead of spending them here. If you're gonna allow people all across the world, at least look, at least be a good host. You know what I'm saying? Like it's insane to believe that these border states and these cities they've allowed a bunch of people in. Like there's just people coming in left and right, and when it becomes overwhelming to them, they've complained. They've like, hey, this is too much. Well, and then when they start sending them to places that say that they're welcoming them, then now when they see what the other states are going through, and they're like, oh, whoa, what the hell? This is, they finally, it's not because it's they're just trying to punish them. It's like, okay, here, look, please take some of our burden.
Yeah,
Here you go. Like
they're not interested in improving the situation.
Yes,
because
they are.
They're not willing to go at the root causes of what's causing the situation.
They have been trying to go at it, but the president will not change his mind about changing that law. What part of that do you not get?
That particular law that you're talking about doesn't have anything to do with the root causes of the migration.
Yes, it is. Catch and release means that you cannot send them back.
That's all after the fact. What is causing them to come? What is the incentive in their country to destabilize their countries?
No, listen.
What NAFTA and
listen. There's a 25 other countries that a lot of these people go through before they get here, and if they're claiming asylum, why isn't it not getting overran in the 25 other countries that they get to before they get here? Seeking asylum, you just trying to get out of the country that you're in because of some political pressures. So you done crossed over all these other places that you done got freedom from, but you still continue moving over here.
You could streamline the asylum process. You can accept the money that the federal government is sending you.
You can't.
So that
that's
you can
not
process these people.
Fair. No.
Increase border security.
I hear you. People shouldn't.
Border agents.
What about the part, Shaka? Just listen for a minute. What happened to the part of the process that if you're seeking asylum, you get to the first safe place you can? But when you got a president that is open with open arms and not having any real process other than there's children that's dying, that's getting lost because there's no real order that's happening coming through the border. Like all these different things that's the criminal things that's able to happen because they have this open border and anybody can come in. Like shit. Why they not seeking asylum in Mexico? Why, you know what I'm saying? That's a whole nother country that's before you get here. Or in Canada. No, they want to skip all of those other places because of what? We got a foolish president that's doing this. I mean, me personally, I feel like he's doing it on purpose because he cares less. He doesn't give a damn about the people. But, y'all, I say y'all, because at some points I do have to include anybody that believes that what he's doing is the right thing is a part of the problem too.
Let me read some more comments on this one right here, this topic here. It says, homeless people have to learn how to respect the public and clean up after themselves. The area smells like piss and feces. Another comment, it says, wait till the bombs sue you for food contamination. Like, really, that's going to happen. And
you know what? That's coming. And I'm gonna come back. All due respect, I'm gonna be back.
All right. Yeah, and to talk about piss and feces, I agree with that shit. That is a problem. I don't know, but you don't want to let them use the restroom, so you automatically tell them there's no restroom or whatever. So, I mean, the humans, they have to defecate and urinate somewhere. Not to say that it's cool, because that shit is a fucking problem, man. And that's what bothers me the most, is them smells. Let me read another comment. It says, ticket people for handing out food while we send billions in military aid abroad is peak dystopia. Another comment, it says, going to become California 2.0, handing this food out will only encourage encampments and destroy the area. Been there, done that, seen this happen. If it's not stopped, kiss the library and surrounding area goodbye. They don't need free food. They need mental health facilities to figure out the underlying issues and determine if they can be treated or require long-term care or rehabilitation. And I agree with that, but, put your money where your mouth is with that. Are you supporting, your tax dollars going to help homeless people with mental health issues and so forth and so on? Or would you vote against that too if it comes across your deal? Another comment says, that's why most people avoid downtown library. It's not homeless families or poor and hungry women and children. It's just a group of men loitering in the front. Even if they weren't homeless, just a bunch of guys smelling like marijuana standing in front of a place makes people not feel safe and not want to go into that place. It's a very good idea to move the feeding spot to a place where women and families with small children feel safe to come to get assistance. Couple more. It says, yes, the police station parking lot with portable bathrooms already set up. Another one. So where's the petition to keep the law so I can sign it? A couple more. It says, so we can't put portable restrooms. So we can't put portable restrooms and hand washing stations and dumpsters near the library location. Allow individuals who have a library card in and out of the library. Another one, it says, John Whitmire can repeal that stupid decision from Mayor Turner. Turner is no longer the mayor, thank God. Yeah, we'll see. Whitmire seems like he's more concerned with putting more police officers on out there, even though crime has decreased. The stats have come out and show that the violent crime has decreased, but he still wants to increase the police presence. Let me read this. It says, the degree to which a person can grow is directly proportional to the amount of truth they can accept without themselves. Let's read it again. The degree to which a person can grow is directly proportional to the amount of truth they can accept about themselves without running away. I like this a lot. You know, I think that we lie to ourselves a lot, and it's a lot of disinformation and these echo chambers that we get stuck in. And personal accountability is where it's at if you really want to grow. So it's okay to be wrong. It's just if you can admit that you were wrong. It's like when you have a problem, like if you have a dependency, if you're addicted to something or whatever it is, you can never fix that problem if you can't acknowledge that you have a problem. So if you were wrong and you can't never admit that you were wrong, then you're never going to learn about that topic that you were wrong about. You're going to be stuck and you're going to be in arrested development, and the growth stops. You know, the more you know you don't know things, you know, and the more you recognize that you were wrong about something, the more things you realize you're wrong about, you know, and the more you're going to be right. Because if you can be like, I'm wrong, then that means I got to make an adjustment. I got to do something different. Then boom, there goes your growth. But our situation, our society, it's incentivized us being stuck in arrested development, and we just look for distractions to keep us away from realizing where we are wrong. We never want to look in the mirror. We never want to have personal accountability. We just want to keep on going and ignore that we're wrong about things and just keep on going with our individualism and our selfish and our egotistic ways. And society's, you know, our culture just tells you to go ahead and be like that. You know, it doesn't matter. You know, we got a service or product or something to sell you in place of your growth. Comments that says, who said anything about running away? That person might just wanting to grow more in a different environment or location because they're overhearing the same shit. What? Another one that says, to me, this post is not about physically removing yourself from a negative situation, as many comments would indicate. It's about seeing ourselves in the mirror for who we really are and working through the limitations we've unconsciously set in place that prevent us from being the person we were meant to be. Yeah, a lot of times I like to say that I'm my own worst enemy, you know. I'm the one that keeps me down, you know. I'm the problem, you know. And when I realize those things, then I can move forward, you know. Unconsciously, you know, or subconsciously, we're fighting against ourselves, you know, like being afraid of success and sabotaging yourself, you know. I think that's one of the problems I have anyways. Another comment, it says, I find this statement almost on par with what my former husband used to say to me after he fractured my skull. It was my fault that he did what he did. As I was not perfect, I dared to have my own thoughts that were not identical to his. Not said. Well, it's unfortunate that you had that relationship with an abusive person and they were gaslighting you about you being wrong. But this post isn't about getting gaslighted. It's about saying to yourself that you were wrong. You know, it's not external, it's internal. So when you realize that you were wrong about something on your own, not somebody else telling you were wrong, but sometimes, you know, people saying that you were wrong is an indication of something that you need to look at. You know, criticism is a gift, really, you know, if it's true, you know, but somebody abusing you and gaslighting you is not what we're talking about here. So it's sad that brought those thoughts into your mind, and I'm sorry for you, what you went through or whatever, but we're talking about your own self realizing that you were wrong. Another comment says, man, this is the truth. How can you grow if you can't be honest about your flaws? That need correcting to grow. Just my thoughts on it anyway. Yeah, I think we have a real problem. Anytime there's a person that they're never wrong, you know, but like I say, our society condones this stuff. It's like that saying that says never having to say you're sorry. And that's supposed to be a good thing. But that to me, that sounds very toxic. Never having to say you're sorry means that you never did anything wrong, that you never wrong. You know, we're all wrong sometimes. We all make mistakes sometimes. We all do things that are offensive or hurtful to somebody else sometimes. So if you never have to say you're sorry, then that means that you're not admitting that you were wrong, or you're perfect, and there's nobody out here that's perfect.
Yep, I'm perfect though. Oh man, I'm just talking shit, but nah, that's true, bro. But yeah, man, I don't know, bro. I just
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, 2 degrees, even the wisest may not comprehend at times. 2 degrees, even the wisest man may not comprehend at times. I don't really get what that's saying. Another one, it says, got to put in that shadow work, internal fitness, strengthening, and healing. A couple more. It says, this is the most accurate statement ever. Another one, so true. What are the lies we tell ourselves? Another one, this shit needs to be on a shirt ASAP. Another comment, it says, this is why my big brother is 6'2" and still shorter than me. Ooh. Let's move on. What is this one?
So she's asking a question I think is a fair question. I acknowledge it's a fair question. I want to repeat it so everybody can hear it. We're here to oppose the CO2 pipeline. She asked, what about other kinds of pipelines, such as the Keystone Pipeline or otherwise in this country? This requires us to get to truth. What is true? And this is why I said, starts with the fact that the climate change agenda is a hoax. I'm not a liar, I'm speaking the truth. So, I'm gonna make a deal. I'm gonna make a deal with you. We're in the State House, we're in the House of the People here. So I'm gonna make a deal with this woman. What's your name? Olivia. Olivia, I'm gonna give you the microphone for 60 seconds. I'm gonna let you make your point. The deal is you're gonna let me respond to it, respectful to everybody else who's here. Are you gonna agree to this deal? Okay, if you pledge to agree to that deal, I'm going to give you the mic and you get to ask your question for 60 seconds and I'm going to address it.
Dr. Asmani has said multiple times that the climate change agenda is a hoax. But I'm from Cambodia. I have seen it destroy country, the famines, the droughts. He thinks you're all stupid. He's lying to you. Look at each one of his facts.
I hate that clip chopped at that point. Damn, that sucks. You know, what I would say, though, is what he's saying, the climate change agenda is a hoax, I agree with. Climate change is real, but the climate change agenda is a hoax. Like them telling you that electric cars are the answer, and they are not. Absolutely not. Mass transit would go a long way to adjusting our situation and making our situation better than electric cars will. So when they say the climate change agenda is a hoax, is related to all the money grabs that are involved in this thing, where they're saying that they're dealing with climate change, but they're not really, and they're just trying to make money. Now, on the other hand, like I say, climate change is real, and it is something that we have to deal with. And as humans, we got to recognize the impact that we are having on the environment and make some changes in the way that we do things, you know. The earth will be fine. The earth will be fine. It's been through worse. But it's about humans. Are we going to be okay? And what will our standard of living be like? How will we have to live as a result of climate change, you know? And us, and when the other thing is related to like pollution, you know, our trash, us not dealing with our trash, and our the corporations, the way that they produce our goods with so much plastic and stuff that's not biodegradable. And it's unnecessary packaging, like a bag inside of a box inside of a bag inside of a box type of deal. you know, and the pollution of our air, us not being able to breathe, you know what I mean? The microplastics that are in our bloodstream, all of those things are real, you know, and need to be dealt with. And us using paper straws is not the answer. Us using reusable grocery bags is not the answer. Or us using reusable water cups, what everybody is doing now, is not the answer. That is all bullshit. You know, and if you really want to deal with those things, then you put pressure on the corporation so that they create products that are more in balance with the earth, and, you know, biodegradable stuff, all getting rid of all of this unnecessary packaging, you know, stuff like that, emitting these damn pollution into the air, into the ocean, you know. That's the stuff we're talking about. Preserving humanity is what we're talking about when we talk about climate change. We can't do anything about really, you know, the temperature rising, because it's going to continue to happen. But we can clear the air so that we can breathe, and we can limit the amount of impact that humans have on the environment and the weather and climate change and so forth and so on. But they selling us a dream with some of this stuff related to the even the wind turbines, the electric cars, the emissions things on regular folks, as far as on people's vehicles and stuff, because the planes are emitting crazy amounts of shit, and we're flying huge. You know, the flight is you know, that's a big problem with related to emissions. And like I say, if you use the trains, then that would be a lot better. And what else? Just like all of the different stuff that they're saying, like talking about the cars.
Plant-based.
What about all of the big industries that are emitting so much freaking pollution in the air, whatever, CO2 or whatever? So, you know, if we really want to have an impact on it, we had to get on the corporations, put pressure on them, pass regulations that are, you know, forcing people to do biodegradable stuff, you know, clean, find new ways to use energy. And it really is all about profit. So they just want to make money. So it's the profit over people model. As long as that is going, then we're going to continue to have a problem. So that has to be a direct thing to be done. You know, like I say, they just want to make money. So planned obsolescence is another thing, you know, creating these products that they know is going to be trash in a short amount of time. You know, that is it. Go ahead. You got comments?
Yeah, well, they also say if we would stop consuming as much meat as we do, it would also help the environment.
Yeah, well, our agriculture is the biggest.
Yeah, because of how much pollution. Have you ever passed by a feed lot for cattle, for cows, for chickens, for hogs? Dude, the smells that come from those areas is fucking horrendous.
Well, it goes back to the profit over people and these big corporations, and it's all about, you know, these mega conglomerates and these monopolies is the problems. Because if these farms were smaller, because one of the problems is when you're producing all of like a whole bunch of one product, like you're growing one crop or two crops, you're producing one thing like cows or pigs or whatever, like acres and acres of this one product is a problem. You know what I mean? If it was smaller farms and they're producing multiple products out of these smaller farms, then it's going to be way healthier for the environment, and it's going to be healthier for our freaking economy too, because our economy is weak when we have these monopolies. Because if one like Tyson is an example. Let's say something happens with Tyson and they fall off or something, then we're going to have a freaking famine, because they produce all our fucking chicken and beef and, you know what I mean, coming from this one company. That's not a strong economy when we rely on 2 or 3 companies for each sector.
Yeah.
the monopolies is the problem, and we need to bust up these big companies, and we need to support small farms.
Yeah.
But the corporations run the media, so they're not going to sell you on nothing like that. They're going to tell you to do wind turbines, and they're going to tell you that it's your fault. That it's your fault that you produce all of this trash, that you're using plastic straws and they're killing the turtles. You know, it's all your fault. You're driving your car and it's emitting CO2. It's your fault. It's not the corporations. It's you. You're the problem.
It's that shit only bothers you if you let it get to you. Those that know, it don't bother them, bro. You know, like this, it's like I say, it goes back to a story. It goes back to fiction. You know, they're telling us lies, bro. The shit is not true, what they're saying. And people have to understand that, yes, you want to do your part to try to do your part to save the environment. You know, be a little bit more conscious of, you know, your carbon imprints that you leave. But at the end of the day, the world is constantly evolving, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, man.
We do have to sacrifice some things, and we do have to do some things differently on a personal level, like wanting to have our packages in 24 hours and stuff like that. All of our consumerism, you know, like steadily, you know, buying stuff. But like I say, we're incentivized to be that way.
Well,
because it makes money.
Yeah, we are incentivized to be that way, but if you think about it, we have, as a society as a whole, as humanity, we have allowed for these different corporations and these social media platforms to basically outsmart us, to learn us, which is AI, which is something that we think that we have the grips on, and we really don't, and it can be a total fucking disaster. These things can become so much smarter, you know, and basically what we're trying to create out of convenience could be our downfall. Could definitely be the end of our species. But we have allowed these corporations to watch us. You know what I'm saying? To watch our patterns, to watch the way that we are and how we want things. And so in all actuality, we're complaining and saying that these corporations, when us as humans have allowed for this shit because of we want everything right now. Oh man, I'm paying $200. They should have that shit here today.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like we have to find that we have to take accountability and ownership, and we have to deprogram ourselves, because they only program us as much as we allow them.
Yeah. Data, and that's why I don't watch commercials, and that's why I don't watch TV and stuff like that, because we're getting constantly programmed over and over again. Data is the new oil. Is what's the most valuable now, and they're data mining us left and right. And like you said, it's feeding the algorithm, and the algorithm is getting smarter and smarter and smarter, and that's really scary stuff that people aren't realizing. Damn it! I was gonna make a point and I lost it. Anyways, maybe it'll come to me. Let me read this. It says, this is some explosive stuff. In the middle of Vivek Ramaswamy's speech at Iowa State Capitol, 3 climate protests ambush him. Rather than having them removed, he starts passing the mic around to them and taking their questions while to witness. I hate that this clip broke up like that, because I would have liked to hear what he had to say to what she said. Let me read some comments. It says, climate emergency is indeed a hoax, and I feel sorry for girls like this who are all wound up and terrified as victims of the propaganda being put out. NWO thugs and others who stand to profit on the green business machine. CO2 levels are not an issue and actually too low, frankly. I don't know if it's true that CO2 is too low and the CO2 emissions is an issue, unless you want it to be the climate of the dinosaurs and us having giant bugs and stuff like that. But you know, the Earth goes through cycles. It's really about how will we adjust and how will we deal with it. You know, humans, we also live on coastlines around the world. You know, the coastlines are where all the people are. And as the climate temperature increases, the oceans will increase and a lot of those areas will be underwater. So we just need to build better infrastructure. We need to build smarter, you know, just go about things differently. Oh, wait, you said about, dang it, I almost got what I wanted to say about personal accountability. I don't know, it's gonna come to me. Let me read some more comments. It says, brilliant move to showcase these protesters' lack of true facts. Yeah, we're in the age of freaking misinformation, disinformation. It's so hard to get to we got access to so much information now, but it's flooded with disinformation. And you know, my minor is communications, and it's like the main thing about it is teaching people how to be able to determine what's good information and what's not, you know, and media literacy.
Teach people to have a information diet, because bro, us as humans, with all of the shit that's going on, our bodies is not designed to take in that much information and trauma, and we go through so many mixed emotions throughout the day. Our body is constantly in a state of anxiety, excitement, and it's not good. It's not good for your body to be, for the human body to be in constant excitement all fucking day.
Right. We
Anger
chase
is
those
excitement.
dopamine.
Happy, yeah, it's not good, and it's killing us, bro. Like, it's truly ending our species. Like, this information, you know, like you have to have a healthy diet with this shit, bro. Like
Right.
people
I think that's
need
a
to
really good
learn
point.
to disconnect, go on a walk, go
Right.
do a challenging date. Don't go do a dinner date. Go do you know, where you go smash and break up shit, or you know, or go do an escape room type date. Just fucking disconnect, you know.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think that people think about what they consume and they're thinking food and water or whatever, but you also have to think about what you consuming in other ways, and media is something that you are consuming. And also you have to think about drugs, because we talk about drugs and fentanyl or whatever, but the dopamine hits that we get from our likes or whatever is also a drug that we're consuming. And you know, we're getting addicted to them, and you know, it's like sugar for your brain, and it's not healthy. We have to find a balance. Let me read some more comments. It says, pretty sure he's on Trump's list for cabinet spot, press secretary. He would make quick and delicious work of the media. Yeah, I think that Ramaswamy, I think that's what he's campaigning for, a cabinet position, maybe even VP. I think that's what's in his future. Another comment, it says, she starts by slandering him and probably gives no real facts, typical. Another comment, it says, climate has always been cyclical and ever changing. This extreme climate agenda is a hoax. Another comment, it says, this is what respect and honest grown adults do. Good for him. Yeah, I wish that we could get to a point where we can actually talk about things instead of hurling insults at each other and just defending our side and stuck in our echo chamber and not actually discussing the topics, you know, and get to some facts and get to the bottom of things. And, you know, that's what I try to do with this show. is to provide a platform for us to actually discuss these really difficult things, you know, from different perspectives, instead of just hearing the opinions of these talking heads that come from one point of view and never give any balanced, you know, discussions about the topics. We can never move forward as long as we're just on our soapbox, or we're just coming from one point of view and we're not trying to hear out the other side. We're not trying to see where we're wrong. We're all just like cheering for our team. You know, politics is like my sports. Like, I don't really watch sports, and I'm into politics, and I look at it like sports, because everybody has their team that they cheer for, who they want to win or whatever, and you know, they don't care. Like, if their team is doing something wrong, they're willing to overlook it because they want to win, but they'll point out what the other team is doing wrong. You know, it's really kind of crazy. And the state of our politics is so terrible. Like, they don't even care if their guy is breaking the law, doing illegal things. It's like, you know, they don't even stand up for the law. There's no integrity. There's no character, you know?
Yeah.
Spineless. Read a couple more. It says, she didn't want to discuss or debate climate change issues with Vivek. She only wanted her view, and only her view heard. Another comment says, the climate agenda is just an agenda. Another one that says, and what point did she make? None. She went right into trying to discredit him. Another one that says, it's negative 42 degrees Celsius in Alberta, Canada. As I type this, it's been this cold every winter for the last 40 years I've been alive. It's a hoax. Climate change is real. Like, the temperatures are changing, bro. The information, the data is there. So denying that part of it is kind of crazy. You know, like I say, the agenda is a hoax where they're just trying to make money. But the temperature, the data is there. You can't argue with the science. Another comment, it says, I wanted to hear his answer. Yes, it's a hoax. Another one, where I can watch the rest of the video, she seemed a little crazy. Another one, it says, this seems staged. The microphone came out before he said anything. Good acting, Olivia and Vivi. Another one, it says, these climate change lunatics are mentally ill. Another one, it says, she had no proof, just accusations. Good for Vivek. And we're not getting anywhere too, you know? All of this stuff, like, we just had the little argument about immigration. Like, there's nothing happening that's moving forward and getting things done. I think I have a clip where it's saying that this Congress is going to go down in history as the least, getting the least amount of things done. And I was mentioning it in the show. I've really been saying it for like a year now, how much stuff that they could be doing that they're not. They're doing stuff like, I want to impeach Biden. I want to get Trump locked up, you know, arguing about the debt ceiling and stuff like that. And meanwhile, the American people are still suffering. They're supposed to be there representing the people, writing legislation to help things, to make things better. But they're bickering about this, that, and the other. And meanwhile, absolutely nothing is getting done. And they're like, the American people are not aware of how much they're getting screwed by. Like, it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you are on. They are not doing anything for you when they're freaking arguing about Trump going to jail or whatever. Like, this isn't help the American people in any kind of way, whether Trump goes to jail or not, or if Biden gets impeached or not, or, you know, all of this bullshit that they're talking about and arguing about, and the only things that they're like censoring Rashida Tlaib. This stuff is not helping American people. This is not what they should be doing. Like, they should be doing something. They're doing nothing. Entertaining us. It's a damn circus.
Yeah.
Let me play this.
$50,000 on who's going to win in November. Who would you bet on?
I never dreamed that I would say this, but I would bet on Trump. I thought it was done. I thought it was over. You don't come back from an impeachment. You don't come back from January 6th. You don't come back from any of this. But he's come back. The guy's a survivor. And his opponent is having so much trouble that I would, at this point, give the edge to Trump.
If you had to bet $150,000 on who's going to win in November, who would you bet on?
I never dreamed.
So he said if you had, what did he say, $150,000, and you had to bet on who was going to win the election, he said he bet on Trump. And I would do the same. And I've been saying this on the show for a little while now that I think Trump is going to win in 2024. I'm not a Trump supporter, you guys. You know, I still feel like, you know, it's two wings, one bird. You know, good cop, bad cop. You know, it's choosing between stir fry shit and baked shit. But yeah, you know, and I follow politics, and this guy is obviously a guy who he's a pollster, so he's a Republican consultant, you know. So it's like if you follow politics and you see the way things are going, it says that Trump is going to win, man. I don't see how it's going to be any other alternative. I mean, literally probably the only way Trump will lose is if they lock him up or something. And it's like, you know, the Democrats aren't giving people something to vote for. They're only giving you some, you know, to vote against. They don't have any policies or anything that they're selling to the people. They're just saying you have to vote for us or this other guy is going to win and it's going to be the end of the world. And that's not going to work. That's not good enough. And I think that as a result, Trump's going to win this. I just don't see any other way out of this situation. Maybe if the Democrats put up somebody other than Biden to run, you know, and I think it's becoming really clear that that Trump is going to win this. I don't see any way out. And I'm not the only one that's thinking this way. The Democrats are coming out. Michelle Obama and Barack Obama has been coming back on the scene recently, and they're trying to pull out the stops of what they can do to try to, you know, turn the tide of the way things are going, you know. But if you read the tea leaves or whatever, you read the smoke, you read the polling, you're gonna come up with this. This is Trump's game to lose. Like Trump would have to lose this somehow. Like I don't know what could possibly do because he's done so much that you would think would get him up out of there. And it, like, I mean, literally Trump would have to do something really super crazy to lose this, I think. A lot of Democrats are not happy with Biden and are you know, supporting Trump. You know, a lot of independents. The third party candidates don't really have a shot. You know, they don't really have a viable chance. There are some ones that I like. I played a clip of him earlier, the black guy. He used to be a Harvard professor. Well, I can't think of his name. I like him a lot. He would get my vote. But I'll probably be involved in the primaries, but I doubt if I'll be involved in the general election because I doubt if it'll be anybody up there that I really want to vote for. But if, what's his name, the one I'm thinking of right now, the black guy, Harvard guy, I would, if he was up there as presidential candidate in the primary, I mean in the election, I would vote for him if he had a shot. But you know, a lot of times they're not going to end up on the ballot on all of the states. You know, they talk about Trump getting kicked off the ballot in some of these states. That would push the election, but I don't think it's a good idea to take him off of the ballot. It's going to have a negative impact. People are going to be happy with the results. They're going to fight against that. And the Supreme Court is going to weigh in on that coming up really soon. And I think the Supreme Court is going to push against the states and force them to allow Trump to be on the ballot. And I think that is the right decision because if you get politics, if you get like outside, if you get the courts affecting the outcome of an election, that would be a bad precedent. And we don't want to go down that road, regardless if I agree with Trump or like him or don't like him. I don't think it's a good idea for them to go down that road of not putting him on the ballot and affecting the election in that way. Let the people decide on who they want to be the president. Don't take their choice away from them. And if you do that, then, you know, we already got a powder keg here in the United States and it's waiting for a spark. And that will be a spark to cause the freaking dissolution of the United States. It caused the United States to completely break apart. Like I could see states leaving the union as a result of this. I could see mass riots, you know, Civil War 2.0 as a result of them taking Trump off the ballot.
Shit, we on the brink of a civil war, if you ask me. I think it's about to kick off.
I know this 2024 election year is going to be it's going to be for the books. Craziest thing, crazy times we got ahead, without a doubt. Without a doubt. It's scary, really. It really is scary because nobody believes anything. They don't have any faith in the elections. Everything is rigged. Everything is fake news. People don't want to.
Nobody believes in this democracy that they're trying to push on us and saying that we have a democracy. And it's like, bro, they, you know, and it's like, how can our government expect anybody in our society to trust and believe anything when all y'all do is lie? Y'all lie to us and try to control us. You push narratives on us that aren't necessarily true, aren't favorable. You continue to try to divide our societies. You know, you don't try to bring us together on anything. It's almost as if you guys don't support togetherness. You want divide. So it's like I heard Michelle Obama on the podcast talk about, I think people need to really believe in this democracy, and that's what we push for, to try to, push in this. And it's like, come on, man, all of the fucking lying. How can you trust in this democracy when we're lied to daily, and you see stupid shit where we're sending all of this money to other countries and other things like this, and we got people here suffering, and people that have,
and we don't have a democracy, and people would say it's a republic, but beyond that, what I like to say is it's voting is a pacifier. It just pacifies the people to make them feel like their vote is having an impact and does something. Meanwhile, if you have enough money, you can buy Congress people or whatever, and these corporations have way more power than a whole state of voters, so like I say, it's a damn pacifier. The democracy hasn't been functioning properly in a long time. We got too much money in politics. We got the lobbyists, the PACs, and it's too much pressure against the voters. Like what the voters want to get done doesn't ever get done. What the corporations want to get done gets done. They even write the legislation, They write the legislation, they make adjustments to the legislation, and they get what they want passed. And the American people don't, and that's just the way it's been for a good amount of time, and it's really sad. I mean, if you want to fix it, make it take the money out of politics, shorten the election cycle so where it's not lasting like 2 years to do an election. Make a election holiday so where everything is closed and people can get off of they don't have to go to work and everybody can go vote. It's a lot of things you could do. You could do it.
Well, remember that as far back as early as the 80s, election day, you could not buy beer or liquor. The bars were closed. You weren't allowed to drink on election days.
Yeah,
which I don't know if that was a good thing or not.
I think they should make it a holiday, and then nobody has to go to school or work, and they got time to go and vote. You can also put a lot of this stuff
through
Yeah,
an app.
you shouldn't have to arrange a day off of work to vote.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of things they could do, you know, as far as the money, you know, it
But
shouldn't
then
cost
again,
them $1 million.
if people would participate more in local politics than national, they would find that a lot more happens a lot faster and things get done better when you pay attention to what's going on around the house.
And that's what I'll be
You
saying
know?
all the time too, because but the way the media is set up, they make it so where the presidential election is the most important thing. And a lot of people only vote in the presidential election, which has the least impact on their lives, and they don't pay attention to the local election.
Well, see, even worse, less than 30% of people vote in the primaries, which means these guys that we're electing are being chosen by 30% of one side of the people. So, you know, 1/3 of the Republicans, or we'll say 30%, just make it easy, 1/3. So 1/3 of the Republicans chooses who we're voting for, and 1/3 of the Democrats choose who we're voting for. And everyone else is just SOL because they can't afford the money that it's going to take to stand up against them. We just got to pray and hope.
Right. And the comment you just said brought me back to what we were talking about a minute ago. I wanted to comment on was the local. Local is the answer. We were talking about the farms and so forth and so on, and also climate change and stuff. And that's the comment I wanted to make when we were talking about that, is that everything should be local. You know, you localize everything, and that's going to improve our, viability. It's going to improve our the quality of things. It's going to improve the the emissions. Everything is better when it's local. You know,
But
we should be buying local.
We can't do everything local and stuff like that. Our country is way too diverse and things like that. There are all kinds of stuff. It's like, you know, there are things that you can grow. You can't grow in 3/4 of the states that can be grown only like Texas, Florida, California. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on that we need the whole country to handle the whole country. But when you've got companies that are farming fruit in South America, shipping it over to the Southeast Asia to get it packaged, and then shipping it back over here,
that's insanity,
to sell on our shelves, and we're talking about global warming and things like that. You're talking about my piece of steak because the cow farts is causing global warming. I beg to differ. I think your fruit cup causes a whole lot more global warming than my cow farts do.
Yeah, but I know there's a limit to the local thing. We live in a global world.
Why are we bringing all of these fruits and things from other countries when you got a state like California that Doc, your brother's a trucker. I'm sure you know about the Valley, California over there.
Yeah, well, he was a reefer trucker.
Oh, exactly. So he fucking practically lived his whole trucking career in the Valley of California, picking up onions, garlic, oranges, watermelon, cabbage, all kind of shit.
No,
they grow right there.
He was carrying the box stuff, the already processed box from packager to distributor.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that if he did that, right? You have to, when you go out there to Boathouse Farms or any of those places, a lot of times those reefer drivers are sitting there 2, 3, 4 days because they're pulling this shit fresh out of the fields, washing it, cleaning it, getting it ready for package.
They gotta wait to get the load ready.
Yeah, so we make all of this stuff right here. We grow all of this stuff. Why are we I'm not saying forget about other nations. I feel like as a world, yes, we should be concerned about our people here within our country, but I think you do have to have a world view and encourage and bring other nations in, and we work together as a unit you know.
As an avocado fan, I got to say, I much prefer the South American avocados to the North American ones. They're softer, they have more flavor, the pits aren't as huge.
And the best mango you're going to have is those Mexican mangoes. But still, for the most part, as much as possible, it should be local things. Like they be talking about farm to fork, but they be lying.
Yeah.
But they lying about that shit. And like I say, it should be local. We should be eating local foods too, you know, and we should have manufacturing, local
what you want to
manufacturing.
do is you want to look up farmers market near me. And you're going to find a place where the local farmers and stuff get together and sell local produce, things like that. Then you want to look up farm-raised butcher near me. And then you want to get 2 or 3 of your friends together and buy half a side of beef. Now, you want a freezer for this, and it's worth the money for the freezer. Because if you get, let's say, 2-3 people buying a side of beef, you're talking about 200 pounds of meat when it's done. About, $300-400, but you're talking when you're done with this, everyone walks away with months worth of hamburger, ribs, steaks, all the best cuts of meat, better than you would normally eat, because you're buying it in bulk from a local butcher who cuts it up for you, processes it for you, and then you guys just package it up and split it. One of the best ways I've ever bought beef before.
Yeah, so when we're local, we're healthier. We shouldn't be buying fruits and vegetables from around the world because they're not healthy for our body. You know, local foods is what's going to be good for us because the environment is
okay. To be honest, macrobiotics and stuff like that is a soft science. It's not scientifically proven that a micro or a macrobiotic diet is better or not.
Well,
there's a lot of anecdotal evidence and stuff like that, but there's no real science to it.
Well, even beyond that, our economies are stronger when we're self-sufficient.
That's just extending the idea of keeping money local.
And so then we should support.
Spend a little more, spend $1 or $2 more, and go to a restaurant owned by someone in town.
Support.
And then they're going to spend the money in town on their kids in their neighborhoods, and that money starts staying within the community instead of going off to Sam Walton or Susan Walton or Bill Gates.
Right.
Oh, crap. Speaking of farmland, one of the largest owner of farmland is now a Chinese guy. Yeah. It just came across my feed like a day or two ago.
It's crazy. So support companies that produce locally, manufacture locally, and that'll put pressure on the system. It also makes our economy stronger. The problem is we have all these damn conglomerates and monopolies, so it leaves us with not very many choices. And so we might think that we're supporting local, but then the company is owned by another company, and you got to read the fine print to really figure out what the hell is actually happening, and do your research on that.
I'll float you some links as soon as I can find them. But I've got this one guy I've been following recently, and he goes to the grocery aisle, takes a picture of all the vegetables in the vegetable aisle, or in the canned vegetable aisle, and then he color codes them by major conglomerates. These are owned by this company. These are owned by BlackRock. These are owned by, and all of that. And you would be surprised that about, 90% or more of almost every single aisle is owned, manufactured, or produced by major names and not mom and pops and not small brands.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, also, you want to pay attention. You may have to look this up because I may get it wrong, but when you're looking for your produce, like your fruits, your vegetables, you want to look at the label on the back barcode. It normally, if it's organic, I think it starts with a 9, and usually it's either blue or purple. And if it's basically been sprayed with herbicides and things of that nature, it starts, I think, either with a 3 or a 6 or something like that. But you may want to look that up just to be sure. But I've been doing a lot of things as far as changing my diet and getting better, and trying to stay off of the type 2 diabetic spectrum and all of that type of stuff. And so, like, I've been looking towards that, and I've just been doing a lot of research, man, like on a lot of stuff. And so
what you're looking at is the PLU code. You know, that's the one that the cashiers remember when you're on your self checkout. It's like, you know, the item number, like I think avocados or bananas is 4046 or something like that.
Yeah.
So a 4-digit code means it was conventionally grown, normal, and all of that. Pesticides, chemicals. If it's a 5-digit code, let's see, if it's a 5-digit code starting with a 9, that's organically, no pesticides. If it's a 5-digit code that starts with 8, it means it's genetically modified and can have pesticides and chemicals and all that fun stuff.
Gotcha.
And it's assigned by International Fresh Produce Association. And this is not just in America. You'll see these codes actually all over the place now. It's getting more popular all over the world.
It really sucks though with the organic stuff, because a lot of times they're lying about that shit too, and it's like fucking really sad. Like if you got it from a local farmer, then you're more likely to have got, because like where did they come up with this label?
They're not lying about it. They're just using creative manipulation of the facts.
Yeah.
Well, it's not this, so by default, I can claim that it's this.
Right. So it's like the whole concept of coming up with organic is like a new thing, because like back in the days when you got your fresh produce or whatever, it wasn't called organic. It was just, you know, grown in the dirt, and you know, and you ate it. And it's like,
it was labeled as pesticide free.
Yeah. So
man, we just need to go back to the way.
We grew up eating DDT.
We just need to go back to the way that they ate back in the 50s, back before the invention of refrigerators and shit, where, you know, predominantly throughout the week, most people had a vegetative style diet or plant-based diet, and they usually didn't eat meat until usually on Saturday or Sunday, where they had a big feast. And yeah, that'll cure a lot of the diseases, because you notice how long those people lived.
Right. Even eating lard and fat, thick cut bacon. But it's the preservatives that's the real problem. Like, and also making the
growth
pretty.
Hormones.
You know, we want it bigger and we want it pretty. So like,
man, dude, really that's just like when we were kids. You remember when we were kids, bro? Chicken wings were extremely small. Nobody wanted wings. You remember back in the day? You remember back in the day, Mama would always say, "Daddy, get the big piece of chicken, the thigh or the leg." You know what I'm saying? Like nowadays,
Mom got the breast, Dad got the thigh.
Yeah. Nowadays, you go to a restaurant, you order wings, they fucking look like a chicken leg, and it's like, I don't want that shit, bro. Like all of the and people say, well, that's not true. All of the antibiotics and the meats and that. Yes, it is, dude. Because if you pass by a cattle feedlot or a cattle farm or a dairy farm, those cows are in a feeding, like there's rows and rows and rows of this feeding shit. They put all of the antibiotics in their feed. Then they're feeding them for cheaper. So they're eating more soy and corn and shit like that instead of whole grain.
Which is sweeter and it helps make their meat sweeter, but it also stops them from producing the proper muscle tissue that they should, which also
Yeah.
makes them softer.
And then on top of that, a lot of the shit that they're injecting in these cows to keep, because they're combined, it's 1,000 cows in one place at one time, so they're trying to keep them all from getting sick, and they're injecting them with this shit, and then they're eating it in their food. It's carcinogenic. It causes cancer. It also creates different type of hormone imbalances. Dude, I wouldn't be surprised if the food that we consume as a society is probably the #1 cause of depression. And then you got to think about a mother who's carrying a child that's having to eat this shit, and then she's a low income mother that, you know, that's living in poverty, that's trying to do her best and don't have the best diet. Just think about what that child genetically, you know, is gonna be born with. Like, it's fucked up, bro.
Yeah, and and there's a spiritual side to this too, you know, where the trauma that the animals going through, living this completely unnatural life or whatever, and the trauma related to them being butchered and so forth and so on, and we're consuming that, you know. So it's like, if we stay away from bigger, prettier stuff and frozen things and stuff out of boxes, then we'll be healthier overall. Like, you can use that as a rule of thumb, but then that's gonna rule out 80% of the stuff that's out there, you know. And then it's an attack on poorer folks, because when you don't have that much, you living in a food desert and you don't have that much money to you know, to spend on food, then you're getting the worst of everything.
Yeah.
So,
and dude, you know what else is crazy? I didn't know that. Did you know that beef is not a good, like, people think, oh, beef, yeah, it's a okay source of protein or whatever, but it absolutely has no fiber content, which actually fiber is good for your digesting, it's good for your heart, it's good for your cholesterol, all of the, there's none of that in beef. And the meat sits in your gut for, if you got a good digestive system, you know, maybe a day and a half, 2 days before your body digests it. But if you got a shitty gut that takes forever to process, and you feel bloated all the time, and you feel a need to take probiotics all the time, that meat is rotten in your gut for weeks.
yeah. Let's move on from this, because my stomach just turned. Let me read this. It says, Frank Luntz, veteran pollster and longtime Republican consultant, tells CBS News that he bet on Donald Trump winning the 2024 election. The guy's a survivor, Luntz said in Des Moines after the final GOP debate for the Iowa caucuses. Comments, it says, why are we asking a Republican consultant this question? He gets paid to blow smoke up conservative tushes. Of course he has to say that. He doesn't have to say that. And it's just the truth that it's looking like Trump is going to win this. Another comment, it says, he's trying to escape conviction. He's not back. He's desperate. You're not aware of reality. Another comment, it says,
shithole people.
Another comment, it says, it sounds like he's betting on the majority of our country being educated. I don't believe that.
Booty leaking.
Another comment, it says, this is so disturbing in so many ways.
She's booty leaking.
It says, this is so disturbing in so many ways. CBS, please do better. Also, I hope this will wake people up to realize they must vote for democracy. So when they say must vote for democracy, they're saying vote for the Democrats. So, and that's the whole argument that the Democrats have. Like, they don't have anything to vote for, only what to vote against. So, and that's not going to work on a lot of people here. It's only going to work on the people that you can scare the shit out of. And a lot of us are not scared anymore. Let me read another comment. It says, the guy is not a survivor. He has a support system that is full of hate that has spread like wildfire. America thrives on hate, always has. Another comment, it says, Okay, one more time. Got to take a presidential poll at a Taylor Swift concert. You old man, you just lost your bed and all the dignity you had left. Stop ignoring the people. They're gonna take the MAGAs down.
Can I ask you a question, bro? Before you get started.
Correct.
And this is the thing that pisses me off, bro. It's like if they can't get you by, you should vote Democrat or you should vote Republican or this or that, they always got to throw the word hate. They always got to invoke that emotion of racism, and it's like our own people don't realize how fucking narcissistic they are and petty, and it's like, why does everything have to lead with race and this whole emotion thing, like hate this, hate that? Bro, so what if you are a Black American that decides that you want to be a Republican? You like their views. Their political views align with your life and what you see fit for your life. Why does this is why I don't like, not trying to be funny, and I know it's gonna ruffle feathers, but this is why I don't like the past Democratic candidates, is because they want to put this whole thing, this race thing out there. Like, come on, bro. We understand race is an issue, but to throw this shit out there and then you have uneducated fucking Black people run out there and say, oh, Trump's racist, this, that, or whatever. I don't care. Like, come on, bro. Like, you're just showing how ignorant you are to these people, and we're gonna continue to show you niggas that we semi like you because we want your vote.
Yeah, well, it's both sides do it, is what I gotta say off top, but it's a way of control.
But you go ahead. My bad, bro. My bad.
Well, you use those strong words like hate or whatever to, ignite strong emotions, and that's when you control people, is by getting them all in their feelings, And like I say, both sides do this. It works. That's the reason why they do it. You turn your brain off.
But that's why we don't have strong leadership. That's why we don't have strong leadership, and just like what you raised earlier, the fact that we have, I forget exactly the point that you made, but basically faulty bullshit leadership, like the point that you were making, which I agree with you on. It was a lot earlier in the podcast when I first tuned in. I overheard you. Like, that's why we don't have strong leadership. That's why we got this weird ass fucking leader that is assumingly, he's kind of the best thing for society if you think about it, because like he's the total opposite of the endorphins that we are seeking. He's boring as fuck, and it's kind of like that. Oh, I'm gonna just sit here and relax for a minute. Old Joe is up there speaking, but that's why we don't have true leaders, man. Because people.
Obama was that. He basically killed the left in this country because they were like, okay, we're good now. We got somebody in there that's gonna, he talks well, and I can chill out. He's gonna take care of things or whatever, And I think that there's a little bit of that in Biden too. It's like, but I don't know, man. Ever since Sanders, the way they did Bernie Sanders, and they pissed off a lot of people, and like, a lot of Americans are extremely frustrated, and that compliance, that like pacifist attitude of, that the politicians are gonna take care of me type of thing is not working. It got old. It's not working.
I'm sorry, and this is one of the things I've been called racist for, but I think one of the largest blows that we've had to the races coming together since I was young, and I'm going to say this, starting to become aware of things like that. We're going to call this like 80s, 82, 83. I think the worst blow we've had to racial coming together and being cool with each other was the Obama presidency.
Yeah, Obama did a lot of damage, I would say, and people don't really see it for what it really is.
You notice I didn't say him, and I'm not gonna, because I can't blame just him on it. I mean, he had a part, but at the same time, it was his presidency that took everything back. Because, a lot of people, even white people, were like, hey, a black man, all right, someone that seems to be able to, like, he's what he knows what he's doing. He's a good speaker. Let's do this. It was a good thing. It was a good step. But here we talk about like I talk about socialism. It was a great step on paper. Then people got a hold of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And turned it into a fucking shit show.
But it did show that, and this is what I try to tell people, that there's a lot of great, amazing, and I hate calling them white people, because I feel like it
white folks,
it takes away from their humanity. They're people. They're human. They're human people that they're olive. They're pale, not olive. They're pale.
Well, remember, there's white people. There's white people, and there's white folks. So
white folks, and it's like it just shows that there's people that see and that believe and that they understand. And it's the analogy that I give, that I can't blame every generation, because it's almost like if a cop knocked at my door and said that he's gonna arrest me because two guys are standing on my corner selling drugs. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Like, so I think it showed that, and it shows that, and I think that honest black people, honest black folks that truly are educated and they see the big picture, and they're open-minded, they see it. But because of the emotions and what I was just asking Chaka about, it also allows for blacks in this country to realize that even though there is a glimmer of hope, there's not enough white folks, as you put it, Doc, that their voice is not loud enough. So there's still a divide. There's still an injustice, an unfairness, or however you want to call it or word it. I don't know the correct word, so I may sound silly to people, but people that understand get what I'm saying. But that doesn't mean that we give up. I feel like we need to continue to support and align ourselves with these people and lead in love and do what we can to seek out those that understand and see, and align ourselves with them and bring about both sides.
Well, the thing is, we do agree. Overall, we do. It's just that the media focuses on the few things that we disagree on, and then we're back at each other's throats again, and we forget about all the stuff that we agree.
But that's the emotion that I asked you about, that you explained to me. It's the emotion. And that's why we were just saying earlier that we need a healthy diet when it comes to information.
Right.
Because you can get great information through deception, because deception is the truth. it's just not all the way. But if you get a healthy dose of that deception and then you sit back and you analyze and then you go for a long, peaceful walk and you have that moment that let me go up to the top of this mountain on this trail, and look over the city or look at the sunset, and I just sit, and take a sip of water and just like, it gives you a moment of clarity to understand and process, disconnect, but you process and you can see the bigger picture. We don't get enough of that. So everything that we do in life is led by emotions, even when it comes to teaching our children, and everything else. Like, it's led by the emotion, and we're fucking them up because of our emotion.
Yeah. Let's move on. Check this out. It says more than 100 prison guards held hostage in Ecuador amid state of emergency. At least 125 guards and 14 administrative staffers have been held hostage in 5 prisons in Ecuador as nationwide civil unrest continues in the wake of Ecuadorian President Noboa's state of emergency declaration. The guards and staffers are being held by inmates in detention facilities in the country. Information about the hostages' health was not immediately available, officials said. Read more at the link in the bio. Comments, it says more than 100 hostages in Gaza since October 7th, and what point is considered an emergency? Yeah, Ecuador is some crazy stuff is happening. I got some more clips. I'm gonna wait till those pop up. Let me read some comments. It says, why no coverage on the genocide trial taking place right now that the U.S. has funded with our tax dollars? Yeah, so this comment is talking about South Africa is charging Israel with genocide in the International Criminal Court. That's going on right now. Let me read another comment. It says, we need to start eliminating the organized crime gangsters. Another comment, it says, drugs and cartels are the devil. Another one, it says, this is why so many are fleeing instead of staying to build. Coming all the way to America isn't helping. Let me see, a couple more comments. It says, what is the world turning into? They need Sheriff Rango. This is crazy. It says US CIA intervention in Ecuador, just like in the 1980s and 1990s when they assassinated Salvador Allende. This is US intervention in Latin America. Yeah, that's why I want to cover this. I'm going to do a little bit more on this topic because it's really a crazy story. And it looks like there's outside influence that's causing this situation. I wouldn't be surprised if those people who are called gang members are being funded and controlled by some outside influences. A couple more comments. It says, we had that happen in one of our prisons years ago. Another comment, it says, but Israelis being still held hostage is okay with y'all. I don't understand why people always want to like switch topics like that. I'm going to jump around a bit because I want to get to some of this stuff before we get out of here. It says micro turbines can generate electricity from drinking water pipes. It says the excess pressure in water pipes can be used to spin miniature hydroelectric turbines, providing an underutilized source of clean energy. Some envision a distributed network of small turbines serving as a form of reliable storage to back up wind and solar power. This type of conduit hydropower already supplies around 530 megawatts of generation capacity in the U.S., according to a 2022 study by researchers at Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Tennessee. If such systems were installed at all potential sites in the country, the study estimates this could provide at least 1.41 gigawatts of additional capacity, equivalent to around 450 onshore wind turbines, without requiring any large new infrastructure to be built. This is really interesting right here, and this kind of innovative thinking is what we need. I think there's powers that be that push against this kind of stuff, which we should have had long ages ago. It just makes sense to utilize systems that are already in place to help like supplement our energy usages. Putting these little turbines in the pipes, like that just makes sense. Like, I wonder why this hasn't been used before. Like, this makes so much sense. And like I say, I think that, energy could be free. Tesla came out with systems that could provide electricity with like almost no cost, and I think that Wi-Fi is now turning into a utility that is needed, and that should be provided at free to low cost, and I think they could do it. But just like this one right here, they're going to try to find a way to justify charging you for this, because if they're not making money off of it, then they don't see any reason to do it, I think, because it's profit over people. So, boom, if it's already, the pipes are already there, the pressure is already there, and all they got to do is add these little cheap turbines in there, and then they could give you electricity. What would justify them charging you the amount that they're charging you for kilowatt price, per kilowatt price? I think what they do in a lot of cases is try to justify charging you, so they make it expensive to produce. Like the wind turbines cost so much, the materials that they use and the construction that they have to use and the maintenance that has to be involved in those huge wind turbines makes them like not very sufficient, economically, and boom, they pass over the cost on to the consumer. And like I say, it's an excuse to charge you, because anybody gonna argue with it. They're gonna like, it makes sense, it costs them so much money to do this and maintain it and so forth, so they have to charge us for the amount, the electricity that we're getting or whatever. But if it like costs almost nothing, like it would be with these little turbines in the pipes, then they have a harder time justifying the cost, that they're charging you. A couple comments. It says, someone uses energy to give pressure to the pipe. Other one decides to collect the same energy. It's as stupid as perpetual movement machine. Why would a perpetual movement machine be stupid? And why would
because it doesn't exist.
They have these,
that's the whole idea of his statement is it is as stupid as something that doesn't exist.
They have these machines where you put the initial energy in it and it just goes on. It keeps on going.
It eventually slows down over time.
It conserves that energy.
It never keeps going forever. It always slows down over time.
Well, even if it did slow down over time, it still would.
Then that's not perpetual. Then that is not perpetual motion. That is not perpetual free energy.
Let's call it nearly.
That's the whole thing. This is a science thing, and there's a whole lot going on with this and stuff like that I'm just keeping my mouth shut because it's a science thing, and you're just jumping to a lot of conclusions without looking into what's going on with it as reasons why it can work and why it can't and stuff, or is less likely to and stuff like that. You've also automatically assumed that these items and this stuff is cheap. You haven't even thought about the idea of attaching electricity to our flowing water systems. And I'm like I said, it's a neat idea. It's a cool little trick, but you also sat there the other day and said it was a stupid idea to superheat sand and use it as an electrical generator. But that is actually something that's been in function for a while too. So, like I said, this is one that we should learn a little bit more about the science and cost of. And like you said, why isn't this in mass use already? Well, that's a good question. That's what we should be looking at instead of just saying, "Oh, this is great stuff," and stuff like it may not be. If it was such great stuff, they would already be doing it and making the profits for themselves.
One of the things me and you differ on with these topics is the motivation that these people have to do things. I think like a lot of stuff could be a lot better, but it's because of the motivations. If they can't figure out a way to make money off of it or justify the amount of money that they can charge or whatever, then they don't see a reason to pursue it. You know what I'm saying? I think that is the main driver for a lot of stuff.
They would pursue it for profits for themselves. They could add all this shit without all this extra information and actually keep money the same and be able to draw. Like I say, again, we don't know about the science. We don't know what it takes to maintain it. We don't know what it takes to put them together, upkeep it. We don't know about, like I said, you're literally tying electric generators into the public water supply. That alone to me does not sound like the smartest of moves. But again, there's a whole lot of what is going on here with this technology.
Let me read some more comments. It says, why haven't turbines been used in the rivers and fitted around the whole of the UK? Another comment, it says, energy out requires energy in. Energy has to come from somewhere. Yeah, the energy that they're already using to push the water through is the energy in,
which they're having to spend by drawing energy from somewhere to create that power. That's what people keep saying when they're saying that.
Let me read another comment. It says, a lot of people in the comments complaining that this would reduce pressure in the pipes or require more power to be used to pressurize the pipes, therefore defeating the purpose. But my understanding is that these would replace valves used to regulate pressure going into homes. Your house doesn't spew out water at the same pressure as the main lines, and recouping some energy that is otherwise lost. Think of it like Regan braking in an EV. Can you drive
regenerative braking?
Regenerative braking in an EV. You can drive forever based on regen. No, but does it extend your range versus not using it? You betcha. Another comment, it says,
that is actually the smartest comment of any and all of them that has been made so far. Because you know how when they're talking about regenerative braking in an electronic vehicle, that basically says as you're braking, that momentum still is using to generate energy. And so what they're saying is, it's using the valves and stuff that already exist that hold and use pressure to create the extra energy, but it's still not really going to be 100%. I mean, you might recover 60, 70% of that energy is what's going on. And that's why they're saying no such thing as perpetual energy. And that actually addresses it. Yes, it's going to lose some no matter what, but the idea is to recoup as much as you can. And then the question is going to be, is the technology cheap enough to be able to justify its cost for what it can recover? And how much can it do that quickly? And how much it can do that over the life of the product?
Let me read another comment. It says, what year was this thought of? 1950? Today, pumps are run on variable speed drives, so the pump only runs as fast as it needs to meet the demand. Because of the pump affinity laws, the power is reduced by the cube of shaft speed. The power you save will be greater than the power you could ever generate from the flow of water. Another one, it says, so you're using energy to create water pressure, and then down the line, you're reducing flow rate and pressure to create clean energy. Robbing Peter to pay Paul. As a plumber, all I can see is dollar signs from an engineering standpoint. This is ridiculous. Another comment, it says,
where I stand on. That's pretty much where I stand on this. From an engineering standpoint, it don't sound right, but it will make money for plumbers.
Another comment says, unless it's gravity fed, please don't, as it will require more than it provides. Let's focus on supplying everyone with clean water and stop dumping our dirty water into clean rivers and oceans. Another one, it says, should have been doing this. A couple more and I'll move on. It says, but probably using the non-renewable energy to pressurize the pipes in the first place, then lose that pressure by crowbarring a turbine in and making a net loss in energy. Another one, it says, there's no perfect case scenario, but of course there is much unutilized energy that can be used. No so easy and efficient with the pilot though. One more, it says, water bill and power bill going up. Couple more, it says, but wouldn't this reduce the pressure of the water pipes along the way? Energy produced by turbines takes energy from the hydrostatic pressure. Besides, non-renewable source of energy are used to pressurize those pipes. One more, we're gonna move on. It says, why this is in fact brilliant. One, consumers pay 4 to 10% industrial rates on power supply across the USA. Two, industrial utility providers pay cost of generation and transmission lines always have pressure. Who cares about the inefficiency when power providers are gouge charging upwards of 50 cents a kilowatt hour? Someone needs to regulate the power industry. Yes, those guys kind of do whatever they want. And in almost every city, there's a monopoly too. It's always just one company who provides these services in each city. No competition. And no competition is bad. And then like we say, you know, free market, and we say competition is good. And those two things are true, except we don't have a free market and we don't have real competition.
No, there's 20 different companies selling power. I mean, if you go and start looking for it, but it doesn't matter how many you're selling it. They all use the same damn lines.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Reliant is one.
It doesn't matter if they let other people do water. I mean, it doesn't matter who you're buying it from. The pipes running through the streets of the city are still going to be the same pipes.
It's always a subsidiary or whatever. Like all the other companies are pulling from the one company that's running the whole thing. And that's the case in like every city.
I mean, you got to realize, I think 90% of phone companies use either the Verizon or the T-Mobile
the infrastructure,
tower network.
Satellites, yeah.
Apple doesn't even have their own. I think they use Verizon or used to use Verizon. No, it's not. It's not Verizon. It's Sprint.
No,
Sprint and T-Mobile are the two.
Yes, Sprint and T-Mobile, and then.
Yeah, all the other networks pretty much run off of those two networks.
No, yeah. Verizon is a lot stronger than AT&T because you got to remember AT&T started out with singular. Verizon, they have been.
Yeah, but Verizon uses Sprint network as their tower network.
No.
Because there's only two tower networks.
No, Sprint uses when Sprint was around, they used Verizon's network or tower network for their roaming services, because I was with Sprint, and then my uncle actually was a tower inspector / technician for Sprint.
Okay.
And when I had Sprint, I actually called my uncle because Sprint sent me a letter threatening to cancel my contract with them because as a truck driver, I was using too many roaming minutes. Well, I was always in the northwest part of the country when I first started driving. Sprint does not have cellular service up. They were using Verizon, even in the South.
Okay, so it's Verizon and T-Mobile are the two
so
big. There's two big
yeah.
networks.
It was Verizon and AT&T. Verizon and AT&T was the biggest, and then T-Mobile. You remember back in like 2012, 2013, or whatever it was, T-Mobile was about to go under. AT&T was trying to acquire T-Mobile, but the government would not allow them because that would make AT&T bigger, like a monopoly. So they didn't. They said that they ended up not doing the deal. I think they did, but AT&T have how do you say that word? Subsidiaries, companies like Cricket, because Cricket works in places where AT&T is strong. We'll come to find out that same uncle now works for AT&T, have been with them now going on 20 years or 20 something years, almost 20 years. Same job, AT&T and Cricket. Basically, Cricket is like the prepaid service for AT&T. So that's why Cricket, because I have
like
two phones.
PC Metro to T-Mobile.
Yeah. So like Metro PCS is connected to T-Mobile's network, and then Cricket is connected to AT&T because I have two phones because I'm in West Texas a lot. I deal with a lot of aerospace companies. My Verizon does not work going north of the Permian Basin. Going north, my Verizon shuts out. AT&T has all of that area. From I-10 to about 40 miles north on US 54. No Verizon, AT&T only.
Let's cover this right here. Check this out.
Followers that she potentially can influence. So the answer is yes, Jesse.
Yeah, because when she posted the link to the vote.org, it's like hundreds of thousands of young Taylor Swift fans all of a sudden registered to vote. I wonder who got to her from the White House or from wherever. Who makes that initial handshake?
And such, immeasurable amount of followers, she can potentially single-handedly swing voters because of just the amount of followers that she potentially can influence. So the answer is yes, Jesse.
Yeah, because when she posted the link to the vote.org, it's like hundreds of thousands of young Taylor Swift fans all of a sudden registered to vote. I wonder who got to her from the White House or from wherever.
It says, is Taylor Swift a Pentagon asset? It says, is Taylor Swift a Pentagon psyop? Are you effing serious? It says right now, Fox is suggesting that Taylor Swift is a psyop because she posted a link to register voters.
That's nothing new because you know how they have been saying that Taylor Swift is actually a successful clone of an act, a chick from back in the early 60s or 70s. Doc, you're the detailed guy. She was supposedly part of some type of devil worshiping deal, and her career aligns with Taylor Swift. She was country, then went pop. I want to say this chick was from the UK or some realm of it.
The daughter of Anton Streck, the leader of the Church of Satan.
Thank you. The Church of Satan. That's what I was trying. So that shit, dude, I don't believe that.
Yeah, she's a clone of Anton Streck, is what they're saying.
Yes, that's what they're saying. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, that would take me a second to figure out how to word it.
Yeah, and that's just like they're saying Nicki Minaj and Matthew McConaughey and what's the other guy, Keanu Reeves, all of these people that existed way back in the 1800s. Like they're saying Nicki Minaj is some Cambodian princess chick from 1920s. This that like.
No, I actually went to school with Matthew McConaughey. He's just a dumbass.
Yeah, well, the news, they're obsessed with Taylor Swift. They've been talking about her impacting the freaking the football team because she's on she's coming to the games and all of this or whatever. But
man,
this
they better
one
leave
related.
Swiftie alone. They said that about Jessica Simpson back in the day when she dated Aaron Rodgers. They said that he got the man bun and he was losing games. Back when, where was Aaron Rodgers? In Dallas? They were saying that he was losing games because of just like, dude, come on, bro. This is
It's craziness. But then Fox has found it right to spend time on their airtime to talk about, this right here. And it's like, it's Taylor Swift a Pentagon asset. Pentagon pitched Swift to combat disinformation. So it's like, they don't like voters, basically. You know what I mean? Like the way they're making it look is like, okay, she put a link on her website for people to register to vote. So they're making it sound like it's going to help Democrats, apparently. You know what I mean?
Look, because she is an anti-Trump and Democrat-leaning celebrity. She has said her views. She tries to stay out of politics, but she has been asked, said it, and then walked away. That's the problem with it. She will be bringing if she says, hey, let's get out and vote, they'll register and they'll vote. If she turns around and says, hey, we don't like this guy, then they'll vote against him.
Yeah, who's to say that these people would register Democrat or vote Democrat as a result anyways? And then what did they say in the clip? It was like, it's a bunch of kids.
That's the way her people lean. I'm sorry, if you get a whole bunch of Johnny Cash people or, a whole bunch of John McDonnell guys all of a sudden to vote, you wouldn't exactly expect them to be registered to vote Democrat, would you?
Yeah, but either way, this is still crazy because it's like talking about it's a psyop, she's a Pentagon, whatever, or she's an asset or something like that. That's craziness. I mean, like, using her influence to get people to register to vote, that sound like a bad thing to me. I mean, like, what is illegal about this? What is making her an asset about this or whatever? Like, this is crazy.
I just think you're kind of shotgunning anything anti-right that you can. I mean, this is the usual point of fare. The question is, what's going on right now that they're trying to distract by getting you all worked up about that?
I'm not worked up. This is just a clip.
No, dude, I've been listening to you. You've been worked up, dude. You were breathing heavy for a second.
Yeah, because y'all start talking about clones and all of this. Like, I'm trying to give people information. Like, I'm not trying to be on some craziness. Like,
but that's good information.
You are talking.
Did you watch the podcast that I sent y'all?
You were talking about a conspiracy theory that she's involved in and going off on it. We're talking about the last conspiracy theory she was a part of. It's a conspiracy theory, dude. It's entertainment news.
Yeah.
You need to watch that podcast that I sent you guys. I'm telling you.
Let's read some comments. It says, men will literally spread conspiracy theories about Taylor Swift instead of going to therapy. Another one, it says, nothing Fox hates more than voters. It says, who got to her? Nobody has to get to her. She encourages human dignity and the importance of democracy with the right to vote. It says, nothing threatens democracy more than voters, Fox. It says, tiny, fragile little white man, so sad. Another one, it says, every time you think they couldn't get more ridiculous, they do. Another one, Brad and Chad discussing Taylor. I love that she has grown men scared. Another comment, it says, who got to her? They ask as if she doesn't have the ability and or her own thoughts and feelings about politics. She is using her platform, but she's a woman, so there you go. Another comment, it says, let's see, Taylor is doing our country a service by encouraging young people to register to vote, and somehow Republicans in their warped minds see that as a bad thing. What the F is wrong with a party that doesn't encourage our young to get engaged in our government by voting? Rather than supporting Taylor and her mission to encourage voting, they would rather support a party who would rather overturn voting rights and turn a blind eye to an insurrection we all saw with our own eyes to overturn an election. Another one, it says, creepy old geezers hate women who are smarter than they are, which is most left-leaning women. You know, what I get from this, the reason why I wanted to touch on it
that she potentially can influence
is that it seems like they don't want people to vote. They don't, it's a bad thing that people are registering to vote. It seems like the way they feel is that if more people vote, then they're going to lose.
It sounds to me like this headline got you feeling and thinking exactly the way that they want you to.
Because, I mean, there's
I think you actually don't realize how deep you are affected by it by this psyop in general.
That's the problem I got with it. It's a psyop. Taylor Swift trying to get people to vote is a psyop.
No, but getting you riled, this person doing the headline has you riled up at this thing, which I don't know if you actually watched it or not. You did watch it, right?
What?
The clip that we're talking about.
Just this part that's on here. I mean, I didn't see the segment, the Fox segment. I just saw this clip.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just,
Yeah, I just saw this clip. And it's been quite a few stories related to Taylor Swift and politics.
Not Fox. Was that Fox News saying that, or is it that little dude there babbling that no one really knows who he is?
Yeah, that's his comment right now. Fox is suggesting that Taylor Swift is a psyop because she posted a link to register voters. That's his.
I'm talking.
What?
The dude in the suit in the middle. Oh no, this ASIN person, they're the one that literally has worded it, which like in a way to kind of trigger people and stuff like that. And there's the question is, and it's a discussion, it seems to me like this dude is the babbler and Jesse Waters was kind of like making fun of it. But they're saying it's Fox News saying that. No, it's the dude in the middle.
Yeah, I get it. But Fox decided to use this in a segment. Like they found this relevant enough to make it news. I mean, they didn't have to cover this.
Oh my God. You don't watch left news at all either, do you then?
I don't get what you're
saying. Some of the
ridiculous
crap that's in there.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculousness on both sides, of course.
Yeah, we need to see more of that instead of the continuous march of, anti-left or anti-right and Fox and shit like that.
Hey, have y'all done a segment on AI? I'm sure y'all did. I'm probably asking a rhetorical question, but I just wonder.
Yeah, I did some stuff on it. I spent a good amount of time.
The reason
Go ahead.
I asked that is because the video that I sent you guys, it's about an hour and something long. No shade, big brother. I hope you don't take offense. I just things that I find interesting that I feel like would pique the interest of you guys, I try to share.
Yeah, I
And
appreciate you sharing. I wish you would share more. You shared the least out of all of us on there.
you know, and so I shared that video to you guys, and I know that's long. I really want you guys to watch the one, the Russell Brand one, because he's somebody that used to be a hot topic on this show.
Yeah.
Some insight that I think all four of us who actually come, well, I haven't been on here live because of my work schedule, but the active guys as well as myself, can resonate with. And then the one that I share with you guys today, I really think if you guys have a moment and time to just sit back and watch and listen and maybe give the guy a follow, Diary of a CEO.
I'll
And
check
just
it
go
out.
back and watch his videos, man. Like I think it'll be some things um that you can talk about, ideas, topics that you can talk about on this show, um, that will resonate with a lot of things that people are going through in this present day and time in this world that we're living in. And um, I think the biggest issue beyond talking about these issues is the fact that people in our world today have so much information, and that's educated and uneducated. And I think even the uneducated are in disbelief. They are frightened. They are excited. They're feeling a whole cluster of emotions that they don't know what to do with. And it's a lot. So to be able to watch that and maybe break down and speak to your audience and give them some type of sense of reference or sense of peace is what we need, bro. Like all of this shit is happening for a reason. And everybody thinks the immediate reason is to go and talk about it and raise the issues, but we don't realize that talking about it, it's good in one way. It's an awesome thing, but it's also detrimental because we're talking and we're speaking, and some of the people that may be listening aren't educated enough and they're trying to find answers, and we are not educating them in a way or speaking to them on a level in which they understand. And we have to, when we're trying to make change or invoke change in this world, we have to meet people where they are. I don't give a fuck who you are,
Yeah.
And we have to do that. And we have to have patience and understand the rhetorical questions, the silly questions, the questions that come way left, and we have to not embarrass them, but we have to embrace them, and we have to take them in and say, okay, this is what I know, but this is where you are. Can I, will you invite me to where you are? Invite me in to where you are, and we can go through this together because we
Yeah.
can all learn from each other. And
Definitely.
that's the part that we're missing. We're not learning from each other. We're judging each other. We're
Yeah.
crucifying each other. And at the end of the day, we don't fucking know. We're all victim to our beliefs and what we think. And everything that we think or feel is subjective because everybody in this world feels differently about what you think or feel.
Yeah. Let's cover this.
Everybody's capacity to have emotions, to have compassion, everybody capacity to be empathetic or sympathetic is totally different from you or anybody else that you're close to. And we're missing that. and we're not meeting people where they are. And that's how these governments and the world leaders that are so corrupt and evil are winning, and they're succeeding and they're defeating us.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say. Love you guys, but I'm still listening.
Let's cover this. It says a hard freeze is coming to Texas next week. Here's how cold it will be. Wait, hold on. Here's how cold it will get and how long it will last. It says, when will the Arctic front move through? Models show the front progressing through the entire state, including through cities as far south as Houston by Monday morning. It says, how cold are we talking? Because we are still 5 to 6 days away from the Arctic front moving through, exact temperatures remain uncertain. It says, will there be ice or snow? There's a chance of wintry precipitation for some, but the greatest chance will come in North Texas from Dallas east to Texarkana. It says, how long will the freeze last? An extended deep freeze is not anticipated. Most forecasts expect the temperatures to rise above the freezing mark in a large part of the state by Tuesday afternoon. So a lot of people are concerned with this. People are afraid that we're going to have a situation like we had last time when the grid was overloaded and the lights went out for like 3 days or whatever, because they haven't made any changes to the grid since this thing happened last time. So yeah, a lot of people are concerned and you know, trying to be prepared for a situation where the lights may go out for a couple of days. I'm not sitting here saying
they've spent a lot of money upgrading the grid. I mean, it's not like a new major project, but yeah, they've been throwing money at taking care of. But I'm pretty sure we're going to be okay, because I've been watching, and none of our politicians have had an emergency dance recital in Cancun. So, I mean,
Yeah.
there's no economic summit going on down in Costa Rica right now. So, I think we're going to be okay because, you know, they're not trying to be somewhere else right now.
Yeah. Let's look at some comments. It says, it's looking more and more likely that a strong, truly Arctic front will blast through Texas early next week. A lot of questions remain unanswered, like exactly when the front will move through, how cold temperatures will get, and if we will get snow or ice with the system. Thankfully, weather forecast models are starting to agree a bit more, and we have our first look at what you can expect. Yeah, and we had snow up in the Panhandle this past week, right? Texas Panhandle.
Yeah, they did this week. Actually on Tuesday morning. It was
And we
literally
had
a blizzard.
and it was a tornado warning just the other day, and the weather was looking crazy that day outside, and the lights were flickering, and the wind was blowing down tree branches. Pretty crazy. A couple comments. It says, please, like, so I don't feel alone. If you don't like all the cold weather, I want to cry. It says a couple more comments. We only have to stay worrying when Ted Cruz buys plane tickets. It's the same thing Doc just said. Another comment that says, hope Abbott fixed the power grid. Another comment that says, has ERCOT checked the gas level in the generator? Asking for a friend. Another one, it says, you'll be sure and check on Rafael Cruz. Another comment, hold on, is that it? Another one says, FYI, this will be back the first week of February. We'll get another hard freeze in February. It says, bye, Houston, I don't have time for this again. Another one, it says, great, let's all panic and talk about it for the next 6 days.
Dude, another reason I'm pretty sure we're going to be okay is all the toilet paper in the water has not been bought out of the stores.
Yeah, but people tend to freak out in the last second too. So same thing with Cruz.
Well, no, here in Houston, remember, we do it a couple of days early. We hear it's coming. There's a big run. there wasn't a big run.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, places like Sam's are limiting you to like 2 or 4 cases at a time. But yeah, there's bunches of water. You know, of course, then again, they may have ordered it because they've been telling us this was coming for about a month now. So they may have ordered it all. But like I said, well, like, you know, no politicians are trying to skip out. There's plenty of toilet paper and water on the shelves. I don't know about batteries and little gas containers, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that they do like to overreact and scare the shit out of everybody, but it's still about being prepared. So prepare for the worst. Is that what they say?
Of course, some people are probably still sitting pretty on their stash of COVID toilet paper.
Check this out. It says 118th Congress on track to become one of the least productive in U.S. history. This is what I was mentioning earlier. It says lawmakers are halfway through the congressional session, and it looks like it could be a historic one for the wrong reasons. The 118th Congress is on track to being one of the least functional sessions ever, with only 34 bills passed since January of last year, the lowest number of bills in the first year of congressional session since the Great Depression, according to congressional records. Excuse me. By comparison, the 115th and 116th Congress, which took place during Donald Trump's term in office, passed 442 and 344 bills, respectively. The 117th Congress, which took place during Joe Biden's first term, passed 362 bills. So this is what I've been saying. All of this political freaking circus that has been happening is leading to stalemate. It's leading to arrested development. It's leading to nothing being done. It's leading to the American people suffering and losing. You know what I mean? You got the circus going on, and one side saying they want to put the president in jail. The other side is saying they want to put the, you know, impeach a president, and, you know, all of this arguments about, you know, the debt ceiling and who's going to be censored, and, you know, Hunter Biden's laptop, and, you know, all of this crap, which none of this stuff helps the American people at all. There's no benefit to us from that drama.
Stop, man. They got you all wired up on something that they're not giving us the numbers to understand.
Well, I can see it. I've been covering the politics. We cover politics every day on the show. And it's no bills, very few. They don't have time to pass bills because they're up there talking about bullshit every time.
I don't care how many they've passed or not passed. What I want to know is, in the same times comparative to the other, how many have been brought forward?
Not very many.
How many pass shows the amount of cooperation, or how many good bills comes up? And I know a lot of these bills that have come up that have not passed, therefore are not counted as, you know, even though they did their work and their job, a lot of reason they're not passing is the writers and stuff on them. It's like, oh, we need to do this for these people. Oh, yeah, and while we're doing that, before you let this bill on whether or not this particular land over here should become part of our public park system, we also need to add an added tax on airlines for CO2 production.
Yeah, and they do that. But the reality is the Democrats have been obsessed with with Trump, and trying to get him in jail or whatever. And the Republicans are obsessed with Hunter Biden's laptop and shit. And it's like a whole bunch of bullshit like that. And that's what they've been spending their time on. And that's the reason why nothing is getting done. It's really simple. All they've been talking about is a bunch of bullshit.
That's why I keep saying 44 or 45 and 46. Both these last two, they're both poison.
It's a terrible state.
Poison. And I'm not going to go to democracy, but definitely they are poison to our democratic republic.
Yeah, our politics is in a terrible state.
They're acting more like dictators than they are elected leaders. I don't even like the idea of calling our elected people leaders anymore. They're our representatives. I don't want their leadership. I want them to do what is in the best interest for the people, what we want. I want them to represent my interests as an American, as a citizen of this country, and not represent the corporations who are flat out majoritarily owned, quite a bit owned by, and have to please foreign interests.
And that's probably why nothing's getting done. I mean, the corporations are cool with the situation, you know. It's just the American people that suffer as a result, you know, of nothing getting done. You know, they're obsessed with partisan politics and pointing fingers at each other. You know, they're obsessed with talking about LGBTQ and you know, who's representing Bud Light and, you know.
Hey, no offense, but this whole trans and I'm just going to say the whole alphabet soup situation thing going on, pronouns and all that, has created America being a laughing stock around the world. Because we are so stuck on those as priorities.
Yeah. And how does that help the American people at all?
You know, we have people trying to go and teach in other countries that are like being returned home because it's like, no, if you're going to teach that, you can't teach here. That's ridiculous. It's like, no, we don't want your aid money if it comes with us having to teach that in our schools. Hey, China, money, please.
Yeah. And like, regardless of how you feel on the topic of like, you know, LGBTQ people playing in sports or whatever, and you guys know where I stand on that, you know, but debating that and talking about that on the floor is not helping the American people. Like, it's not moving us forward. It's not. We got serious ass situations that need to be, you know, addressed while we're talking about these things. Let me read some comments. It says, the do nothing Republicans are in control. That's not true. The Dems are in control. Another comment, it says, I don't know about y'all, but I'd lose my job if I didn't do my job. Yeah, man. And these people talk about getting a raise. They talking about they not making enough money and all of this. Like,
how about as a country, we all get together and declare a vote of no confidence in every senator and congressman currently serving, and they can't run again until after the next term. They have to give up their seat for one term at least. Every single one of them.
Well, what people could do is vote against whoever is the incumbents on every ballot. Let me read some more comments. It says, and people are blaming Biden when it's the Republicans' fault. See, the finger pointing is the problem. You know, it's the Republicans' fault. Oh, it's the Democrats' fault. Oh, it's Biden's fault. Oh, it's Trump's fault. Okay, we keep on pointing fingers. Meanwhile, nothing is getting done. Nothing's happening. Nothing's passing. We're not achieving a damn thing. We ain't achieving nothing but pointing fingers.
Meanwhile, all the votes going through on the local level are the ones that are actually restricting your rights more than anything else.
Another one that says, this is what happens when Republicans are in charge. Look, we can't even agree. You got one side, you know, saying that it's the Democrats in charge. The other one is saying the Republicans. They don't even know. These people don't even. Another one that says, all because of Republicans. There goes the finger pointing. Another one, it says, typical Republicans in power, lots of whining, finger pointing, and complaining while getting nothing done for Americans, but simultaneously blaming the government for not getting anything done. And look, and what I be saying all the time is the Republicans actually do get shit done
No,
when
wait
they
a
have
minute.
the majority. They
Wait
push
a
shit
minute.
through. And the Democrats
This is-
be blaming the Republicans that they can't get shit done, and they don't never get shit done.
But wait a minute here. This is Congress. That's the House of Representatives. That's Democrat controlled.
No, it's not.
Isn't it? I thought Senate was Republican controlled.
No, the reason why a lot of stuff is getting done right now is because it's Republican controlled. Like there's more seat. It's almost split, but there's actually a majority. That's why the leader is the leader of the House is a
Oh, okay. That's why Pelosi's not anymore.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Okay.
Pat, what we're saying is the highlight, the title, it says 118th Congress on track to become one of the least productive in U.S. history. So no, it's not things getting done.
But that's whose opinion.
That's not an opinion, bro.
They're measuring it by how many bills got passed, not how many that they've actually addressed.
Yeah, because I mean, there's so many. There's all these different committees that's trying to get things done, but it doesn't mean that because I mean, the effort that they're making isn't judged right now. You can't judge it always by what bills are getting passed, because if that's the case, we can look at when the Democrats, because I mean, a lot of the stuff that the Democrats seem to say they care about, those things never get addressed, even when they have the majority, and it can be a large majority.
I agree with that.
So but there's a lot of things that they've been trying to pass, but if you think about a lot of the things that's going like chaotic in our country, some people are acting like it's not a problem, and others are like saying, hey, no, it's definitely a problem. Even some of the Democrats who before was like, oh, no big deal, come on, let's do it. I mean, we talked about the immigration thing earlier, and then now they're crying like, say, oh no, we can't be doing this. But this is the type of stuff that these border states been dealing with forever, or whenever this stuff goes on, and you get a little taste of it, now you want to act like, you know, a civilized human being, acting, you know, like once you're able to see for yourself what these people have to deal with. But however, like and in my opinion, like there's a lot of investigations that's going on. There's people getting arrested in different places because of the who's allowing certain investigations to happen. So I would beg to differ that, you know, I think that's an opinion, and these people lie all the time. Like I sit and watch these you know, when they hit the Capitol and they have these meetings, when a lot of times like the Democrats don't even show up. Like when they're trying to get things done, they might send one or two people, and the ones that do show up, they come just to give a narrative opposite of what they're giving, when there's like proof everywhere that what they're arguing about has been proven, or is, you know, has been seen by more than just a few, but they'll still come there just to be able to put stuff on the record that was being said, so that it can, you know, it can be still debatable. Like they don't care how big of a lie it is. Like, and I've experienced that so many times. It's ridiculous. Like if y'all spend as much time watching some of those videos as I do, and I share them when I get a chance, you know, so that y'all can kind of maybe see what I'm seeing and maybe understand why I say what I say. But bro, like there's a few of them that like they don't mind, like that's what they get paid for, is to come and lie and to cover up for their boss.
Well, both sides do that. And the part about them not being there, I mean, like the damn halls, they be empty all the time. Every time they're empty, like they're always empty. They're never present. They be talking to an empty audience. Like we see the clips and we see the people talking, but they don't show the audience. It's nobody there.
Well, yeah, it's usually very limited, and some of these things might be going on, after hours, and some people just like, look, I'm going home to my family, which I guess that could be understandable at times. But if you have a state that is something that's important to your state and you choose not to show up, um, I mean,
That's fucked up. Let me read some comments. It says, because the Democrats keep trying to give the rights to non-American citizens and the Republicans won't put up with that. Okay, so that's the reason why we've had the least productive Congress in history, is because of this one topic.
bro. Well, and I think that's something that's very important to the people. So to try to act as if that's not, because it's not that important to you and your view on it is opposite. That's one of the reasons why that things can be this unproductive, is because you acting like anything that they say is just ridiculous when there's a lot of valid points on that subject. So it's like,
Yeah, but
okay,
that's just one topic. What I'm saying is that one topic is the reason why we've had the least productive Congress in history.
no, and I think
That's
that's
ridiculous.
no, I think that's just words, because you agree, but only up to a certain extent, because you know that the Democrats get less shit done.
Yeah, the Democrats always blame the Republicans for not getting shit done, and when the Republicans have the majority, they hammer through what they want to get done. That's the truth, and that's the reality.
Exactly. But because somebody's expressing that view does not mean that it is true. Like I'm just expressing how these people will come and like make these long addresses. A lot of times they get 5 minutes to say what they want. Sometimes they get more time to be able to go through all this stuff, just to, like, this was a meeting about Joe Biden, but they come in and say, oh, they wasting the time on Joe Biden, and they presenting the proof, but they'll come and say, oh, there's no proof. That's so that they can politically say that, oh, they gave this argument, and they putting these things on the record, and things that they've already submitted 70 other times about Donald Trump that had nothing to do with what they came for. They just dare to just make a disruption. That's what a lot of them get paid to do, instead of actually saying, hey, all right, well, if that's the case, why don't we go on and let's try to work this out. If some people were totally innocent of what they were doing, like, why not just get that past us? Why not go on and let's say, all
And
right.
disruption is exactly what they're doing on both sides, and that's the reason why nothing is getting done.
No, because just because you're not giving it the legitimacy doesn't mean that it's not, what they're saying is not legit. Like, you believe a side more than the other, and just like I do, but at the same time, there's proof. All right, nobody said anything about, if we go back into the when they impeached Trump 2 times, and one of them was about Russian collusion, and then later on you find out the Russian collusion was actually Hillary Clinton. She making that story because she knows she was involved. That stuff, there's some proof to say there was some interaction with the United States, but instead of being honest and saying it was her, she tries to put it on Trump. Then they prove that nobody recaps, come back and say that, oh, it was bullshit.
What I'm saying is bullshit that they focusing on whether Hillary hasn't Russian collusion or if Trump is having Russian collusion. Regardless, the American people not getting shit because we're talking about that shit instead of freaking passing legislation to help the American people. Either way.
See, the problem is the things that both sides agree on, they hold hostage and won't allow it to go through unless they are able to write or something else onto it agenda-wise.
Exactly.
And both sides do that.
Do you know how many things that they tried to re-enter, like stuff that was voted down before for the Green New Deal, and start sneaking it into other bills? Like, like the whole thing with Israel getting the funding for Israel and Ukraine, they slip into Ukraine. Like everybody's like trying to get it's like, all right, we need to stop funding this Ukraine thing. Then they, you know, it's like, okay, everybody believes in this Israel, we got to support Israel, but they sneak in Ukraine at the same time. And Green New Deal, different little things from the Green New Deal. And because nobody can say no to Israel, other bullshit gets thrown in there instead of stuff that the American people really saying that they want done. Like this is they play too many games.
And then the next step they do from there is, oh, well, you voted that down because you're anti-Israel.
Yes.
Not because it doesn't matter about all the writers and stuff. That's really why we said no. But you did it simply because the bill was titled, you know, pro-Israel, whatever, you know, whatever. And everyone had to vote for it, but we're not voting for it. Well, that means you're anti-Israel. It's like, no, I'm
anti-Semitic.
Taxing the airlines. I'm anti-giving money to Ukraine. Yes, but it was an anti-Israel bill. Therefore, you're bad.
Yeah, so they set that up when they make the title of those bills those, and it's deception
the George Floyd bill
on purpose, giving the bill a certain name, and that bill probably don't have anything to do with, or maybe it has one line in it related to the title, and everything else that's in it is something totally different. And then the American people, we just go by what the name of the bill is, and we assume that it's all about that in the bill, and nobody ever look at it and actually read it, not even the Congress people.
Yeah, because that's what I was about to say about the George Floyd bill. That was supposed to be about police reform and, you know, training them to be better police, but it only just gives them more money to go out and do more than what they did because they didn't actually change any laws that the police have to follow.
Nothing came out of that shit. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, GOP doesn't serve people. They're okay with the end of democracy. Another one, it says, let this be a lesson to vote blue. Vote Republicans out. Another one, it says, that's because they're wasting their time trying to take down Hunter Biden. See, I agree with that one.
No, well, and I mean, to some extent, but they're really trying to get to Joe Biden. But to get to Joe Biden, they got to get through the smoke and mirrors that they put up with his son. Like the whole business that his son has is trading their his family, how they say their family name, like because of who his dad is why he's able to have business all over the world in different countries that he doesn't qualify to have any, you know what I'm saying, like anything to do with.
Yeah, but whether that's true or not, it could be true, but how does that help the American people? Why does spending all that time on that instead of doing anything to help us?
Because there's the proof is leading to him being treasonous. Him selling, you know, being able to be used by other countries to get things done that other countries want done in this country instead of worrying about what the people want. It's a treasonous act.
Yeah, and
it doesn't matter how many companies you use to filter it. It all boils down to the core reason why you did it.
And spending all of that time on that is the reason why nothing's getting done.
A lot of people, nobody was saying that wasting time about trying to impeach Trump on something that they never could find, and all this other stuff they're trying to do. Like nobody feels like this is a waste of time.
I'm saying the same thing about that. The same thing. That's the reason why it's historically going to go down as the most unproductive as Congress ever. Let's play this. Check this out.
How about what about the Biden administration? How more productive are they? What are they getting done?
Well,
so it's not just the Congress; it's the executive branch too.
Well, the executive branch just approves the laws that come across his desk. The House and the Congress, they're the ones who write the legislation and get it to the desk of the president. If nothing, if they don't get anything to his desk, then he don't have anything to sign. Let's play this.
Go ahead.
That I've learned. Other people can. Other people can be indicted a bunch of times and still run for office. Black man can't. You just learn to be good. And in the end, you benefit from that extra resilience.
As Donald Trump argues that he is above the law, that was Michelle Obama saying that if Trump were a black man, he wouldn't be allowed to run for any office, let alone the presidency. Joining me now is radio and podcast star and co-host of The Breakfast Club, Charlemagne the God, along with politics and culture commentator and host of the Native Land Pod, Angela Rye. So Angela, Michelle Obama has this great skill of being able to shade Donald Trump without ever actually uttering his name. But is she right?
Of course. I think I think that what we know and what I think she got baptized by fire with in 2008 when Barack Obama was running for office. And she said, and I'll never forget, because I was like, finally somebody's saying something that I agree with. She said, for the first time in my adult life, I am proud of my country, and got dragged. We are finally at a place on the other side of a Donald Trump presidency where people can a little bit, they can kind of understand on the other side of an insurrection what she might have meant. And so now,
I don't know. I mean, you think they understand?
I think somebody might, maybe not. I mean, maybe a majority, right? Yeah. You would get fooled if you look at some of the social media, but I think a majority understand what she means, even if they don't like it.
But they're asking for, Joe Biden now to be impeached, even though Donald Trump is under.
Now that's not the day I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I want to just ask you, Charlemagne. I mean, you made some waves in a recent interview saying that you regret endorsing Joe Biden. Why?
It's not that I regret endorsing Joe Biden. It's just that, I think that we all can get burned, by politicians. Because when I say endorsing, I put my name and my reputation on the line with my listeners. And when my listeners feel like he didn't deliver, they come back to me and they say, hey, man, you're the one who told us to vote for, Joe Biden. You're the one who told us to vote for Kamala Harris. So, I care about my listeners and what my listeners think. But I do want to say that, I think President Biden historically has been a lack of a better word, a shitty elected official. But, Donald Trump is the end of democracy as we know it.
So you'd vote for Biden again? I'm
not saying either or, but I think, since y'all ask answers, because that's what y'all do on CNN, you like to ask answers, like you ask. Well, I mean, what I said is you asked is if Donald Trump was black, would he get locked up? You know the answer to that.
But I mean,
right?
I don't know so you are going to vote for Joe Biden?
I think it's simple and plain. If you Donald Trump is the end of democracy as we know it. I don't know what to tell people. And I know it sounds, when you say that now in 2024, you've heard it so much because every time, there's a Republican candidate, people say, oh, it's the end of democracy. He's people go so far as to say, oh, he's the Antichrist. But this is one of those times where, it really actually positively is true.
So, Angela, what he's saying about his Breakfast Club listeners and the disappointment, I guess, that there might be with the Biden administration, do you see that being understood by the Biden campaign? Are they taking that seriously?
I think that there are folks in the campaign. I think there are folks in the White House. There are folks in the VP's office that certainly understand and have stressed these points to them ad nauseum. I think Madam Vice President understands. I think that what the real test will be what they do with that understanding, right? I think Leonard is absolutely right. It's hard to get people to do something that they already were very reluctant about doing. Don't forget they were overcoming a pandemic like the rest of us, overcoming George Floyd's death and murder for 9 minutes and 30 seconds on camera. There was a lot that folks had to overcome to get there. And so when you have to sacrifice so much, the least you can do is meet us in our sacrifice. And I think that's really what he's saying. It sounds like a reluctant endorsement you got out of him.
It does sound that way.
But I think the reality of it is,
I will always vote for democracy. And what I keep trying to.
So then it's a binary choice.
Yeah. Talk about
just because you vote for
Vice President Harris, you've also kind of pulled back from that endorsement as well. What specifically do you see her not doing right?
Well, when I said that about her disappearing, it wasn't even about her, what she's done as vice president, the duties of a vice president. It was about, how she would interact with people who supported her, And I think that even when I say disappear, I'm talking about the person that I spoke to in 2020. When I speak to her, it didn't seem like, she was as much of a politician as she seems to be now. I feel like, Bakari Sellers has said it a million times. They've given her a trash portfolio and, they kind of keep her in the tuck and they don't let her be who she is willing to be. But I think at a time like this, man, if we're having these serious conversations about, democracy being on the line, I think that all of us should realize the language of politics is dead. And I think, new normals call for new things. So I think now's not the time for her to, be a politician.
You
Now
think it's a communication issue that she
the Democrats suck at messaging, period. We know this already, though. Like the Democrats suck at messaging. Like it's not like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris haven't done a lot of great things. They just don't know how to message it to the American people.
Who is a politician that you could support that for the presidency, a new age politician, in your words?
Does it matter if our only choices right now are Biden and Trump?
It does. What do you see out there? Do you see anybody fulfilling what you think needs to be done at that level?
No, not in a little bit, because like I said, the language of politics is dead. And I think that's one thing, Trump did do. Like Trump made it to where you could speak truth to power if you want to. But I think that a lot of folks choose not to. Like nobody's stupid. Like we're all sitting there.
Definitely wasn't truth he was speaking.
I'm not gonna say it was true, but it's truthful to the people that he's speaking to. Like, whenever you can get on, if you can get on TV and you can say, hey, I'm gonna be a dictator on day one, and nobody gets upset about that. In fact, that just causes you to go up in the polls. They like clearly the things that he's saying. Maybe saying he's speaking truth is the wrong thing to say, but he's definitely speaking to his his constituents.
He's speaking to the fear and stoking the fear of an electorate that is very concerned about what Tip was even saying earlier about a rising majority. We know that is indeed the case. I think.
Yeah.
Do you believe what these people are saying?
Well, wait, hold on. Let's see if we can get to the end of this clip. Hold on.
Madam Vice President, we say a lot of this, they won't let her. And I take issue with the language, right? I think that she does need to be empowered, and she has that power to walk in that power. She has owned and requested a lot of what is in her portfolio. I think what is unfortunate is the way that she sounds the alarm. A lot of the folks on her team sound the alarm. It is not being echoed by folks in the White House.
What's the point of sounding the alarm behind the scenes? Like if we're talking about
all been behind the scenes, like even today, right? Her being in Atlanta, talking to voters, talking to folks that run voting rights organizations, talking to a base that they need, that they rely on.
They should have been doing that for months.
When you say, I mean,
why wait for President Barack Obama to come out to light a fire under the campaign? And for y'all to, go out there and start doing things. And then, when it comes to President Biden, the first thing you do is go to a beautiful black church, Emmanuel AME, in my birthplace, Charleston, South Carolina, and then go to the soul food spot, Hannibal's restaurant. Like that is the thing that Democrats have been doing for years. Like that's not effective anymore. Just showing up to a black church and then going to a soul food restaurant.
If the election were held today, I mean, do you think Biden wins or loses?
The polls say he loses.
And
that's what the polls say. And even when we have this conversation about, black voters, the reason that so many of us are sounding the alarm the way we are, because it's not just black voters, it's the vote, period. It's black voters, Latino voters, independents. And he's losing to somebody who has 91 criminal charges, 4 indictments, 2 impeachments. How are you losing it to the polls to somebody like that?
I'm trying to get to the end of this clip, but I didn't never watch the whole thing. So I don't know how long it is because I don't have the little bar at the bottom. But
no,
yeah,
it's fine. I'm amped up, so I apologize.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be patient, but that's some bullshit there.
I can't believe Charlemagne is speaking for the people.
He's not. He's see.
I'm being sarcastic, bro.
Okay, cool. But at the same time, like this dude is so full of crap. Him and Angela Rye, no matter how cute she is, she's full of crap. And no matter what happens, they are going to argue for the Democratic Party because that's who pays their checks. So when you realize that part, and then okay, they're trying to seem like they got some balance in how they're seeing it. No, I mean, no. The only reason why they're saying what they're saying is because the people who that usually listen to them is saying the same kind of stuff, and they're trying to make it seem like they're on their side. They could care less because they know they're gonna be fine if everything falls tomorrow. They're gonna be okay because they'll be able to run into a bunker because they'll be the good Negro that was helping them. They might make it in, but I don't trust him as far as I could throw him, and I probably could throw him a nice. He's a little bit. I probably could toss him a nice little bit, but overall, they're not being honest about how they're saying stuff. Like they'll which that's what I guess the paid media does. They flip all these things. The dude say for the first hour he would be and somewhat being joking, the same kind of way that they try to use his words that we got to fight like hell, and then when you look up 8 or 10, 12 different Democrats, they use the same terminology, but when Trump says it, he means something other than what the other ones meant. It's a common thing that's being said by politicians. You gotta fight like hell, and then now he's a insurrectionist when there was no guns other than what the police had and the stupid woman that got killed had. Nobody else had a gun, but now it's an insurrection. And they keep using that word because the average Americans or the average person is going to follow that and just use that same terminology when it doesn't equate. It's not, what happened was not the same thing. The video where he came on and was asking them to go home, or it's time to go home, and this, that, and the other. Not many people saw that video because as soon as he posted on Twitter, they took it down. Because it made him made him look like he didn't, like he didn't have nothing to do with it, which I don't think he did. Like, I mean,
about the weapons, there's a law against open carry weapons, on the Capitol. But I covered on the show the other night, there was a guy, he said he had been in the military before, and he never saw so many weapons in one place, talking about a cache of weapons and explosive that was stored, nearby the Capitol that they had planned on using.
Did you see the video where they escorted Antifa right into the middle of all of that?
No, I didn't see no video like that.
I know. I'm sure you didn't.
Share it with me on the timeline. No, I didn't see that.
I thought I did, but I'll find it. And
That shit sound. I'm sorry to be laughing, bro, but that shit sound fake. Antifa sound like I can whoop they motherfucking ass by myself.
Well,
yeah. I mean, so the thing is,
I'll just laugh at that.
The Democrats, serious, bro. The Democrats don't give you nothing to vote for, and that's clearly shown here in this clip. Where Charlemagne the God is like, he's like, I'm not happy with Biden. He's like, but then he says Trump is the end of democracy. So basically,
but that's backwards. That's backwards. See, that's the thing, is backwards. Just because you're dealing with a Republican, doesn't mean that they're against democracy. A Democrat, just because you got you say you're a Democrat, does not mean that you're totally for democracy. And I don't think we want a full democracy. Like, any full-fledged democracy has fallen because there's no.
We don't. We have what we're supposed to have is a republic. It's a representative democracy. So it's not a democracy starting off.
But no, see, but that's the thing. That's what it's supposed to be. But because of what the Democrats have been doing, and because I mean, if you really think about it, anybody who doesn't see themselves protected by the Constitution, you're just foolish because you don't really understand. You've allowed other people to determine to you what some of these things are say in the Constitution. It protects any human being it even protects non-citizens. So how can you even try to say that it doesn't protect you as a citizen, regardless of your skin color or anything? So one, we trick ourselves out of, and believing that we need extra laws put there in a Constitution that already protects you. That's to me, like all these different things that they trick people into believing, oh, we making these laws, we doing all, they wasting time and doing other things in the background, building up more power to keep you from, realizing that, hey, you can do a lot of these things on your own. And, but however, my biggest problem is people believe what they hear too much instead of actually seeing and reading. And I understand a lot of people may not have the time, but when you got people close enough to you who got plenty of time and willing to kind of share things with you, they'll shut you off because you ain't talking the way they used to being talked to, lied to. They're used to being lied to instead of somebody just telling them, hey, no, the Republicans just not going to lie to you and tell you that they're going to give you something that they knew they couldn't give you because the Constitution says this, and this. And, they're actually, because they not promise you some, some parade or some fair, some big grand thing. And then it's like, oh, well, the Republicans wouldn't let you have it. No, you wasn't going to be able to, they couldn't legally do it to first place. So
I think that's a fair argument that what they do that. The Democrats tend to offer things that they don't have no intention of doing. But I would say
it's not even intention.
You're talking like the Republicans don't lie.
No, I'm not. No, but I mean, we got to realize, all right, we're talking about politicians, lawyers, like they all lie, but we're talking about a systematic approach when we're talking about the group, because all of them are not lying. A lot of them are seriously there to work for the people, but they get overlooked because they got an R by their name.
Yeah. So, but what about Democrats who are seriously trying to work for the people?
They have them too, but lately, from what I'm seeing, a lot of them get overshadowed and don't get enough talk time because they that's not the approved message. And if you want to stay where you at, you better shut the hell up, because we ain't afraid to knock your head off or make sure somebody else get your seat in the next go round.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, because within the Democrats, that's what they do. They tend to push them to the sideline. And they promote people who are, go along to get along, and
yes.
And the ones that are pushing against that, they get, and then like you said, they won't get elected next time because it's all about the DRC is a fundraising. That's really what they do, and so then they put the money behind the candidates that they want. The ones that get knighted and get chosen, and so they'll put money against your opponent and support them. So that's where it shows what one of the big problems with our politics is, the money in the politics, because you literally can't win if you can't come up with like $1 million even for a little bitty ass seat. And it shows how that shit is so crazy, because these people don't even get paid that much. Like, for those smaller seats, like, it's in the 100,000 is how much they getting paid, and it costs them $1 million to freaking get elected. Like, something is wrong with that. They got to raise over $1 million to get elected.
Supposed to be by donations, but
for a job that pays them 100,000.
Yeah, I mean, it makes no sense. And, that's the part that I think that a lot of people miss, because, I know the average person don't really even understand how how government works. You know, the process and how even a bill is started and how, and before it hits the floor, how it's voted, like the average person just don't really get it. And they want to be involved, but some of us get way too emotional about things that they don't fully understand. And there's bills that is introduced that shouldn't have ever gotten introduced, and then you get mad at people who understand the Constitution, like, well, I can't vote on this because it's just it's just not, it doesn't work for what we really need to get done. And but they'll get trashed by somebody that's saying, and it's happened on both sides. The Democrats get ate up, the Republicans get ate up. And I believe personally that a lot of the ideology that black people believe in, or like what we really, the majority of us, how we think, just happen to be on the Republican side. And I'm saying black people because, of course there's a lot, white people, they'll kind of bounce back and forth, more than not, like whatever makes the most sense at the time. But a lot of us, and not to say that black people don't, but in majority, a lot of them have already decided before they know who's running that it's going to be a Democrat.
Right. That's true.
And that's a problem, and that's why we gotten tricked. That's why we failed more than we won, because
But I would say that it's because they're driven by fear, and the fear tactics tend to work on black people more than other groups, I would say. And then that's what we're getting out of this clip: the end of democracy, the end of the world. Everybody's gonna die. The planet's gonna explode if you vote for a Republican. Yeah, because the Democrats don't give people nothing to vote for. They only give you stuff to vote against, and that's it. And their whole platform is, I'm not that guy.
Mm-hmm. So that means that they don't have to stand up and be whatever they say, because they know that it's going to fall short. They're not going to do what they say they're going to do. But the best ammunition that they have is that, well, at least I'm not Trump.
And our politics has deteriorated to that point where it's like, I'm not that guy, and that's my whole freaking platform. Let's see if we can get to the end of this clip.
The bars are different for people in life. That I've learned. Other people can. Other people can be indicted a bunch of times and still run for office. Black man can't. You just learn to be good. And in the end, you benefit from that extra resilience.
Okay, so Michelle said, if indicted Trump was black, he couldn't run. What do you think about that?
I think that they are using the misinformation and making people realize that, okay, based on law is why he's not getting kicked out. Like they have not convicted him of anything, is why he can still run. Charges and convictions are not the same. The same thing that Cat Williams been trying to tell you. Yeah, I done been to jail 17 times, but I also been 15 of those times I've been the charges been dropped. So when it boils down to it, the case never had any weight to it to begin with. So trying to use certain terminology so that they're not lying, because it's only charges. There's no convictions. That's why, if in a place where there's due process, you can't say that he's he can't. They even held back the thing in Colorado because, like you're saying, he's he can't be on the ballot in Colorado because of insurrection that he's never been convicted of. Like that's just overuse of power. And they're trying to manipulate the minds of the people to make them feel like, oh, well, dang, this ain't right. How you no, like, be honest with the people. Okay, well, all right, we found him not to be guilty on anything that we accused him of, and we're really just wasting a bunch of time and trying to get, the the public opinion, get y'all to convict him with just y'all opinion and keep him from getting, because we can't do it by law because he hadn't done anything wrong.
Well, I agree with the waste of time part, but I also agree with Michelle Obama on her point.
That if it was a black person?
Yeah, because the part about being guilty or not is beside the point. I mean, this shows that the deterioration of our politics again, because it wasn't that long ago where they thought you was doing something shady. That would be enough for you to not be able to run, whether it was true or not.
Well, listen, I
if
hear
was
what
caught
you're
up
saying.
in some shady shit, and they would be like,
now it does speak to because if that was to actually happen, that would just speak to the fact that America is still way more racist than I mean the public opinion by now probably would keep him from being able to run again. But if he didn't do anything wrong, the legal process is not stopping him from running. It's the people in the public that's saying, get him out of here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The legal process is not what would matter at all. It would be the opinion of the people, because the people are the ones who vote.
But it does. And I think that, because, like Democrats, in my opinion,
it matters legally, but it doesn't matter in the minds of the voters.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think it does, because I mean, if you're a smart enough voter to realize what, like I realize, is that like he's still on the ballot across the nation because he has not done anything. If you realize that simply and plainly, that okay, if he was really like not, like if he really had did something wrong, then our legal system does not work, because he still can be on the ballot and he's a criminal. Like, I mean, some things make sense and some shit just don't make sense.
Yeah, but
when you trust yourself, and you don't rely on somebody else to tell you those simple and plain things, then you can make a firm decision without whatever the media is trying to feed you.
Yeah. I mean, all of that is fine. It's just that that's not the actual reality. The reality is most people are gonna go with what the media is telling them. Most people are gonna feel that if somebody is caught up in some stuff, then they must be guilty, and they're not gonna dig any deeper.
I agree. But that's the thing. I agree with you. But what I'm trying to tell you is that would lean more to how racist our country really is if that was to actually happen. Like there's no way to determine that, but you're throwing a theory out there, pretty much, and without saying it, you're saying that our legal system is messed up because they won't, it doesn't ban him from being a president, and he's a criminal, but he's never been proven to be a criminal.
I'm not saying that, but I am saying that we have a good amount of people who are racist in our country. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I am saying that. I'm not saying that Trump is guilty.
But the reason why that they're out here making these claims is because the system is not broken, and he can still be on the ballot because he has not been convicted, and most likely will not be convicted, because they knew what the process was going to be from day one. Like they know that it was going to be a tougher battle even this time to lose, to get them to lose, with all the things that they've infected people's minds with lies. Some people are gonna vote against him just because maybe they would have, but they're not because of the things that they believe from the news. And then some people, not gonna vote for him just because they don't like him and they ain't gonna vote for him. But either way, like, the system is not broken. And for people to feel like, just because he's not black is why he's still there is that's bullshit. He's still there because the legal system does work. They wasn't able to take control of the legislative body again long enough to be able to force things to make it go the way they wanted to. So now they're going with a different approach because the Republicans are calling them on their shit.
Let me read some. Let's read the caption. It says, "I got Angela Ray." This is her caption. She says, "I got to do TV with my good brother, Charlamagne Tha God. We talked our brand new venture, Reason Choice Media, 2024 options, and why it's so hard to call out racism when it just is." It says, "We hope we tune into our network's flagship show."
Call out what racism? What racism is she talking about?
We're talking about at the beginning when Michelle Obama was saying that if it was a black person, he wouldn't have a chance, and I agree with that.
Okay, and that could be the case, but guess what? He's not black, and we're just bringing up a foolish conversation to distract people from them realizing that, hey, you know what? He's in the run for president because he has not done anything wrong, or he has not been proven to do anything wrong. How about that point? Like, we're bringing up stupid arguments about possible potential things that'll never happen just to get people upset about something that like is not any, like, it's just a silly argument. I mean, just to be simple and plain, like, Donald Trump is not black, and the woulda, coulda, shouldas don't fucking matter.
Let me read some captions. It says, "Democrats have done nothing for black men." Another comment, it says, "Charlamagne should not occupy political spaces. He does not have the range." I agree with that. Another comment.
No, he's a stooge.
It says
bro. I mean, anybody listening to Charlamagne is like you just as clueless, and he's like he got a radio show that the Breakfast Club and don't even serve no breakfast.
Is it me, or does he seem to speak in sound bites?
That's all it is.
It's he throws out like statement after statement after statement.
The reason
and every now and then one of them hits, and it's like, oh wow, that's intelligent. So you eventually start trying to think he's smart because he hits like one in 20.
You know why they choose him? You may tell y'all why they choose him? Is because he
women like him because he looks like the business end of the dildo, probably.
The what? He could do what?
See, I was saying with his head shaved and all like that, women like him because he looks like the business end of their little toys.
Possibly, but far as what I've noticed, they trust him to come out and say the lies with a straight face. Like, he has the ability to come and lie to us and make up. They rehearse these little things. You see how Angela was checking him on some of the stuff that he was saying. She's the same as him. Like, she's worse. She's way more vicious than Charlamagne, but Charlamagne is public, like, he's in the public every day, every morning. So he has people that listen to him every day. She comes out here and there, every now and then, and she tries to put down these strong points. That's a bunch of lies too. But they're using him because like, DJ Envy is on that show too. Like, they could get DJ Envy out there, but he ain't as comfortable lying to the people as Charlamagne is.
Yeah, I don't think it goes that deep. And what Doc was saying about the talking points, he's a radio personality, and you know that's what they do, and him being a resident radio personality is the same reason why he's on the show, is because he has a top rated radio show, and it's
Yes,
not that
people
he has,
listen to him.
and it's not that he has.
That's what I just said.
He doesn't
I'm sorry.
have.
Go ahead.
It's not that he has knowledgeable political views. So as far as him lying up there, I think that this is his capacity. You know what I'm saying? I don't think
No, come on, no, no.
He's
Charlemagne
level.
is no dummy, bro.
I'm not saying he's a dummy, but he's not politically astute.
No, say, bro. You see, for some of these people, real life doesn't matter. If they get chosen over the rest of us Negroes, and they get the $2 million salaries per year, however much he getting paid, because that's just probably one job that he getting paid $2 million a year, and he's got like other production stuff that he makes plenty of money, but because he can sit in the room with some of these people, he feel important, and because these people say, hey, this is what I need from you, or your life can change drastically, because we'll take everything and we'll make things rough for you. He's just like, all right, you know what, it's easier for me to go on and just lie. Now, there's other people that they would ask to do that same thing, but they just don't sound as confident as him, even though I believe he knows exactly, like he has an idea. Like, listen to how he's talking on here. He picks up on what the people are saying and how disagreeable the public is, and especially his listeners. So he'll grab the attention of the people that listen to him and get them to be like, oh, well, you know what, these, the Democrats, I'm gonna follow him because he's in the mix, he knows what's going on, he does that and the other, so he can come and say whatever later on down the road when they come up with a new, because I really believe one of the reasons why Michelle Obama is being seen more and more lately, is because they're prepping her to be the next Democratic presidential run.
Yeah, I think they're whipping out her because Biden is faltering, and they're just they're drawing for straws. Let me read some more comments.
I also believe that some of the reasons why more of the things about Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, them catching Joe Biden in so many lies, is because they ready to get rid of him too. So it's like, all right, well, here's a good reason for him not to run. If we can just get him to say, hey, all right, well, you know what, I'm gonna just put it down because I don't want my son is going through this, or whatever bullshit lie they come up with, and then they can sneak her in there because it can be another token position, and for black people to still get nothing that they've been hoping and praying and been promised for decades. Like, that's the whole setup plan, is to keep black people from getting anything.
Let me read this. It says, don't vote for either evil. Trump is in your face and Biden is doing it behind your back. Research the independent parties and start there because woo child. Another comment, it says, how did Charlemagne become an intellectual voice in the black community?
Good question.
Yeah, so
because they paid him for it.
Stir fry shit.
He's an actor. He's a radio personality. Like, just because he's not on TV all the time does not mean he's not acting.
Another comment, it says, LMAO, Charlemagne has no business speaking on politics. He's just not qualified. His listeners can't even have a basic conversation about civics. We riding with Biden in 2024. Stick to being a VJ. Another one, Charlemagne should not be a part of this panel.
And Angela Rye should.
Another one.
What makes her qualified?
Another comment says, Angela, please school him before he discourages his fan base from voting. We can afford that to happen. Or we
I would
can't.
love, I would love for the people that love her to explain what makes her qualified.
Another one, it says, when I see black men and women dying, it's not because of racism. Most black people don't even deal with racism. That's your only talking point when it comes to politics.
Ooh, I don't care what race that person was, but that's so fucking true.
Another one, it says, I try to listen to the Breakfast Club, and while Charlemagne might mean well, many times he is ill-informed or just doesn't come on air prepared. I can tell you how many things I've heard him say that is just not accurate. I'm not talking about his opinion, but the facts, which means his audience is not being educated accurately.
Down, down, down. So it's not just me, thank God.
Another one, please stop bringing Charlemagne into political discussions. He may be a good brother to you, but he tends to engage in misogynoir and is always oddly harsh on Kamala Harris. He also talks like a toque for the fascist conservatives. Tool, I
So
guess.
the Democrats don't like him either.
Another one, it says, it's almost like Charlemagne doesn't understand politics. What Trump has done successfully is make the job of the president, the highest, most important job in the world, seem like it's a small business that someone doesn't know how to run. This is a failure of education. Angela is speaking as a knowledgeable insider who respects the real difficulties and constraints of the job. The reason why all these well-meaning, opinionated people fall into conspiracy theories is because the presidency was never created for just any Joe Schmo to do. The whole profession of politics was supposed to be upheld by reasoned, educated people who knew how to govern. It was perverted by both parties with money and special interests, but it was meant to help guide the people to a more perfect union. It's unfortunate that we no longer respect that.
Well, I respect that that comment, but at the same time, we don't truly have a government. I mean, everything is ran on money. So this is really more so a business than anything. Like everything that they push through as legislation is because of some money that somebody spent. So if we're talking about government is meant to function for the people by these representatives, or the representatives in the Senate that will get these things done for their constituents. But all that stuff has been lost in the sauce for a long time. Like, I mean, there's some people who say that we haven't had a real government since it's bankrupt back in the 1800s.
Check this out. It says Pelosi's option calls have made her $250,000 already, more than her entire annual salary of $223,500. This is because Nvidia hit another ATH today, making Anthony Pelosi NVDA ITM calls now up 13%. So yeah, and I saw this earlier before even the up came. They was talking about her picks, and she dropped a substantial amount of money into this Nvidia. And it's crazy because, like, all you have to do is follow Nancy Pelosi's stock picks, and that'll probably make you a bunch of money, And you wonder how she keeps batting 1,000 when it comes to this stuff.
No, I mean, some of us may, but we all us here know what's going on. But man,
let me read some comments. It says, how is this legal? Good question. Another one, it says, that's what happens when you think voting blue is the answer to the problems in this country. Red is evil, but both parties are 100% corporate owned and will always prioritize money over the people.
Look, I'm gonna tell you, they're so afraid of Trump. I'm gonna tell you, man, like, I don't like, honestly, like, if they got rid of Trump and Biden, I would be halfway happy, because at least we're getting like two of our biggest problems in the recent history out of our way.
I can agree with that.
Now, now you're not going to agree with this because I've heard, with some of the things you said about Ramaswamy, but a lot of this thing, if we really talking about fixing America, we got to be willing to do some bold things. And there's some people who are too invested in the old way for, if you like, I'm just trying to figure out who are y'all going to vote for that's, that's going to make any real serious changes. And it's I don't know, the only person I see that's at least talking, because I mean it's still Mouse. He ain't had his opportunity or shot yet, but he's at least saying some things that I think that would make some good drastic changes, and the ability to start from scratch in a lot of these areas. Will it, we get back to this same kind of point at some point? I think that's still very likely, because there's still going to be people in the world that's going to misuse resources. But I think that if we're going to get on the right road for a while and give our children a chance to, not be 1000% slaves, because if it's up to the Democratic Party, the government will not allow the average person to have a business.
I think Vivek Ramaswamy is inauthentic, and he's running for a Trump cabinet position.
Well, I mean, that's your opinion, and I mean, that's easy to say when you don't like somebody, but that's, I mean, and that's cool. I mean, you have your look. I respect your opinion on that, but I respectfully say you're wrong. And but like I said, I mean, and I don't see it being so wrong if that was the case, because at least we got a party that's trying to do something for our country, that's not willing to waste billions of dollars on, like a conservative mindset is what's needed. Like, is liberal mindset totally washed or piece of shit? No, but when you get too much, like, we're supposed to have some balance. When people do too much, time on things that's, like, you by law, by God have the right to do, and making the people feel like, oh, you got to spend this kind of money, diversity on this and that. No, just people be good, or okay, get jobs. I mean, start businesses where you can provide for the people that you care about, just like the rest of the people do. I mean, sometimes trying to make somebody do something is not freedom. Like, you're trying to force somebody that, is here to do something, and you're talking about it's a free country, but you're going to force somebody to live a certain way.
Yeah, like forcing people to have babies.
Forcing
like
people forcing people to hire people that they don't want in their business. How about that?
And all of the big issues, the Republicans and the Democrats
no. You see
agree.
you see how you spent that, because you said forcing people to have babies. No, they're not forcing people to have babies, but they're making people, make a better decision before you do have a baby, because all of the options that you had before, we're not going to stand up for that. You just able to just kill lives.
It's because you said freedom. So which side are you on the freedom? You're not on the side of the freedom.
We're still a country of law. We're still a nation that's governed by laws. At least it's supposed to be. And there's a lot of laws that people overlook that has always been there. So my thing is that all right, if you want to be just a killer, if you want to try to make a argument that something that you killed wasn't a life, I don't get that.
Yeah, but see, what my argument on that is the freedom thing. The only reason why I brought that up, because you're talking about personal freedoms. So, and you said controlling people and forcing people to do things. Well, then that's what that is right there. And that instance is forcing someone to have a baby that they don't want to have.
No,
or you could also look at it as forcing them not to commit murder.
Well, no, or forcing them to be careful, to actually be an adult. If you want to, if that's forcing somebody to do anything, is to, why don't you weigh out just going out and getting drunk and having sex with somebody, or however
Yeah, but
that thing
what
is
I'm
happening.
saying is, I mean, I can agree with what you're saying there, but you were just saying about freedoms, personal freedoms. You said one side
Yes.
is about freedoms.
Okay,
Obviously,
so
not
do so
freedoms
do we
to have an
so
abortion.
do we give up all the laws? I mean, is that what you're saying, that there shouldn't be any laws?
That's not what I'm saying. You was making the argument for personal
Okay,
freedom. Or you
okay,
that's the opposite of that. And you was talking about forcing people.
but
And
personal
forcing people to
freedoms.
have a baby is forcing people.
Okay, but look, there's a design by the universe. Some people call it God, but there's a certain design by nature that we shouldn't be trying to break. And if you take the chance of an act that can result in a responsibility that could last you 18,
Then you should
20,
be forced
30 years,
to have that baby.
yes. If you're that imbecile, yes, you know what? Maybe that'll stop you from going to do it, because you realize,
But you were
because
just saying the Democrats are the ones that want to force people to do things.
but nobody's forcing anybody to get pregnant, which is gonna enable them to go. See, you're trying to reverse it when, like your argument is faulty, and that's why you have to reverse it that way. Like I mean, that's what most people do when they don't have a real argument. Why go get pregnant so somebody has to tell you that, they gotta, to say that they're forcing you to do something that, okay, you know it's you if you take there's no abortions, there's a law against abortions, and this, why do you go take the chance just so that you can stand up against the law and try to say, oh, I'm free to murder something that, I you know
I
I was
don't
never
like
going to give a
abortions. But do you get what
so
I'm
why do
the
you
point?
so
I'm
that but
trying.
that's that see
Do you get
and
the
that's the
point?
problem.
Because
That's
you're
the problem.
saying that Democrats are
But
the ones
no,
that's
no, no, no,
forcing
no, no, no.
people, and I'm
But no,
saying that's not
but
true. It's
the
happening on
problem.
both sides. The
But
Republicans are
you're
forcing people
doing,
to have a baby.
but you're doing what you claim the Republicans do. They're wasting time on things that that don't make any sense. You don't believe in abortion, but you're sitting here fighting for it.
That's a topic that is important to people. That
No,
is a
he
topic
doesn't
So,
that
believe. He
affects
doesn't
but is it
believe in
important to you?
Republicans.
No, I don't.
But is it
That's
important
not
to
true either.
you? Is it important to you? Is this something that is
It's
going to affect you
it is
right
important
away?
to me. That's an important. There's a reason why that
Why?
shit was legal.
How many abortions have you paid for in your lifetime, if you don't
I,
mind me
I,
asking?
I mean that's I don't want to share personal information like that,
Okay,
but
but
you have
okay,
to try to hear what I'm saying. It's
I
being
do hear what you're
hypocritical
saying.
to say this side is the one that's forcing people to do stuff and then don't want to acknowledge the
But
fact that this
nobody's
other side
forcing anyone
is
to
forcing
have a
people
baby.
too.
That's the whole
They
thing.
are.
You're
They
not being
literally are.
genuine. You're not being genuine with your argument. You're not forcing somebody to have a baby because them and some other person chose on their own to go and have a baby. You're forgetting about the part that what they did. They made an act, and because there's a law restricting abortions because it's against nature, then and which in the same thing was saying that that's going against nature is going against God. So we're gonna
Yeah, but
allow a country to
listen to
be
yourself.
we're gonna be a country that allows any old thing. One of the reasons why the rest of the world thinks that we're incompetent and don't deserve to be here.
Listen to what you're saying. You're
I
saying
have
that you're
I'm saying, go
listen.
ahead.
You're saying that you're okay with forcing people to do certain things if it aligns with your personal beliefs. And that's the
No.
same thing the other side is saying.
No, if you've paid any attention to me over the last year of us having this conversation, look, if they go and do an abortion, look, I don't have anything to do with that. I'm gonna spend my time on something else that I do believe in. Now, I'm not gonna fight against something like trying to fight for something that doesn't affect me. I'm gonna fight for something that does. So that was my original question to you: is that okay? Does this really affect your life immediately? Or do you expect that or do you feel that you're irresponsible, irresponsible?
I could ask you the same question. So why would you fight for it if it doesn't affect you?
If you do,
if it doesn't affect
but my
you?
my answer is going to be different because I have a different level of I feel like life is precious, and regardless if I was ready or not, because of even if it was a mistake or some woman that I don't really like, she was just fine, she had a nice ass, and I slipped up and rolled the ride too long, and I end up with a baby, I'm just gonna deal with it. I'm not gonna sit there and be like, oh, the government won't let me no.
Yeah, so you're okay with infringing on people's freedom if it aligns with your
we're talking about
beliefs.
Government, but the one thing that you seem to be forgetting is that we are talking about a government that a people that is governed by laws. That means that we're free to do certain things, but the line has to be drawn somewhere. So because you're talking about abortion right now, there's many other things that I'm not gonna be able to do. Like I can't just just go beat up people just because I feel like it. I can't. There's a lot of things I can't just do because it encroaches on somebody else's law rights. So I don't know why we're really having this argument, because if you're going to be a responsible human being, there are certain things that you do and that you don't do.
Let me read
At what point does the unborn child get the status that it has the right to live?
And that's the thing. Like, I mean, people who are irresponsible needs to know where to draw the line, because we're gonna have those people. So that's one of the reasons why the laws have to be written out and go all these different things. This part of the process, because some things are necessary. Because guess what? There's some people who overuse things just because it was they was out just being liberal and having fun and not being a responsible human being. They're bringing another life into the world and just like, oh well, you know what? This is not convenient. So hey, pull the plug on this thing. Like,
see, that's just like the argument, the Doc argument against guns. You make everybody suffer because of the activities of certain people or whatever. That's the same argument flipped on the other side. It's the same.
No, my argument is you are punishing law-abiding citizens for a few people who take their rights for granted. That has nothing to do with the abortion debate. Two different directions on that.
You can't equate those as the same thing.
We're talking about personal freedoms. We're talking about forcing people. We're talking about
listen,
infringing.
No,
on
you're talking. Okay, again, here we go with this thing about when do we consider the child having the right to live? When do their rights kick in? Okay, we're talking about something that was supposed to have gone from a medical, physical, or emotional health problem to literally a assembly line manner of just popping them out as contraceptive.
Okay.
You are actually defending one of the number one things used to destroy Black and brown families.
But look.
And you're doing it as someone's right to do so now. And you're going, but you don't answer the very questions while we answer when you ask.
Well, see,
Listen,
and my thing is too. Look, this is the other thing. It's just like you spend time, not just you, but a bunch of people spend time talking about this thing because they feel like they've been robbed of something. But what about the things that they're robbing this person of? Like they could really use a condom. They could really use the female, like a male condom, a female condom. There's like different things that can be done if you don't want a child, and you can have fun, and you can have fun. You can have fun sex and use these things and not even bring this child into the situation where you gotta choose to kill it.
Listen,
Like there's
I
many
think
things.
it does
But
relate to the just like the gun argument about the infringing on everybody suffering as a result of some people taking advantage
how is
of it.
everybody result? Please explain.
Listen,
How is everybody?
let me say it. Okay, what about the cases of rape, incest? The lady who was in Texas who had to leave because her pregnancy was going to kill her, but she couldn't legally get an abortion here in the states of Texas, and the baby wasn't even viable. She gets to suffer along with all of the rest of the women who have similar situations, unviable pregnancies, pregnancies that are in their fallopian tubes and shit that's gonna kill them or cause it to the point where they can't make babies in the future as a result of the people who are abusing the abortion.
And see that is the problem that we need to address right there.
Yeah,
all of that
but
shit, rape,
that's not the same
incest,
thing.
death of parent, all of
Go ahead.
that should be off the table before we're see. All of that is
But
off
it's
the
not.
table when we're discussing it.
But listen, but
But
don't
it's
you
not.
do you realize that
That's
the
what
reason
the
why
court battles are
people are
about
being
now.
so hard, the reason why people the Republicans have been so hardcore about it is because of how like people have like make up reasons to be able to have these abortions and pretend like oh, it was some serious thing that was about to happen, and
So,
now
but
they
what
don't even
about the
trust. Now they don't.
what about
I'm
the
just.
people? Okay, you're saying those people are
Actually, wait a
suffering
minute. The
as a
turning
result.
point in this, when this became a huge national battle again, was about 2 years ago, year and a half ago, 2 years maybe, when one state or one law tried to get passed through on a liberal platform about abortion being allowed up to birth.
Yes, and that's one of the reasons why they were going
And
hardcore because
that's when this subject got crazy. And that's when someone reported and it leaked where someone was saying up to and after birth, which was never a part of it, but the media got hold of that.
And
we
my
know what
thing
happened
is that,
there.
like
And then that's just it. We got to we have to recognize this is why. See, we're all arguing this, but we have to go. Why did it get to here? Where is this coming from?
What about the singer lady?
Okay, but still, at the same time, it comes to the same argument that the people who abuse the system leads to people who have legitimate issues to suffer as a result. Okay, and that's the reason why it was legal in the first place. Is to protect these people who have legitimate causes to have this operation done.
And now we're getting to the point where you are ignoring the fact that you are speaking strictly to the legality and the let's see, you're speaking to the laws as intended and how they would work if it was intended, but it's been twisted to where it doesn't work as intended anymore. It was supposed to be infrequent. It was supposed to be used only in cases of emergency and all of that. And now it's birth control.
Hey guys, I'm coming right back.
The spirit of the law and how it is written is no longer how it's being used.
Yeah,
and that's why, and that combined with the push to make it go even farther into development of the fetus and all that, to is what combined into a, oh hell no, shut this down.
Yeah, well, they got to the point of shut this down, and it's completely shut down, and then there's no exceptions for rape, incest, health of the mother in the state of Texas.
And again, why? Because people are not going out to vote locally. All the Supreme Court did was do what it should have done. They did exactly what Ruth Bader Ginsburg said was going to happen when she helped the decision pass in the first place. If you do not make this a amendment to the Constitution, it will get overturned. It actually took longer than I expected to. But when I read that bill that came out, I knew that it was over right there.
Let's move on, because freaking that's one of them topics that will go round and round, round and round and round. I got a couple more political ones. Let's do this one.
You bitches was looking for me.
It says Republicans, this could never backfire on us, Hunter Biden. So they wanted him to do an outside. Let me see. They have an explanation in these comments because I read these. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Because, hold on. They wanted him to do it outside of the court, and he came into the court to do it, and that's not what they wanted. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. So I don't want to say it wrong, but there's a good comment in here that said it correctly. Where is it? Hold on. I don't see it, because this is Hunter Biden in court about the tax evasion deal. They wanted him to do it outside of court, but he said no and did it in court. And then they was like, they dismissed him, or they told him to, what did they tell him, man? What the hell? Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Y'all give me a second. I know it's in here because I read it earlier. It says, you do understand that he is not under oath and a public hearing, only the closed door deposition. Hold on. Any person testifying at a deposition is sworn in, and it's a rule. Not sure who told you that. Hold on. Stop listening to right-leaning sources. They're trying to convince you that him wanting to testify publicly is a bad thing. Like, why wouldn't he be under oath in a public hearing? Now ask yourself, hold on. Well, I don't exactly care for Hunter Biden. I think this is hilarious to see Republicans cry over getting exactly what they've been asking for. Hold on. Boss move. The faces of the Republicans, especially the chair, were priceless. They had to have gone and laid down in a dark room after being so monumentally publicly exposed and humiliated. Where's the freaking explanation? Republicans have been begging for a disposition from Hunter, and when he finally agreed to a public disposition, they shifted that goalpost and started saying they wanted one done in private first. I don't see it, and it's taking too long. Did they delete the comment? Hold on. What the F happened? Is it under here? Okay, yeah, I think this is it. Hold on. It says, this person commented, it says, just wondering what the F happened. Reply says, I had to look it up myself. Basically, Republicans were starting a contempt hearing against Hunter for not showing up for an interview, but he was sitting in the audience with his attorneys. They've consistently been pushing for private interview. He consistently been saying no, do it publicly. They didn't want to ask him questions right then, there, so he left. It says, what? No non-newsworthy thing so strange. Yeah, the whole Hunter Biden thing was always a nothing burger. Republicans are desperate for any distraction to hide the fact that they have no idea how to do anything constructive. Yeah, I don't see what I'm looking for here.
It seems in a nutshell that they wanted him to come to a private deposition, some members of Congress, mostly specifically certain Republican ones. And instead of doing that, he just kind of showed up at the hearing to go, well, I'm making myself available, but I'm not going to go to a closed door meeting. If you want to question me, you question me right here in front of everybody on camera.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, that's not exact. That's an overview of the situation going on.
That's it. Yeah. So it says the GOP has made accusations at Hunter Biden to discredit his father. They want him to give a deposition in private, probably so they can manipulate him into saying things they can use against him by twisting his words. He agreed to give them their deposition, but only if it's done publicly in House chambers. They don't want that.
I think that there's some stuff that it's tied to that they don't want to be made public yet. Like companies, countries, things like that the public doesn't know about yet. And it's an election year. He may not want to go back there for one simple reason. They're going to do anything they can to play hammer time on his dad.
Yeah, they're going to.
I mean, again, that's all it really is shots at the big guy.
Yeah.
Not that, no, well, excuse me. Shots at his dad. We don't officially know who the big guy is.
Yeah. So, and they try to get something for sound bites or something that they could use against Biden.
We all know he's wrapped up in something silly, and the whole family is. I mean, you can't not see that. But the truth is, at this point in time, let's stop spending Social Security money funding these stupid investigations and impeachments and all of that. You know, let's get some done about the border. Let's do something about.
I can agree with that.
You know, finding a way. All these friggin' people that we've let in and are scattered around. We need to we need to get them registered, the people that we've let in. We need to get them registered so they can get a legal job. So we're not having to help support them on taxpayer money.
And that's what
if
I've
they're
been
going to come
arguing.
over here and they wanted to work and shit like that, they've got 2 or 3 years till their trial date comes up. Come on, pay taxes. Please,
and that's what I'm saying. They need to streamline the process, and that'll go for that should make everybody happy.
We need to shut some stuff off, and we need to go after people that overstay their other visa welcomes, because right now, every solution we have harms and insults every single person who has migrated here and come here the right way and is going through the steps and is trying to get pledged in as a citizen and everything. Anything that we do to help these people process faster is an insult to the people that have done it the right way. But it's the right thing to do. They're here. Let's get this done. Let's seal the friggin' border off. Let's get people back out into work. Let's get some migrant permits done. Let's get our fields to stop rotting. You know, it's that time. You want jobs, make the jobs. Get the job. Let the people work the jobs that they will. I mean, these guys, no offense intended. I'm not saying, well, that's all they can do, because they can do a lot more than that. But these are the people that have been working those jobs. Let's get this work.
I'm probably not going to stay much longer. Let's cover this one. It says Republican governors in 15 states reject free summer lunch programs for kids. It says moving beyond efforts to block expansion of health care for the poor and disabled, Republican governors in 15 states are now rejecting a new federally funded summer program to give food assistance to hungry children. The program is expected to serve 21 million children starting around June, providing $2.5 billion in relief across the country. The governors have given varying reasons for refusing to take part, from the price tag to the fact that the final details of the plan have yet to be worked out. Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds said she saw no need to add money to a program that helps food insecure youth when children obesity has become an epidemic. Nebraskan Governor Jim Pillen said bluntly, "I don't believe in welfare." And so this makes me think about, like you were just talking about the border. And
Jim Pillen needs to get the shit smacked out of him.
Yeah, and there's federal funds. Yeah.
Yes.
There's federal funds that have been sent to the border, also that the states are refusing to use on the border.
All that aside, I mean, no offense intended. We mandate that children be in school during those times.
Refusing to use for what?
Maybe not summer and stuff like that, but if I'm sorry, free lunch should always be. Yeah,
we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm saying they're refusing to use the funds. I mean, there's got to be a reason, right?
Yeah, I want to know what else is in that is dependent. Like, what do they have to teach? Is this part
because
of
they want them to do something with the money that you know, if they use it for something other than what they feel is needed, but they sent the money for something needed, you know, that, you know, whatever process that they want to add, and
but you have to allow boys
productive,
girls
and they
teams.
choose not to use those funds because it was allocated for a certain thing. The federal government can sue that state for using those funds for something that, you know, it wasn't intended for. So
well, no, I'm saying it's partisan politics is the reason why they're refusing the funds, and that's the same thing that's happening here with the food program. You know, it's just money for these kids to have lunch during the summer. And it's not even money that they got to spend out of their own, you know, states' coffers, and they don't want to use it.
What strings are attached to that money,
bro?
I don't know anything about it.
Like, do they have to be? If
see,
you
the
allow
ideology
this government
that, I mean,
money,
one of the
do
main
you
things
have
is that
to?
there's certain things that's just at the core that either make sense or just don't make sense. You know, they fund these things. All right, every kid doesn't need that, but they're gonna fund it, and pretty much a lot of food and things go to waste because these cafeterias still make this food. Because this is kind of similar to what they was doing during COVID, which, okay, it might have been more necessary at that time, but like they're trying to do things that really is just not fiscally responsible. And for somebody to say, no, this is not what we do, and this is like liberal ideology that's just meant to waste more money and to put the country in a position where it can be like it's already unstable, and you're gonna make it more unstable because we really can't afford to do that.
The money is already allocated. It's not going to be, you know, it's out already. So if they don't use it, it doesn't matter as far as, you know, waste or whatever. And You don't want to feed kids just because some of the food is going to go to waste. Like that doesn't make any sense.
No, bro. It makes way more sense than you're willing to allow yourself to understand. The thing is, there's so many other things that we could use this money for, but it's allocated for this thing. Just like I just said, if they use it for something other than that, and then they don't, they know they could use it somewhere else, but they use it, and they, let's just say they don't use it for this thing that they meant it for, and they go do something else. It's lawsuit to the state. So it's not, the need is not even like, say, bro, do you know how many kids can't wait to get away from school so they ain't got to eat the school lunch?
Come on, man. These kids.
There's some areas that might need it, but you're trying to do it for everybody. Like you're trying to implement socialistic programs in places that is not necessary because you just want people to depend on you. You want to send food to people's house that would, that's most likely unhealthy food to people's house because you want to control what's going in these kids' body all year round.
Going to their house. It's going to the school. They're forced them to go to school for summer school, and then the federal government is giving them money so that the kids can have something to eat.
Okay, and look at what it says too here. From the part of the reasons are from the price tag to the fact that the final details haven't been worked out. Why aren't we going to take any? Why don't they want to take money when they don't know how much it's going to cost? What they're going to have to put in, and what about again? What is the government going to tell them to get that money?
Who's forcing these kids to go to summer school?
They force kids to go to summer school if you are short.
Where?
All schools do that. If you don't have your credits that you've reached for that semester, they tell you to go to.
I don't know where you come from. I don't know what alien park you've been invading, but I've never heard that. And I like you go to, if you can fail, you can not go to the next grade. You can choose, like your parents can choose for you to go or not go. Nobody's forcing anybody's kid to go to summer school. And then, like, okay, if they are in summer school, yes, maybe there should be some food or something available for these kids to eat. But I'm totally confused by what you're trying to say right now, because none of it, like, it doesn't make sense. They're just forcing you. The comment you made was they're forcing kids to go to school, or they're not using the money for the food for the kids to have. I'm like, okay, well, every kid doesn't need it. All right, well, then it comes around to where you're saying now that they're forcing kids to go to school.
All right,
I don't believe that.
Let's say they're not forcing the kids to go to school. Okay, let's say there's kids that's going on their own to go to the school. You got a problem with them giving them freaking lunch?
No, if they're going to be at school, if they're going to be at the school, if they're at home, and like, are you really expecting that the school should deliver food to the house the school system that
this also
the kids now to start now trying to send them food to the house so that you can control what's going on in their bodies even when they're not in school? Like, sounds like very. Like, I hate even saying it.
Go ahead.
This also covers programs like we had a program. It was YMCA, I think, when I was in Tampa. You go to the park. You go to the park on the weekend. The kids go to the park and they give them a lunchbox. And then they had like some games and stuff like that.
You can't hear Doc?
No.
That's weird, bro. I don't know. It's something on your end then, because I can hear Doc talking. He was just talking right now. You can't hear him.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm gonna go out and come
testing.
Because I
babble.
That a minute ago, and that's probably why.
Okay, that's weird. If you can hear me and not him, that's really strange.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of weird.
Okay,
like
I thought he was mad. I thought he was mad at me.
But I'll be right back.
Okay.
I thought he was mad at me because he kept stepping on me. And I'm like, it's like, okay, I'll be quiet.
Yeah, that's weird. I never seen that happen before. You can hear me, but not you. That's strange.
No, yeah, I had to look at it a little bit. It's all kinds of lunch programs and stuff like that. But the big thing is a lot of the complaint is there's no price tag that the government has to pay yet. They haven't got those numbers. The money's not there yet. They don't know how it's going to get there. There's no fine details in anything about it. They're just saying, vote this in and we'll figure it out after we get it approved.
Yeah, but I'm sure a lot of that is on the state's end because they're going to be the ones to deal with the details. The federal government is just going to provide the money, and the state is going to work.
But it
out
still
those
has
details.
to have a structure of instructions on and limitations on its distribution. And when you're talking, if they're just going to say, "Oh, well, we're going to give you that," you also have to ask if part of that is what they have to agree to receive state money, because one of the recent threats going out from the national end is they're going to try to do a national thing where if you are a publicly funded school, you cannot restrict transgender athletes.
Yeah, so stuff like that, I can see that being their motivation, but that's still extra super fucking shitty. Ridiculously shitty. Okay, you can feel how you feel about transgender playing sports, and I don't agree with that. But you're gonna make these kids not have lunch?
Who's starving? That's just it. You're not making. See, what has happened, man? Someone hit your outrage button, and you're just rah. You're not even trying to be calm, critical, and think about things, look at stuff from other angles. It's just about what's got you pissed.
Well, I got to produce content first off, but I hear this way too much. Like, this is so shitty, and it's this partisan as politics is the reason, because it's coming from Biden. And a lot of these situations are that they want to make Biden look bad so bad.
Okay, I can hear.
No, how about Biden is just bad?
I don't like Biden.
Nobody has to make him look bad, because
I didn't vote for him at all. But
it doesn't matter.
Listen to what I'm saying. It's this partisan politics where anything that Biden does, okay, let me ask you this. Has Trump done anything good when he was in office? Did he do bad things when he was in office? Can you say the same thing for Biden?
I guess that is going to be based on people's opinion. But even the Democrats.
I'm asking you, can you say Biden has done anything good while he's in office?
No.
See, there's an issue. He hasn't done one good thing while he's been in office.
Maybe he did, but I don't give a shit about him. And I'm more concerned about what's going on in the legislative. That's why what you see me watching is that, because I mean, a lot of what he's been doing is globalist. Like, he's looking for something to do in somebody else's country instead of our own.
And I can probably agree with that part. But listen to what I'm saying. The point of this right here is what I'm saying is these states don't want to take this money from the federal government because it'll be seen as a good thing historically, and they don't want that. They want to say Biden is all bad and doesn't do anything good.
Who said that? Where is that coming from?
Nobody said that. But listen.
That's what I'm saying.
While you have all of this outrage, why is Biden or whoever his administration trying to put in things that's going to restrict kids from getting the food? If the school doesn't allow transgender sports, now the kids got.
We're guessing on that.
Yeah, we don't know that that's the case.
But I mean, but when we're talking about a state not accepting money, there's a reason for it.
Well, look right here. It's got an example for a reason for it. It says our governor Kim Reynolds said she saw no need to add money to a program that helps food insecure youth when children obesity has become an epidemic. The Nebraskan Governor Jim Pillen said bluntly, "I don't believe in welfare." So that's two of the governors giving reasons why they don't want to accept the money.
What states are these so that we can get an idea?
Nebraska and Iowa.
Okay, I'm not sure which way they lean right now. They kind of go back and forth, so I don't know.
Well, the governors are currently Republican.
Yeah,
both of them
And
are
the one that
Republicans.
says I don't believe in socialism or communism, that comment, even as a Republican, would have lost my vote, because I'm sorry, programs like that, or social programs, is not socialism.
Well, no, but at the same time, there's, if the government, because like this, there's a lot of states that can afford to take care of their own children. And the things that they've been trying to implement in some of these states, it's like, look, I'd rather not, because I'm not going to sell out the people of my state for some bullshit globalist ideology that they've been trying to lead people down, and giving stipulations, because I mean, even Trump is not going to do that.
Well, see, what I was looking at is, it says right there, part of the reason is from the price tag to the fact that the final details of the plan haven't been worked out. That tells me it's like, if you don't know what's going on, I don't want to be part of this, because I don't want you to stick something on me afterwards, in post, because a lot of our governing is going on like that right now.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's the thing that they've been seeing.
It sounds like a cop-out to me. The details haven't been worked out. It's probably your state that hasn't worked out the details, and then you're like, "Oh, the
Okay,
details."
are you going to sign a contract that doesn't have all of the blanks filled out? Would you do that?
No,
as a
I
person?
wouldn't. But I don't.
Okay,
I'm
then
saying
why?
that
Then why
Would
should
you
the
expect
governors?
the state?
No,
Why
I'm
should the
saying that
state do that?
it's probably
Why should the
them.
state do it?
I'm saying it's probably them who hasn't worked out the details. It's probably them
that's
who
not
hasn't
how
filled
it
in the
works.
blanks.
So
But that's
this
not
is
how
if
it works.
this is if, ands, and buts. You're actually just making up reasons
Well,
to.
we don't know those details. So what I'm saying could absolutely be true.
That's exactly what I'm pointing out. Is we don't know the details,
It's
and
most
that's part of,
likely
and
not
neither
true,
do the
though.
governors.
The
How
whole
do we know they
idea.
don't know the details? Just because of that line in this thing?
Yeah.
The fact that the final details of the plans have yet to be worked out.
It
Yes,
just said it.
the details that the state probably needs to fill out.
You saying probably,
And that's
but
you.
That's not
That's
how it
you
works.
saying. That's you adding on
That's
to
not
that.
how it works. That's not how it works.
That assumes
Federal
facts.
federal legislation comes from where? The feds.
It's not a legislation. It's money.
From where?
And
who holds the purse? Who holds the purse for the United States? Where does the money come from? And who decides who
The
gets
Federal
what?
Reserve Bank.
And basically what we're talking about is food for kids, and they want to find excuses to not feed kids left and right. Like there's a precedence for this coming from the Republican Party.
All right, first of all, are the kids going hungry to begin with? Like, is there
That's an assumption.
Is there already a problem that's going on where the kids are not eating, and the federal government is trying to step in so that some kids can finally get some food?
We don't know that, but regardless,
But you're still outraging it enough to make up facts and then get even madder about the facts that you have created.
What would be wrong with giving these kids foods? I do not understand.
Well, because that we don't even know that the kids are not already getting food. Like you're saying, like this is like you're acting as if there's already a problem that these people are trying to solve, when they're saying like, okay, they haven't accepted the money.
Let's say the parents are feeding the kids. Let's say they are.
Let's say the schools are feeding the kids. Let's say that, because my kid is eating at school. Like
So either way, why would they refuse, funding for the damn kids to eat? Like, I don't get it.
Because it
any
comes
sense.
with strings attached.
It comes with
A
strings
price
attached,
tag that we
or
don't know what it's going to be, details that they don't know what are going to be by the time it's done. Do you not understand? They don't want to sign a blank check. They don't want to sign a blank contract.
Let me read some comments. It says, let's read some comments. It says, viciously mean Republican governors. Another one, it says, Republicans hate the poor and make their situations worse with bad policies. Another one, it says, making over $200,000 a year, they reject a lunch. Another comment, their parents voted for them. Another comment, it says, the GOP helping the least among since never. Another comment, they never reject free measles, add bombs. They never reject free missiles, add bombs, sending to Ukraine and Israel. Another comment, it says, is Texas one of them? Another comment, it says, so wrong. Another one, the same people who label themselves pro-life, I guess pro-life supporters ends at the time of birth. After then, who cares if the child falls victim to malnutrition or gun violence?
Why our country is in trouble.
Another comment, it says, pro-life
this exactly right. This is the reason for, like, our country is in shambles, is because, for one, like, okay, you want people to get used to making decisions with with nothing but uncertainties. So, like, when the plan is already set, they want to give the money for a reason. Like, they're trying to send money for a reason, but they don't want to outline it. They want you to agree to it before the specifics are laid out, and then you're caught up in a trick bag afterwards, and then you've sold out your the people that you represent because you're just trying to fit in. And there's probably, and most likely, not a problem with the kids getting food, because if that's the case, we would have dead kids in these states.
Yes, so,
but starving
let's
kids.
say the parents are paying for it. Let's say the parents are paying for these kids' lunch. Let's say the parents are paying for these kids' lunch, and then this program comes in, and they get to save a couple of dollars a week for not having to pay for their kids' lunch during summer. Would that not be a good thing?
It may not be a bad thing, but it could be, because they don't know what they're signing up for, and they're trying to protect, because some people, know that there's consequences to making a bad deal. Like, just because some people are desperate to get something for free, that they don't care what kind of loss they're going to have later. Some people are actually making sound decisions, knowing what they're getting into before they sign away their lives or sign a contract. Like, I don't know why this is so troubling for anyone to understand that it's just not responsible actions by an adult to go and sign or accept something that they don't know what the full consequences are. Like, what if this is like, okay, you agree to take this food, that means that what if it's old, it's a contract to eat the old food that come from McDonald's and Wendy's, and this is you done contracted it, and none of the kids want to eat it, so now you got to worry about getting rid of it and throwing it away or whatever. Like, this is just something that may not be necessary, period. If we're gonna go by hypotheticals, like, where does it make sense that if there's no real problem, like, what are we actually fixing? Because that's what their job is, to try to fix problems. So if
a lot of people are living check to check and just making enough money to cover their bills, and a little bit of relief would
that
make
is
a
the
difference
case,
in their life.
If that is the case, because everybody doesn't eat the same thing. look, if you're gonna hand out money and this is gonna be enough for kids, look, let it be a little check, $300, $600, $1,000, whatever it's gonna be that equals out for those kids, and let those parents decide how they're gonna do it. Because some parents might decide that Chick-fil-A is fine, and some of them gonna be like, I'd rather fix my kid a lunch at home, give them a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and some
Dude.
fruit.
But the Republicans will never go for that.
This is Project Mockingbird, man.
Because the parents they're gonna say the parents are gonna buy drugs or whatever with the money.
You bought it. You bought into it. You bought into it, dude. I have now hit 19 pages about this particular thing, and every single one of them has the exact same paragraphs that you read up there. And that's it. No real any other information about what's going on, what the programs are, what it's about. It's just that, and then how bad this affects people, and blah 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 blah. It's Project Mockingbird, man. We are falling victim to the market of false outrage right now. We have been directed to dislike GOP because of a headline and some words that have no backing in anything, but they're on
and they're the only ones that's
Washington
really doing their
Post,
job.
KFF, Health News, Microsoft. They're on MSN, The Hill, the exact same article, commondreams.org, allsides.com, the exact same article, LA Times, ABC News, the exact same words, all of them as we were reading right off of there.
Well, it was probably only one article, and they all just copied it.
Yeah.
Project Mockingbird, like I said, if you hear it enough, it becomes the truth.
But listen, the thing that is really trying to be displayed to you is that you're in the mix with the sheeple to a great extent. You're making the argument, and I understand. I heard your comment earlier. Okay, if that's the case, I rock with you, but because you're definitely pushing me to say more. But overall, if people really feel that way and are gonna argue that hey, you should just sign for it because it's free. They're giving you money. Why, like all money is not good money. And some
going
of us
to the schools for the kids to eat. Like it's not that deep. Like,
but listen, there's haven't
we
talked about
$1 billion to Ukraine, sent $1 billion to freaking Israel. Like,
listen, that's fine. You know what? We had no choice in that, and they did do that. Okay, but they're doing something domestically. We need to make sure that they're doing it the way we want it done, because it's for us. And just to accept whatever they say is probably not wise, because regardless if you think it's a conspiracy theory or not, like there's war going on domestically with our own food. I don't know if I don't know if you realize this or not, but there's I don't know how many chemicals that the rest of the world would not accept, but it's okay for us. There's manufactured meat. There's manufactured meats. They was just selling burgers for a cent just to try to get.
Chicken is already legal to distribute here in the U.S.
Well,
printed chicken.
The reason why this one strikes a chord with me is because every time they come around with giving something to help people, social programs, so forth and so on, the Republicans beat that shit down every time.
Because it's something deeper than what you're seeing on the surface. These people, they're in there arguing with these people, and they probably have a better idea of what they're really trying to do than you do. And they got people to answer to. They actually care about the people that they answer to at home. The Democrats don't give a shit. They'll give them anything.
19 major resources, 19 major news sources, they all had the exact same quotes. None of them, if your argument of one article, that means 19 major news sources did not choose not to go into that any deeper than the outrage it caused.
Yeah, well,
they don't care about it. All they wanted to do was repeat it enough and get it on your headlines enough to where, oh, GOP bad. This is a GOP doing this. Why? Maybe because once the federal money hits for those programs, they no longer are able to spend money the same way. They are now forced under a federal guidelines, which includes certain amount of these kind of companies, certain amount of these kind of companies, so much certain, and they have to follow federal regulations as to the acquisition and distribution of goods.
Well, you know how I feel. They're both bad. Republican, Democrat, bad. Food for kids, good. That's how I feel.
Okay, but who's
like I said? But what are the strings attached?
Let's move on.
So if this is for the people, let's give more choice for the people. Because like I just said, some kids might want to be able to pack their food because they don't really like all the bullshit they serve at school. If they really care, it's like, all right, hey, this is what it's for. And you say that the Republicans don't care about that, but they're the ones that's ready to, they're more willing to put it directly in families' hands instead of more of the government trying to make decisions for people. Like that's the part that, and we know that both sides have issues, but I think that you're really missing it because you're just focused on the fact that, okay, this is for the kids, and you can love the kids, but sometimes you can make a decision that screws the kids.
Giving them food is gonna screw the kids.
Oh my God! Do you?
Dude, not a single person here says not to feed them. We both already said it should be free.
Because there's nobody.
There's nobody. Okay.
There's nobody.
I think you
here
listened
that
to asshole
kids.
on the. I think you listened to asshole on the chat a little too much the other day. The narcissistic psychopath that's in there that thinks he's a smart person, but then admits that all he does is try to piss people off so they think less, and that makes him better. The one who said he's tested us and has our measure and found us wanting. However he said it, twisting his mustache like a cartoon fucking villain.
Yeah.
Let me ask you.
That dude is an asshole, man.
Who here hates
children? He is a bad person who likes to bring anger and conflict into the world, knock people down, and then claim he's better because of the chaos that he fucking caused.
Let's move on. Check this out.
Bad role model.
Or it's because that immigrant is over there doing better than driving a nicer car than I'm driving. It's grievance politics, but culture wars specific. And I wish people could see it in that way, because this is not by accident. I think this messaging of we must save our democracy is not resonating in the same way that when in 2016, when Joe Biden issued that video, 2020 rather, and he said, I'm running to save the soul of this country. It resonated with me in a way that I never thought it would. And that's how he got my vote, as everybody knows, because I can, switch around candidates that I like or not. And when I listen to we're going to save our democracy, I start thinking, well, unfortunately, you didn't really save the soul of this country because we're more divided now than we ever were. And I start thinking, well, then our democracy is really at risk. So those two things can exist at the same time, right? So stay with me here. What we're seeing by the Republican Party, and I give it to them, we're seeing a long game. We're seeing that they are dismantling or attempting to dismantle institutions. All of a sudden, the most elite colleges and universities in the world, which, by the way, they all went to. Everybody in the Supreme Court went there. Elise Stefanik went there. All the Congress people went there. Ted Cruz went there. Those schools are not good enough anymore because now people that don't look like them were getting in. Affirmative action, no more. Why? So that people that don't look like them don't get in. Women don't have reproductive rights anymore over their own bodies. Why? So they can have power over women. Why is French and Mandarin and Spanish being taken away from our public schools so that we can be a monolingual society and can't compete globally? The Republicans are intentionally dumbing down our electorate, erasing history so that past can become prologue and so they can remain in power. And it's grievance politics at its best. And it's because people see what Sarah was saying. I can't pay my electric bill. My gas bill's high. I need my food. And why is that? Why is my station in life like this? It's because that black guy got into Harvard and became president. Or it's because that immigrant is over there doing better than driving a nicer car than I'm driving. It's grievance politics, but culture wars specific. And I wish people could see it in that way because this is not by accident. I think this.
Okay, comments.
My question is, who's driving that? Because I heard her, but in all actuality, who's steering it in that direction? Who's, you know what I'm saying? Who's giving immigrants more money in aid than they give their own citizens? Who, you know, who's being, you know, like who's really the most divisive in legislation? Like there's a lot of things that she just pointed at and says was the Republicans, but I don't see the proof in it. So I'll answer with a question. Like, how is this even real? I can't even believe she's even talking like that because she's looking for an uninformed public to be able to say that's who to blame for all of this. But you know, I'm not gonna say the black guy, but the country became more divided when the Democrats were in office. As you know, running this when they were running the show, and they could have did a lot more than what they did when they had a Democratic executive branch, a Democratic legislative branch, and you know, well, the judiciary had a majority Republican, but that has nothing to do with the laws. They just gotta uplift it. They got a whole, you know, make people answer to the laws that they created. So what's I don't really understand. I'm waiting. Somebody please.
I'm saying what I would say to that is, you know, good cop, bad cop. You know, at the end of the day, the American people lose regardless. And the who is in the presidential seat switches back and forth, and we still get screwed as a result. Like, so that's what I say to that.
But why? But
I would say both parties are screwing us.
Well, I think both parties are the you know, overall we have to look at both parties. But I mean, if we're going to be honest, the things that, you know, the Republicans say they believe in, they're fighting for it. The Democrats, they just say that's what they want and that's what they're doing, but there's no proof, even especially when they have the majority. Like they don't believe what they say. They only say what they need for you to keep them in office. That's it. Like you're only worth something to them voting time, and that's the only time they really talk to you. Like there's like proof that the Republicans are communicating with their with a lot of the people in their communities, because we see them on TV when they care about something. You see them. You see us. You know, I say us, but a lot of times when you see the liberal side, the left side, the Democratic side, is when something bad didn't happen and they trying to get things like bro, this is very we in a bad time, bro. I mean, this is really, and you know, I expect this from these people on TV. That's what they get paid to do. So I mean, I expect her to come out here and lie, but because we know that they do that, like we really need to know more about what's going on than anybody. Personally, like trusting what they say is over with. Like one of the reasons why, you know, people like us exist is because they haven't been doing their job right. And just to fall in line with the rest of the stuff that they saying and you know claiming that they're doing, like that makes us look foolish.
Let's do
Like,
this
are we
one.
are we really incompetent like that?
Let's do this one. It says, bought baby formula this morning and the theft alarm went off on my way out. As the cashier deactivated it, she said, formula is one of the most stolen items. In one of the wealthiest countries in the world, people are forced to steal to feed babies. I cried in the car. Comment, it says, if you see someone stealing formula, diapers, etc., no, you didn't. It's really sad how expensive it is to feed a baby in a country where we are being forced by law into birthing children we cannot afford to feed.
Oh, God. Another one of them.
Another comment, it says, welcome to late stage capitalism dystopia. Another one that says, I'll just add that while there is nothing wrong with formula feeding, our capitalist society does nothing to support breastfeeding either. Pumping at a job is a joke. Anyone who has worked in a restaurant can tell you that 1 year of paid leave is needed.
Somebody got a little bit of sense. Shit.
We have the least amount of leave of any developed country.
All right, what
2
does the
weeks,
leave?
3
What
weeks.
does the leave have to do now about the baby formula and people stealing it? Like that story is going out of the scope of what at least I thought the conversation was about.
No, it's not. Because if she's at home, she can breastfeed her baby. Simple as that.
Most mamas don't want to breastfeed. They just want. I mean, okay, look, if they can afford. Okay, so the private companies. But see, this is to me. I think this is kind of pushing because I believe in breastfeeding. My son was breastfed. We didn't do that formula crap. But my wife was she pumped while she was at work. Because we weren't in a position where she couldn't where we couldn't afford for her not to work at the time. I wish I was in that position, but overall, like it's not the conservative people that have a problem with that, because like there's the people who point the finger saying that Republican bad are the ones that have these things where a mama can't pump at work. The company that my wife worked for was a conservative conservative business, but they didn't have a problem with her pumping at work. They gave her a place where she was able to do it and this, that, and the other. But it's more so the people who make these arguments that, oh, the government won't let you this and let you do that, that makes up these stupid rules saying that it's a problem for a mother to breastfeed or to do the pumping at in the workplace. So
Well, pumping at work is definitely not an optimum situation. And when you freeze the milk, a lot of the nutrients are lost.
that's not true. It's locked
100%
in
true.
there. It's locked in there.
100% true.
If you take it out and put it in the microwave, that's what makes it lose the nutrients. But if you use just warming it, like you put it in the air sealed bag and you freeze it, you when you thought if you just start out with just regular water and is not trying to nuke it, put it in the microwave, and you don't put radioactive plate, yeah, you're ruining it just doing that. But no, I promise you, like like the science don't even math with that comment.
Okay.
So every food, so that would mean that every food that is frozen is no good.
I'm not saying it's no good. I did not say that. I
No,
said
but
it
you're saying
loses.
it loses. Frozen food makes you lose the nutrients.
Yes, frozen food loses nutrients.
Not true. It locks it
And
in.
no. And
It locks. Yes. Okay. All right. That's fine. I mean, that's just like the argument that of global warming. One person believes science of one way, and the others believe the science another way, and you don't even really understand how the science works. Freezing locks in the freshness.
okay. And wouldn't it be optimum that the mom could be there and breastfeed the baby? The bonding
course.
time,
Yeah, of course. No, there's no doubt. There's no doubt.
So the thing is, here in the United States, it's what, 3 weeks? Most women get like 3 weeks off. The father gets no time off, freaking. And then you got the healthcare bills that come in as a result. Like having a baby is one of the most expensive damn things you could do in this country. It's not like that other countries. So, it's incentive. You wonder why people are having fewer kids. It costs so much. You don't get to take time off. You don't get to spend time with your child. Formula costs the arm and the leg. I remember when I was buying.
Gotta confess, Pat was right on the breast milk issue. In the private chat, I put up what Mayo Clinic has to say about is freezing bad for breast milk.
Yeah, I'd have to see that data.
It's from Mayo, dude. It's from MayoClinic.org.
No.
What did they say though?
Let him read it. I just put
it in private chat.
Oh, it's in
don't let him just believe it. Let him go and read it, because I just told him that my child had the breast milk. We went through the science of the doctors that said that the best process was, of course, getting it directly is going to be good, but you're going to have to freeze it so that it can be safe. You can't just leave a bunch of milk, whether it's
it basically says you can freeze it for up to a year, but it should be used within 6 months.
Whether at the end of it says whether in the refrigerator or in the freezer, the greater the loss of vitamin C in the milk. Okay.
Yeah, that is that is once out of the titty. Period. End of statement. That don't matter where you keep it. That doesn't matter what you store it on, anything like that. If you set it to the side, that is just deterioration over time. That is stopped significantly by freezing.
That's not what it says. It doesn't say that stopped significantly by freezing. But
yes,
it does say it
MayoClinic.org. Look that shit up.
I'm reading what he wrote. It's going with what I said. Loss of vitamin C. during the time that it's frozen.
Dude,
Basically.
you're going to add whatever you need to do to.
I'm reading it.
Whatever.
Freshly
You're not gonna use your brain. You're just gonna read the headlines. Just like all night.
To our listeners, please read up for yourself. But I promise you that your breast milk is gonna be better whether it's in the refrigerator or frozen over formula. How about that one? How about feeding your kid chemicals from the date of birth till they're 1-2 years old? Which one do you think you're gonna have a healthier child?
And you have more of opportunity to do that in any other country other than the United States, because we don't have time. We're not given time to do that.
But see, this is the thing. Okay, you're gonna make an argument that something that you just a few minutes ago is just like, oh, I should be able to kill my kid, but now on the other hand, all right, well, look, you're upset with the country because you don't get a chance to bond here, that blah blah blah. You didn't want the kid in the first place.
That's not what I said. Not at all. I said the reason why that they have the abortion, the reason why abortion was legal in the first place was to protect the health of the mother in cases of extreme circumstances. So
it got abused, so now they went to another extreme to say, all right, you know what, you can't have abortions because you don't know how to fucking act. You're gonna like our country, we gotta get immigrants to
That's an absolute horrible argument to use in that situation.
Who, me?
Yes.
What? No, I'm just saying.
No, some people fucked it up so nobody can have it. Thank you. You just gave away our guns.
Yes, that's exactly it. That was exactly my argument.
You just gave away our guns. We can't have them because some stupid fuckers are going and shooting up schools.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
that's
care
why
about
that's
that,
why those arguments do not work
see,
on those. Those two do not work well.
But we listen. The whole thing is that we have a constitution that's governing laws, and murder just happened to be a part of that. That falls under that, really.
But see, here's where I say this subject will never be able to be decided one way or another until the decision of when does life begin get answered.
I hear what you're saying, but when you're talking about, okay, I gave up our guns, no, because guess what? That's one of the main things that's a part of the law of being able to have your guns. Not killing people, like the judgment of being able to kill somebody. When is that, like now that's debatable.
You're using the argument that some people are messing up the law so nobody can have it. Well, if some people mess with firearms, then it should be controlled for everyone.
No, we don't use the same argument for everything, because guess what? It doesn't have the same weight. Killing a child, a baby, a fetus, at whatever level it is still murder, because you're choosing to do it and you don't have to.
This depends on the ultimate answer to the question of when does life begin.
Yeah, and killing the kids in school is in the school.
Mind you,
but do you?
I need to state this for the record. I don't like abortion, but I believe Roe versus Wade should not have been overturned.
Well, I'm gonna say this. Well, because
it should have been a constitutional amendment.
I don't believe that there should be abortion, except for extreme cases where we were talking about earlier. Because
that's always off the table with us. I'm assuming between the three of us, that's always off the table in this discussion.
But the law doesn't have exemptions for that in Texas.
And is the law sitting at our table discussing this right now?
We should have, even though we should have some exemptions. My only argument in there is that because people have been using it as a recreational use. Like, damn, you know what? I ain't had no abortion this year. Here, let me go fuck up and do some crazy shit. Let me, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's where it's got to the extreme where they're like, all right, you know what? We can't just give no middle ground because we try to do that in the beginning, and this is where it's gotten to where there's millions of kids every year that we'll never get to the chance to enjoy, to that, you know, like all of the geniuses that has gone through, you know, a tube, because we're just allowing people to be willy-nilly with their own bodies because, you know, otherwise they may not be responsible.
And as a result, mothers are dying and losing the ability to have kids, and mothers are having the babies of their rapists.
I hear your argument, which is a rarity. Like, that's not happening as much as people being recreational with abortions.
And to be fair, all that shit shouldn't be happening at all. Is the thing.
Yes,
but
like,
it
I
is
mean,
happening.
if people wasn't so, like, Roe versus Wade wouldn't have got overturned if it wasn't like totally ridiculous of how people were using it, and it's just like no love, no heart in it at all.
The spirit of the law was taken advantage of, and it got out of control. And like I said, when they tried to put that bill out up to birth, it broke people. It broke people who were sitting on the fence going, RVW, man, it's cool. We got a middle ground. It's like, oh, hell no.
Let me ask
as
this.
a result, innocent people are
where's the
suffering.
middle? Let me ask you this: where is the bill by the Democrats trying to fight for that middle ground? At least, all right, look, you know what? If you're gonna be doing this, at least let's protect those people. Like, no, it's got to be wide open and the ability to do it, instead of saying, all right, well, this is what's going to be good for the people, you know, because, okay, yeah, things were a bit wild. Where's the bill that's saying, okay, look, let's just try to do something where we can protect those who are not just being recreational murderers? You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, it has to be legal or not.
I want my body autonomy.
Listen,
I also got my 5th booster today.
But listen, the Republicans can add those exemptions in there, and that would be easy.
They could, but why would they when they don't want any? But the Democrats want to do that for their constituents, or they feel that their constituents deserve some kind of leeway, but they're not writing the bill for it.
It's the Republican states that we're having this problem in. Those are the ones that have the no exemption abortion. It's the law.
So there's no Democrats in these states.
But it doesn't matter in Texas.
They're Republican-led states. I live in Texas, and I don't agree.
I do too. I do too.
Remember, the Democrats actually left the state here in Texas because that way they couldn't call a vote on something at all and tried to wait it out. Remember, they went to Washington. They were on the plane. They had that bottle of that 12-pack of Miller Lite on there. We covered that story.
Yeah, I remember that. You know, but it wouldn't have mattered because they didn't have the numbers.
Yeah, they couldn't. It was a bad law too, and they couldn't have stopped it because there just wasn't enough. I mean, there were 16 of them, and 23, or actually more than that.
So let me ask this, because there's what you're telling me, or what y'all believe, is that the Republicans have no reasonability, and that if it was put on the table and with a specific outline that, hey, at least in these situations that we can save the life when, you know, X and X happen, and the doctor is responsible for proving that's what happened, maybe with X-rays, with this, that, or whatever.
Okay, what just happened recently was A woman had a non-viable pregnancy. It was not going to be well. It was a low viability. It was very little chance it was going to be born alive. There was
Okay.
also a risk to her life if she carried it to term,
Okay.
and they refused to give her an abortion, which is amongst us here in this studio. That's all something we agree should be off the table. That shouldn't even have been a question.
Well,
But
yeah.
the Texas lawmakers were going to file an injunction with the doctor to stop him from doing it.
And they said
right.
that they
Well-
would put the doctor in jail if he did the operation. Any doctor.
Yeah, that's what's going on right now. And yes, I have to say, our Republicans here in Texas are taking it way too far.
Yeah, and I think that's because of the
They're
shit
also trying
that-
to
that-
they're
I-
also
I'm-
trying to
I-
pull
I don't-
Plan B.
I don't want to make any excuses for them because I mean, hey, you know, some of this shit is bullshit, but at the same time, it's not like the Democrats are lacking any bullshit either.
No, absolutely not. But this is one of those cases where Republican overreach is very glaring in this issue.
But see, y'all say that with almost like no breath in between, and there's like, you know, like we're talking about some laws not getting passed because, you know, potentially like if a school supports a natural lifestyle in their schools, or even let's just say, you know, because there can be trans and gay and
No,
LGBT,
I'm
you know,
not
any
talking
kind-
about any of that. All I'm talking about is the abortion issue.
But I am.
and
But I
no-
am.
But see, nobody has voted on this except the legislatures. The people have not had a say in this yet, and they should be the ones that have had a say in this from the beginning. When it went back, when Roe v. Wade got done, it should not have gone to the state lawmakers to change the laws. It should have gone to the state lawmakers to draw up laws and then have the people vote on those laws as to whether or not they wanted them to be enacted.
But they had trigger laws in place ready to go when Roe versus Wade hit. Those trigger laws automatically came into play and were active.
Well, I think that if you know, because I mean, there's some things that I think some of us forget from time to time is that the reasons why Roe versus Wade was overturned, it wasn't just some, you know, ideology that
It was a bad decision.
Roe
versus Wade. It was a bad decision. It's a states' rights issue. It's not a federal issue. Federal law has no right to intervene in this particular matter.
And now the Republicans are pushing for a nationwide federal ban.
Well, listen,
which again should get turned down by the Supreme Court,
which I don't think will happen. I think it's going to be upheld by the Supreme Court.
Well, the reason why Roe versus Wade got overturned is because it wasn't a legit case. It found out that the woman was lying the whole time, so the case had to be overturned because you pretty much convicting somebody of something that never happened. So it's only right that, you know, the charges that she was trying to make, that this you know, the woman accused or say that happened never happened, so it's not a legitimate case. That's the real reason why it got overturned. It was all a lie.
And the Democrats should have put it. They should have put it in they should have made an amendment and got it codified.
Well, they're too busy worrying about. They're too busy worrying about what little kids are learning, and what kind of sexual acts kids get a chance to teach, learn themselves, instead of, you know, enforcing or, you know, pushing the math and like things, the core things that every other kid around the world is learning, you know, and making our kids more degenerate by, you know, that being the front thing on their mind instead of math, science,
Practical
technology,
education over gender theory.
technology, you know, different things that will actually, you know, help them in a generation of technical thought. Like, I mean, like robots and all these things exist, and they won't be able to compete because they're thinking about sex.
Yeah,
And how
vehemently
to
disagree with that.
address, huh?
I vehemently disagree with that.
You disagree with what?
That they're teaching kids about sex, little kids about sex.
because you're not involved. Well, they're not anymore. Like a lot of the stuff got kicked out, but because I mean, I don't know how much you're paying attention to things that, because things have been happening, but that's because it's been mostly a fight against the Republicans have been fighting against things that Democrats was implementing when they had the you know, the majority, and they were trying to, you know, reverse things that was like ruining our kids. So like right now you probably won't find much evidence of it, but it was going on before. So you know, and like we've even talked about like how they were having these drag reading things, like the trans coming in to read to the kids, and just like things that didn't make any sense. Like you didn't ask just a regular average day parent, one of the kids' parents, to show up and read. No, you got somebody who dresses up in some, you know, outfit to come read, and like something provocative, something that doesn't make sense. No, something that's just not has never been suitable for a kid. Like, I mean, you can deny it as much as you want. That doesn't stop truth.
Let me read some comments on this. It says, our government doesn't care when kids get shot. You think they care if you can feed them. Another one, it says, the U.S. has one of the absolutely highest rates of children living in poverty in the entire Western world, industrial countries. Another one, and yes, prisoners eat free while kids in school pay for lunch. Keep forcing women to have kids.
Oh God! All right, yeah, we got any more subjects? Because this is becoming a drag. Like there's some things are just some of the comment. Go ahead.
It says our government exists to help rich people. We need universal health care, free education, housing, gun control, reproductive freedom, and climate control. It says America is a dystopian nightmare.
All right, so I guess these are some people who I guess believe in the monopolies that's been pushed in, you know, like just average people who do like, you know, having a say about their own life, like screw you, and you know, anybody who's, you know, along with
these are all people that didn't even go through that don't even remember 9/11 if it happened in their lifetime.
Another comment says, if only we had unlimited support for people to make their own food with their own body, for their own baby, we shouldn't have to buy formula if we don't want to at all.
You shouldn't. I mean, if you could, 99% of mothers will lactate, but most of them, you know, because they're independent and they're choosing. So, because there's some people that don't have to go back to work. Like I've seen examples that of people who don't work and they are going to get formula just because, like, they want their body back. They don't, you know, they child now robbing them of them being able to have fun now. Like, what kind of parent is that?
Another comment, it says baby formula costs are ridiculous. Corporate greed is the problem. Some people steal it to resell it. I hope low-income women know they can apply for WIC and get formula. Yeah, I remember a story about a company. They raised the price. I think it was a formula, and they were saying that the cost for production of within that same year had went down. So the cost of making it went down, and then they raised the price, and they had got record profits for that quarter.
Well, I remember just a couple of years ago, some of these baby formula companies was getting blown up because they were realizing that the chemicals that they were putting in the baby food was part of why we're having imbalanced children growing up, thinking that they are born one way, but they've been chemically, like the food, the formula that they've been receiving is what's making the changes in their body and making them feel like something that they're not. So that was a part of one of the reasons why a lot of it got expensive, was because there was a shortage in it, because there was some of those companies getting blown up or set on fire, or however it was whatever the actual case was, it was getting blown up, or there was an explosion because fires were set. Whatever the deal was, it was because of the effects that was really happening on the children. Some of them getting autism, not just from the baby shots, but it's also in the formula, these chemicals that's having bad chemical reactions on the babies. So that's
I never heard that story, but there was a story about how there was a contamination in the for one company, and so then they forced them to shut down or whatever. They couldn't produce formula for a certain amount of time, and then we only have a few companies that do it. So then that's what led to like half the country having a low amount of baby formula. It was a baby formula shortage during that time, and then that's a result of our monopolies. We got every sector has like 2 or 3 freaking companies that dominate it.
Yep, this is another way to break up the families by, of course, paying men less. That could be, instead of them being able to take, because most women, if their husbands or their men can be able to take care of them, they wouldn't go to work. Like they wouldn't, especially, a lot of them want to bond with their children, but we're in a country that allows the private sector to control all of that, because they don't want to see the average person be able to raise their family in a healthy fashion.
Well, we should pass legislation that allows people to have medical leave, family leave, more than 3 weeks.
Well, I'm just gonna say, I think that at the core, if people can afford to pay, if it doesn't, if women can live on their own, they can, take care of themselves. They're willing to pay, a bunch of these women enough to where they don't need a man, then they could be able to pay a man enough to be able to take care of. I don't know. It to me that the science, the social sciences is screwed up in this country, and we really need to rethink how we do things. And there's bro, I see, I know that a lot of women expect more these days because they're selling all these things that they really don't need, but they feel they gotta have if they're gonna feel like they're important in this world. But there's like people who don't have a whole lot, and they live comfortable lives on $40,000 or $50,000. But now everybody needs $100,000 to to be able to live on. Like it's just. But
I don't know
it's
who's
not just
living comfortably off of 40,000 with the cost of rent. And
I didn't say no. They are, because no. There's people who they don't have to have all of the glitzy, fancy, all of the Mr. Jones, trying to keep up with the Joneses mentality. Like they have, decent. And I say 40,000, 50,000. I mean I don't know what they make, but I know they ain't making no 100,000, and the mom doesn't work.
yeah, well,
So
40, 50,000 is struggling unless you got a husband or a wife that's making some money too. $40,000-$50,000
Oh,
ain't
well,
gonna cut it.
well, no, I hear you. I mean, you know,
Check
that's
to
I
check.
hadn't, yeah, I hadn't made that in a long time, so I don't really know about that personally. But I've seen people where they just not like, you know, I like nice shit. You know, I just so happen to, but I can afford what I buy. I'm not trying to do shit that's outside of my budget. But there's a lot of
Let's.
people that are.
This is kind of
Go
the
ahead.
same topic we've been talking about it, but let's wrap the show on this one. It says Missouri Republicans propose death penalty for women who have abortions. Missouri Republican lawmakers are pushing a pair of bills that would allow for women to be charged with murder for getting an abortion in the state. The proposed legislation would give fetuses the same right as human beings, which would allow for criminal charges to be filed against anyone who gets an abortion, helps someone get an abortion, or provides abortion care in the state. This is in Missouri. This is way over the top, even for Texas. This is beyond what Texas has. Well, keep in mind, if this hasn't happened, it says they're pushing for this. And who's to say that this would pass? I don't know that it would, but just putting this on the, on the table is pretty goddamn extreme.
Yeah, it's very extreme. I mean, some of this stuff is really unnecessary. I mean, I don't agree with that, because I mean, honestly, across the board, you know, I guess it doesn't matter what I believe, you know, as far as abortions, you know, no, I don't necessarily agree with it, but I do think there should be exceptions for those who truly need it. And, you know, I'm an advocate of, you know, be responsible. Let's teach our children to be responsible. Let's not let another generation come through thinking that it's okay to just, you know, make that kind of decision without, you know, like thinking about what kind of results it is before you get there. Like, understand the consequences that come along with that, and we have a generation that automatically will say, you know what, it's not really worth it. Like, you know, there's condoms, like there's other things that can keep this thing from happening so that I won't have to. So I mean, regardless of, you know, what the ending result of, you know, whether there's abortions or not, if they're legal or not, I think that there should always be somewhere in there for medical purposes, and the government has no say about it. It's all up to what the doctor says and recommends, and can also stand up to why they did it. And that's under the guise that they're, you know, they're not legal, that they're only doing it as a procedure to save the life of their patient.
Joya Rand posted this, her caption. She says, "Attention, American women, coming soon to your state, and maybe you're live if Republicans get their national abortion ban. So pro-life will execute you."
Okay, so first of all, I did a little quick search because of this, and I couldn't find the bills that they're talking about. But I did find out that in 2021, someone brought that bill to the Texas lawmakers.
Damn.
But this is one of those things, like I said, until as a group we sit down and define when life is, this can't be answered, because at the point you say, well, this thing is alive, it's a living being, at that point it gains its own protection under the laws of the Constitution too.
Hey, listen.
And yes, I'm deliberately using it.
Well, no, listen, but you already are trying to describe something that either exists or doesn't exist. So like just the fact that we can even analyze anything, it must be something like life.
Yeah,
Like I
but
mean,
I could see so many repercussions as a result of, you know, giving the fetus all of the protections of a person, like all of the constitutional rights of a person. It's gonna the results of that is it gonna be a quagmire, and that's why they're running away from doing it. I don't think that they're gonna do that.
you don't think they're gonna do what?
Determine when, you know, it's a life and has constitutional rights as a
See, that's the problem with saying
that's the
it's
reason why
killing a
they don't want to have
child. Abortion is murder, because at what point has the fetus become a life to where it is murder?
Well, it's but that's the whole thing. The fact
That's
that
why Roe versus Wade was such an elegant middle ground. But again, it got abused as birth control. Oh yeah, and Plan B should not be taken up. Should be off the table too. But then again, that goes back to. No, I'm saying it should be. We shouldn't be taking that away.
It should be available. Okay.
But that also goes back to, when does life begin? If it's at conception, then Plan B technically is murder.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, deliberately going and working out really, really hard so your body rejects it would be as well, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
No, well, I mean, from my
a whole
side,
can of worms would be open
and punishable.
Listen. Plan B is not murder, because it's just like any other conception, like you know, like putting, you know, having sex and catching sperm in a condom could be considered murder because you didn't allow the life to happen.
See?
And that's kind of the same way. That's the same way
Slippery
that it would be with Plan B. But if there is actually, you know, to be able to perform an abortion means that you're going to redirect what has already happened. I mean, I don't think that.
But again, if life begins at conception,
but
you have destroyed the conception. You have destroyed a conception. Therefore, you've killed.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but you can say that about masturbation.
No.
Like
no.
You can yes, because I mean the fact that
now to be fair, in Abrahamic religions, it is a sin to spill your seed somewhere else.
No,
but that's not.
That's not the same, because the egg and once the egg and the sperm are together,
that's like saying a girl that swallows is a cannibal.
Oh God.
No, because the Plan B is they could have had a viable pregnancy.
Are y'all hearing me?
They could have been pregnant actually, and the Plan B aborted it. Yeah,
I hear you. I hear what you're trying to say.
Plan B is not aborting, because that is like the life, because it's not allowing.
It's poisoning it.
Happen.
If the egg is fertilized, though, it's already conceived.
Plan B can work up to 2 days.
So is Plan B
not up to 2 days?
So is Plan B not taken before sex, or is it after?
It's
taken after.
And I think it can work up to 2 days after. And at that point,
longer than that, actually.
Well, but my thing is, so let me ask this: because in a day or 2 days, I don't think that it can be determined one way or the other. Because I mean, you're gonna have to go. As soon as you have sex and go to the doctor and them presume life, like that's not happening anywhere, bro. Like I mean, we gotta still be somewhat realistic about
to get the amount in the bloodstream. No, it takes a couple. I think they can do it in the first week or two now.
Yeah. Just because they can't determine the pregnancy is there doesn't mean the pregnancy is not there. It's there.
I hear what you're saying, but when is any crime illegal? When you get caught, right? Like,
So as soon as that sperm caught that egg, bam,
Yeah.
done.
okay, but
The
what I'm
crime is
saying
committed.
all right. So if they don't make, because I mean,
That's what
the
okay.
pharmaceutical companies are not going to allow them those pills to get erased from the market. So I'm just going to let y'all just remind y'all of that part. But I mean, just as for sake of conversation, like if somebody takes that plan B. So if it's in their system, somebody make them do a drug test, and the plan B is in their system. Now they're gonna go to jail or potentially get the death penalty because, that's considered abortion.
Potentially,
Like, I mean,
depending on
do y'all really believe that?
determining
Do
when,
y'all
if,
really believe? No, listen. Do y'all really believe that that's something that will actually take place?
yes, it's possible because there are
did you
arguments.
did you really believe that when abortion started, people were going to start using it as recreational contraceptive?
There are arguments that life begins at conception. That's what there are. A lot of people are arguing that
Well,
the moment
that's what I'm trying to say. That when does life begin has to be answered before any progress can be made on this subject.
I would agree that is true, but
And
at
that's
the same
why I
time,
said Roe versus Wade was a good medial middle ground.
But listen, but at the same time, I am trying to leave leeway that who's gonna like who can prove that it was like who's other than the person who's gonna tell.
Yeah.
Like they're gonna go rat themselves. Like, bro, all right, I don't like that's fine.
Some neighbor or friend that you told that you were pregnant, and then you go and all of a sudden you're not, and you just left on a trip. It's like, hey, I think they left town and did that.
Bro.
And what about the dad? He could press charges on her himself and be like,
he never had a chance to say yes or no whether he wanted it to live.
But somebody with the intention of not having it is probably gonna shut the fuck up and go on about their business after they done it because they know the consequences.
We didn't allow Chaka the ability to build a scenario with ifs and buts. So we're trying not to on this. This is the way we're it's not what people can or might or what they can do. This is the way it's going right now. The direction people are trying to take it.
Yeah.
They'll always find ways to get out of it. There will always be excuses, but this is the direction that they're trying to take it right now.
And it's scary. Like, look, let's read some comments. This comment says American Taliban. Another comment, it says, nothing says pro-life like being pro-death. Another one, it says, how about a penalty of any sort for the men who deposit semen and dash?
Yeah, it's called child support.
How about not letting Dasher dash, like not letting a Dasher even enter? Like, I mean, women are supposed to be the smarter creatures on this planet, and we all have. I would say that we all have weak moments at times, but I think that in a situation where there's not a Roe versus Wade, that you're going to reconsider your possibilities before letting Mr. One Night Stand come stand up in her.
Yeah, but see, this argument is pointing to the fact that the punishment related to this is all on the women, and they don't have any on the men. Do you not feel
it's
like
not the men that are getting the abortion. It's not the men that are killing the child. It's the women. The women are it's not like the man's going to tie her down and having to make her do it, in which case that would definitely follow an homicide as well.
Yeah, that
So
might be a
that's
double
why
home.
only the
That might
women
be
are, yeah.
a double homicide.
Yeah, see, the man technically would not be penalized unless he helped or assisted in the process happening. And if they choose to keep the baby, well, he got
But
18 years.
that also gives to the man doesn't have any rights in that anyway, because they can't choose. They can't make the decision. So, you know, whether they keep it or not, and he got to deal with it either way. Whatever she decides, he's got to deal with it. You know, so that's
Yeah,
one of the
I don't
main
agree with
reasons
that.
for.
I think that the men should have some say in that. But I'm
Yeah,
just saying
but
the
that's
way
not
our
the case.
society is set up.
I think that the man said his opinion when he ejaculated without a condom.
Well, some of these. Well, you know what?
When you do that, that means you are responsible for whatever omission or whatever, you
Well,
know.
because I'm gonna tell you. I mean, I done heard stories. Oh, it was a mistake. Oh, I was drunk. Nah, look, I done been in some pretty good stuff, and I'm like, nope, not here. You know, and
That doesn't
if he
stop
would,
you from going to jail.
what do you
And
mean?
you also have
I was
pre-cum.
drunk. Oh, I made a mistake. Yeah, you're going to jail anyway.
You have pre-ejaculation, and you also have girls who go in the trash and pull out the condom and get the semen out of the condom.
Now, see,
Well,
that is a
I don't
different.
think.
That is a criminal offense
Yeah,
right there.
yeah.
And in which
That,
case should completely alleviate the father of any and all responsibility for decision or support.
And
well,
there's cases where dudes have
they're not
child
gonna.
support filed on them after a situation like that.
Well, you remember Rapper Boy with the hot sauce? She tried to sue him because he put the hot sauce in the condom, and she tried to go give herself a little yum yum.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, anybody that's got any issues with child support, call let me know, or I can guide you to a lawyer or some lawyers that can help you out of that situation, because
Yeah,
it's actually
I,
it's unconstitutional.
I do think that our society is harder on women than men, especially on this particular topic, like as far as
No,
contraception and
no,
birth control and so forth and so on.
no.
It's all on the woman, and the men don't get held accountable related to that.
Are you serious?
I'm being serious.
Not held
You know,
accountable by whom?
they because men could get vasectomies or whatever. You know, they don't say that.
So are they
They don't
reversible?
recommend that. They do have reversible
I'm
vasectomies.
no, but I mean, me personally, like I mean, I feel like all of that stuff is kind of against nature. Maybe after you've had a certain amount of kids and you get your tubes tied, or maybe but you should at least try to contribute to Earth and keeping, like all. I think it's all our responsibility to multiply um the world population. And I mean, of course some people may choose not to, but
A couple more comments. It says Republicans are the American Taliban. Another one, it says, yet Republicans also says, if you have a baby, forced or not, and you need help, we will not help you with food, housing, or education, etc. for that child. Make it make sense. It's like these pro-lifers are pro-life all the way up until birth. After birth, it's
but I think that I think that some people miss the whole, like, they take their own self responsibility out of it and blame somebody else because they weren't able to make a bad decision. Like, bro, if you have a kid, or if you're having sex and you could potentially have a kid, be in a position to take care of your children. Like, don't leave that responsibility on everybody else. Like, this is America. Like, we supposed to be able to, take care of ourselves. In some situations, okay, yeah, you need some help sometimes. It's in different cases, but not as a long-term crutch. Like, you know, heal your situation so you don't need the crutch for the next 20 years. You know, like I mean, I don't know. I don't think that that should be left on anybody else other than the person who, you know, put themselves in that situation. You're not acting like an adult by copping out and blaming other people because you had a baby that they had nothing to do with.
Yeah, I just think that it's really biased when it comes to stuff because it's like if you're an individual and you need help, then it's welfare. But if you're a corporation, then it's like you're too big to fail or a bailout
It's a subsidy.
Subsidy.
No, I totally get it, and I mean, I think the more I think about it, the money that they donated is pretty much another way for them to use that money that they donated through the government, like a way to get their money back that they donated in one department and to be able to rob it from another.
Yep. Cut down on their taxes and so forth and so on. And you know what I really hate is how they incentivize us to donate to these organizations or whatever to help people, but if you just help people directly, you're doing it wrong. You're not supposed to do that. But then those corporations, you don't have no confidence that that money that you are giving them actually makes it to help anybody.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
know?
because you know, I'm a bad person that you know, if I, you know, when I tithe to people directly instead of the church and allowing them to decide where the money's going to go. I feel I'm a responsible enough reality, and I am the temple. You know what I'm saying, like we are the church, so I should be able to decide exactly where my 10% is going to go instead of them trying to decide or them potentially just robbing it and going do whatever they want to, you know, do with mine, your, and everybody else's money. So, I mean,
Yeah, it should be a way for you to donate to people directly, like your neighbors or whatever, and still be able to write that stuff off on your taxes. If there is a way, y'all let me know.
Yeah, well,
because I know you get a form when you do it to a a business or corporation.
Look up gifting. There's a way to do that through gifting, what they call gifting. It's up to a certain amount that you can do per year, but I mean, it's a way to it can help.
All right, y'all, I got to get out of here. It's 3:30 and I got to work in the morning.
Is it 3:30?
Yeah. And I really appreciate y'all being here. You know, I think it was a great show. I just did 8 hours and my butt hurts. I wasn't intending on this. It's the longest show ever.
Damn, I forgot I was on the West Coast. Well, maybe that's one of the reasons why I'm still up. Because
yeah. So yeah, and I probably won't do one tomorrow because I know I'm gonna be tired. And I normally do one on Fridays, but this long ass show, and I work a double tomorrow, so I'll probably be back on Saturday night because I'm off Sunday morning, so I can sleep in that day. But I gotta work Saturday morning, so after doing this long show, I'm working a double. That's gonna cut into any little sleep that I could possibly get after work tomorrow if I do a show. So I'll be back Saturday.
All right. Well, yeah, I'll try to jump in. If
All
you know,
right.
if possible, you know, I'm gonna do my best to try to be here.
All right, y'all. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening.
Peace and love.
We're out.